Iraq, Syria, Libya, not only have a horrendous human cost, but they also have an economic cost for the countries themselves and for the neighborhood. Refugees, the impact on trade, the impact on investment is all a drag on the economies of the region. Third, countries like Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, and Jordan, after a few difficult years, are beginning to see an improvement in their economic prospects, partly because of lower oil prices, but also because of the difficult measures that they themselves have taken. Their growth rates are improving, but they're nowhere near the growth rates that they need to be able to generate enough jobs for the young people that are coming into their labor force. So policy action is needed in them as it is in other countries in the region.
We're here in Lausanne for the FT Commodities Global Summit, and industry leaders have gathered amid...
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы собираемся начинать нашу сессию через 5 минут. Пожалуйста, займите ваши места.
I think we're going to see a little bit more volatility in the next few weeks as we go into the Doha meeting. We see some statements around that, that I think are going to move the market. I think coming into summer then, when you start to see crude inventories draw, I think that should be supportive for the market, and we think demand is going to be fairly strong this year. So we do start to see prices start to rise towards the second half of the year.
I don't know if the oil price has bottomed. I think what is clear is that the market is gradually responding to low prices. As prices fall and demand growth is growing at twice its 10-year average, supply is starting to dampen, and as a result of which the market is gradually moving towards balance, hopefully by the end of this year. What prices will do, I don't know, but I think there's clear signs that the market is gradually rebalancing.
I think there's, for the sort of short, medium term, there's probably a bottom in the oil prices now. We got down to below $30 a barrel. That created a lot of pain on the supply side. But equally, I don't think there's a massive amounts of upside because we're still in this very low growth environment. So put a gun to my head, I'd say we're probably 30 to 50 or 35 to 55 range for the next 12 months.
The answer is none of us do know, and anyone who thinks they do is really being a little bit disingenuous. What we need to do is get growth back into the economy. Let's get some growth back. That's what we're all waiting for. We need to kickstart this patient. We've tried QE, we've tried low interest rates. What we're really waiting for is recovery and world growth, and then I'll be able to give you a better answer to your question, Angela.
Uncertainty remains, but traders are cautiously optimistic about the outlook for the oil price. They say it's not a matter of if, but when supply and demand will come into balance. Angela Raval.
If I was going to ask you that we'd be testing $27 a barrel for the benchmark Brent, you probably would have thought I was drinking the wrong stuff. Tell us the surprise you have at the price that we're seeing today, and how do you plan for the future if price is going to be going even lower than we see today, Mr. President?
Well, it's difficult to expect the price going lower, but having this situation today, we will not be surprised if it happens. Of course, we were not prepared for that. We in Azerbaijan were preparing ourselves for so-called post-oil era in about 20 years from now. Therefore, for us, it was a surprise, and at the same time, it was a stress for our economy.
This is what a crash looks like. An oil market collapse from $108 to $30 in just 18 months, to levels not seen since 2003. Where's the bottom? Morgan Stanley says $20. RBS says 16. Standard Chartered, 10. It's a boon for drivers. It acts as a tax break for consumers. But the force of the decline so far, so fast, is destabilizing, bringing economic crisis to oil producers like Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia, Nigeria, Iraq, pink slips for energy workers, and potential bankruptcy for oil companies. 4 reasons why this is happening. First, OPEC won't cut production. The world's largest oil producers are holding out to see if other smaller producers will slow the pumps, hoping they can gain or keep their market share in the long run. but it's costing them billions. And Iran is about to start selling oil too. Second, China is spooking everyone. The world's second largest economy is slowing. It needs less fuel to run its economy. Emerging markets would need less as well. Third, the U.S. is producing more oil than ever, largely created by the American shale oil boom. And this plunge in prices hasn't shut out too many producers yet. And finally, the U.S. dollar is strong. Crude oil trades in dollars. That means when the dollar gets stronger, oil gets more expensive for overseas buyers. That hurts demand and drives prices down further.
I want to leave you with three messages. First, oil prices are likely to remain low for many years to come. And as a result, the countries in the Middle East that depend on oil for their economies are going to go through a number of years of difficult adjustment. Adjustment to balance their budgets to the new lower oil prices, but also to find a new growth model which doesn't depend on oil to drive their economies. Second, conflicts in countries like Iraq, Syria, Libya not only have a horrendous human cost, but they also have an economic cost for the countries themselves and for the neighborhood. Refugees, the impact on trade, the impact on investment is all a drag on the economies of the region. Third, countries like Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, and Jordan, after a few difficult years, are beginning to see an improvement in their economic prospects, partly because of lower oil prices, but also because of the difficult measures that they themselves have taken. Their growth rates are improving, but they're nowhere near the growth rates that they need to be able to generate enough jobs for the young people that are coming into their labor force. So policy action is needed in them as it is in other countries in the region.
We're here in Lausanne for the FT Commodities Global Summit.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our high-level session. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы уже почти начинаем нашу сессию. Пожалуйста, займите ваши места.
I think we're going to see a little bit more volatility in the next few weeks as we go into the Doha meeting. We see some statements around that, that I think are going to move the market. I think coming into summer then, when you start to see crude inventories draw, I think that should be supportive for the market, and we think demand is going to be fairly strong this year. So we do start to see prices start to rise towards the second half of the year.
I don't know if the oil price has bottomed. I think what is clear is that the market is gradually responding to low prices. As prices fall and demand growth is growing at twice its 10-year average, supply is starting to dampen, and as a result of which the market is gradually moving towards balance, hopefully by the end of this year. What prices will do, I don't know, but I think there's clear signs that the market is gradually rebalancing.
I think there's, for the sort of short, medium term, there's probably a bottom in the oil prices now. We got down to, below 30 bucks a barrel. That created a lot of pain on the supply side. But equally, I don't think there's a massive amounts of upside because we're still in this very low growth environment. So put a gun to my head, I'd say we're probably 30 to 50 or 35 to 55 range for the next 12 months.
The answer is none of us do know, and anyone who thinks they do is really being a little bit disingenuous. What we need to do is get growth back into the economy. Let's get some growth back. That's what we're all waiting for. We need to kickstart this patient. We've tried QE, we've tried low interest rates. What we're really waiting for is recovery and world growth, and then I'll be able to give you a better answer to your question, Andrew.
Uncertainty remains, but traders are cautiously optimistic about the outlook for the oil price. They say it's not a matter of if, but when supply and demand will come into balance. Angeli Raval, Financial Times, Lausanne.
If I was going to ask you that we'd be testing $27 a barrel for the benchmark Brent.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our high-level session.
the surprise you have
Let me
at the
invite the
price that we're
speakers
seeing
first.
today, and how do you
Бахыт
plan
Султанов,
for the future
Массимилиано
if price is
Костелли,
gonna be
Айхан
going even
Коус,
lower than we see
Масуд
today,
Ахмед,
Mr. President?
and Mark Uzan.
Well, it's difficult to expect the price
Dear
going
Mark,
lower,
the floor is
but,
yours for
having
the
this situation
beginning.
today, we will not be surprised if it
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening of the Astana Economic Forum. My name is Mark Uzan. I am the founder of the Reinventing Bretton Woods, and I've been involved with the forum over the last 5 years. We are very privileged today to have a very high-level group of speakers who will be looking at the major uncertainties that the global economy is facing. The title of our forum and our sessions over the next 2 days has been called The End of Hyperglobalization. And in fact, we should have put a question mark. When we were talking about the end of hyperglobalization, we were referring to the issue of trade. And we see recently that trade is growing more slowly than the global economy. That was not the case since the 1980s. Trade, on average, was growing twice as fast as the global economy. At the very least, the end of hyperglobalization of the past 2 decades may be upon us. Can we assure that the globalization is irreversible? Maybe not, but we have a lot of threats in the global economy. We are afraid of high unemployment, threat of low growth, threat of rising inequality, and we need to figure out how we are going to deal with this rising threat. We are not able to achieve over the last 7 years a strong, fair, and sustainable growth since the 2007 financial crisis, and that's been the goal of the G20. So I think what we need to do is how we are going to struggle with boom and busts, and we hope that this conference will be able to try to achieve a sense of consensus as we are seeing a major backlash against fair openness to trade, openness to investments, and now openness to financial integrations. We're going to have a very good of speakers over the last 2 days, and we started and we felt it was very important to start with a major driver, commodity prices. And oil here in Kazakhstan is very important to try to understand what is going to be the prospect of oil prices, of commodities, but also what would be the best way to move away and to be able to diversify the economy. Before I give the floor to Maximiliano Castelli, who will be sharing the session on oil, I just want to give you and to remind you about a publication where you can find the background papers of this conference, The End of Hyperglobalizations. And I will take this opportunity to thank KPMG, who has been a strong supporter of this initiative and this conference and the publications. Last but not least, I think the issue that we'll be discussing, that we'll be sharing after this session will be about the common forces of the global economy, monetary policy. Can we move beyond monetary policy? How we are going to deal with spillovers? So we have a major agenda for the next few days. Thank you again for joining, and let me now give the floor to Maximiliano Castelli. Maximiliano Castelli is the Managing Director of UBS Asset Management, and he will share the first panel. Maximiliano, please.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here. I believe it is my 4th year in a row that I participate in the Astana Economic Forum, and it's always a pleasure to come back. I think we have a very interesting session. Let me remind you the title, Global and Regional Context, the End of the Super Cycle of Commodity Price. Let me just do some introductory remarks, and then I will immediately pass the ball to our 3 speakers. And I always been very skeptical about the concept of the super cycle theory, because I always believe that this type of forecasts, which are in some way extrapolated and put into the future forever, they always tend to be, in the end, not true. And, but I believe it, and this is the case of oil price over the last, say, 1.5 years. Probably came a little bit earlier than we expected, and actually came on the back of a worsening in the global economic outlook that started in the summer with the problem surrounding China. And actually we entered in 2016 where talks about oil price at $20 were pretty common. Now let me just say that we are back at around just below, shy of $50 a barrel, which of course is not the $100 that we have been using for a very long time, but for sure it is very different, and it feels different from the $20 that we were fearing just a few months back. So this is the first topic of the panel, to discuss a little bit about what is the outlook for oil price also on the back of what's going on in the industry on the supply side, particularly in the US. The second question is that the drop in oil price has dramatically changed the outlook for a large block of emerging market economies where the main source of revenues is from oil exports. And this has actually had not only an impact on them, but also has an impact on how the policy mix of this country has evolved over the last few months. And so I think this is the second topic of the panel, to discuss about how these countries are currently coping with the new environment in the energy market, in particular with soaring fiscal deficit and lower current account surplus, or even negative current account surplus in some cases. I think there is also a third topic, which is of great interest, in particularly for people like me. We work in the financial service industry, so we tend to see the capital side of the oil market story, which has been the dramatic rise in assets managed by either central banks or sovereign wealth funds, where they have been used to receiving a large amount of funding from oil exports. The changed outlook in the energy prices also changed the outlook for this institution in terms of, first of all, how they manage their assets, but second, and probably most important, is that they've been called in several cases by their respective governments to provide additional funding to fill the fiscal gap which opened up as oil price came down. So without further ado, I would like to start immediately with our first speakers, who is Ian Close, Director, Development Prospect of the Group of the World Bank, who I think will start by giving us an overview about the state of the global economy and the implication for the oil price. Please, the floor is yours, Ian.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here in Astana. I greatly appreciate the organizers for inviting me. So I have this job of putting these issues in context, and I thought that it would be good if I talk about global economy, myths, hopes, and realities. So I will ask three quick questions. The first one, what's happening to global growth? I think that story is very clear. Growth prospects are weak, and these weak growth prospects are quite persistent. The second one, what's the status of commodity markets? There is this issue of supply there. We have ample supply, and you see in a number of commodities, there is this strive for stability. And then the third question is also related to commodity market dynamics, and it's in the back of many market participants and policymakers. Is a global recession underway, given that we have this very weak global environment? The answer is that no, it's not underway right now, but risks are rising with significant implications for oil markets. It's not about the supply, that's about the demand. So let me talk about the big picture with respect to global economy. There's a lot of chatter. I would call all the chatter myths mostly. There's quite a bit of hope, mostly on the part of policymakers, and there is a reality, hopefully I can convince you about. With respect to global growth, the myth, especially early in the year, we heard around, is that the global growth is so weak, actually there is a global recession underway. On the part of policymakers, the hope was that the growth will accelerate, as always. The reality is that there is no ongoing global recession, but the growth is quite weak and the risks are getting larger. The second area, we have this kind of myths and hopes and realities basically fighting with each other. It's about cyclical policies. The myth there is no policy space, especially in the context of monetary policy in advanced economies, and in some cases fiscal policy as well. And there is no, these policies are no longer effective. This extraordinary use of unconventional monetary policies, they haven't been delivering the type of, the inflation or growth expected, and they are not effective, the types of conventional policies we have seen. Again, on the part of course, policymakers, their hope is that current policies will ultimately deliver what they hope. The reality is that there is some space. That space is available, but it's quite small. in the case of monetary policy as well as fiscal policy. And the use of these policies have unintended consequences. Now, the third important area, the structural policies we basically constantly recommend, both IMF and the World Bank, to countries around the world. The myth is that these policies produce only long-term gains. On the part of policymakers, unfortunately, hope that it is an option to delay the implementation of structural policies. The reality is that there are immediate gains associated with these types of policies, especially in countries, emerging markets, frontier markets like Kazakhstan, and these immediate gains are associated with the signaling value of these policies. The ability for governments to signal that they care about medium-term growth prospects and undertake policies accordingly. Now, let me turn to the global economy. What's going on there? There's this muddling through process that has been underway since 2010. Last year was really unfortunate. We saw the global economy registering the lowest growth since the crisis. In the case of advanced and emerging market economies, growth has been disappointing as well. In advanced economies, growth this year is going to be around 1.7%, emerging markets around 3.5%. We are going to release our Global Economic Prospects report, and we are going to downgrade our forecast relative to what we had in January. Now, especially in the context of emerging markets and frontier markets, there has been a significant slowdown underway since 2010. And this graph clearly shows you the extent of that slowdown. In 2010, growth was just below 8%. You come to 2016, growth is around, less than 4%. This is not about China. If you take out China, you see that growth is slowing very sharply. And it's true for frontier markets as well. Growth has been dismal. And in 2016, things are not going to be that different. Growth forecasts are going to be downgraded, as I mentioned. What is important in this figure to see is that growth is not just weak, it's weaker than it is long-term average in the case of emerging markets as well as frontier market economies. Now, let me turn to the second question I asked, the status of commodity markets. 2015 was a dramatic year for commodity markets because more than 90% of commodities saw that prices went down from 2014 to 15. The World Bank follows 46 commodities. Out of these 46 commodities, more than 90% of them saw prices going down from 14 to 15. This was the first time it happened since 1980. Now, recently, we saw some pickup, at least in the case of oil markets, and this pickup mostly related to what happened in the United States as the production started going down, growth rate of production. And there is some hope later in the year, whatever the excess supply the market has, the difference between production and consumption is going to disappear and going to provide upward pressure on the price. You have been seeing that upward pressure recently as developments in Nigeria, Canada, suggesting a decline in supply. But there is still ample inventories, and those inventories, of course, going to create pressure on the price. So the big story about oil is on the supply side, and in all likelihood, that's going to drive the oil price dynamics going forward. One thing we need to remember is that as much as prices have declined quite a bit since 2011 in all commodity markets, and in the case of oil since 2014, prices are still above the levels we have seen in 2000. So if global economy receives another adverse shock and we see dynamics on the demand side weakening, we might see more weakness in commodity markets. Now, let me turn to the third question I asked. Is a global recession underway? This is an important question for commodity markets because it is directly about the demand side of the markets. As I mentioned, we have a pretty good idea about the supply side, but the demand side is going to become increasingly more important as global growth remains weak. So now, what is a global recession? In a typical global recession, per capita global output contracts, along with what you see in a typical economy: industrial production contracts, global trade contracts, global capital flow contracts, employment goes down, and of course, energy consumption declines. There were only 4 episodes since 1960 which we call global recessions: in 1975, 82, 91, and 2009. Global growth, as I mentioned, reached its lowest level since 2015. And early in the year, there was quite a bit of market volatility. Because of that, we heard quite a bit of chatter whether there is a global recession underway or not. Now, when you look at these episodes, the 75, 82, 91, and 2009, as I mentioned, per capita output declines, industrial production declines, trade collapses, and unemployment rate increases. In 2016 and going forward, our forecasts suggest this year or the next year, these years do not qualify as global recessions. We expect the global economy actually to produce growth numbers. These numbers are going to be low, but nowhere near the global recession type growth numbers. The per capita is contracting, or industrial production collapsing, or the trade, even as much as it is quite weak, collapsing. Now, what happens during global recessions is that oil price declines, along with what? The oil consumption. In each global recession episode, actual oil consumption declined at the global level. But in 2016, so far, as well as in 2015, global oil consumption has been rather healthy, even though global growth has been weak. Now, what's the big problem then if we are not having a global recession? The problem is that the recovery is quite weak. When you look at the global expansions following each global recession, the 75, 82, 91, and 2009, for advanced economies, this global expansion has been the weakest one. In terms of investment as well, it has been the weakest one. Emerging markets did extremely well right after the 2009 global recession, but as I mentioned, growth has been weakening in those economies as well. And investment now actually has been the weakest recovery in emerging market economies has been experiencing when you compare with these 4 global recessions. So the risks are rising, and in a sense, global economy is one shock away to have a major slowdown. So I asked 3 questions to put the discussion in context. The first one, the state of the global growth. The weak growth persists. In all likelihood, we will see a weaker growth this year than last year. In terms of commodity markets, there is ample supply, but there is this strive for stability, and that stability hasn't been achieved yet. A global recession is not underway, but the risks are rising. In a nutshell, global recovery continues, but it is still quite fragile, and I think this cartoon explains the issue quite clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you actually laid the ground very well. I have an immediate follow-up question, if I may, which is, there is a feeling that some structural factors are at play here. I mean, so if you look at from a cyclical perspective, it is quite clear that we are in an unusual recovery. Now, I always found a little bit difficult as an economist to distinguish cyclical and structural factors, but the feeling is that they both are at play in this moment. And in particular also with regards to oil price. What is your view on that? What are, according to your analysis, the structural factor which might be at play, which justify the type of environment we are in?
Now, let me try to answer this question, thinking about first what explains the slowdown we have seen in emerging market economies especially, and then thinking about the oil markets a little bit. In the context of emerging markets, the slowdown we have seen since 2010 has both cyclical as well as structural drivers. On the cyclical side, of course, we see a significant slowdown in advanced economies. External demand is weak, trade remains weak. You can also say the commodity prices being weak, and a number of emerging market economies are major commodity producers, having an impact on them. Now, another important issue, of course, on the structural side, these cyclical factors there, on the structural side, is the weakness in productivity. And that productivity weakness is not just in the context of advanced economies. Emerging market economies has been a hindrance in front of growth. Of course, in many countries, unfortunately, especially major emerging markets, there has been a hesitancy in terms of understanding, in terms of implementing structural reform policies. And in many cases, there has been a period of political uncertainty, and associated with that, of course, the softer confidence and softer investment growth. All in all, you have both cyclical and structural reasons driving the growth dynamics. In the case of oil markets, of course, the big change is the technological force and the role of shale production, or the unconventional sources of oil coming to the market and playing a major role since 2006, when the oil prices, in a sense, started reaching a peak. Now, one thing we know, even if oil prices increase to $60, $70, and I think it's going to be very difficult to see those numbers in an environment of kind of prolonged fashion, there will be other sources coming to the market, especially from shale, and providing oil. And that structural change, in a sense, is going to cap the oil price, probably around the levels that are equal to the cost of, the marginal cost of shale oil producers. But let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's actually something very important to keep in mind. So, of course, the fallout of the drop in commodity price in 2015 has been stronger in those economies which are very dependent on oil exports. And this could not be more true than the Middle East and Central Asia, where, as we know, oil plays a fundamental role. So it is actually a pleasure to have Massoud Ahmed, who is the director of Middle East and Central Asian Department at the International Monetary Fund, who I believe will give us an overview about how the region is coping with these trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think where Ayhan ended is a good place for me to start, because if you look at the big changes in the world economy, clearly the fall in oil prices is the one factor that has had the biggest impact on this region. And when I say this region, let's focus for a moment on the Caucasus and Central Asia. I'll say a word about the Middle East as well. But the other factor that has also had an impact here is the slowdown in the major partners. Russia, directly affected by oil prices, but by other factors as well. And the slowdown in Russia, the contraction in Russia, the rebalancing in China, and the drop in oil prices are three shocks that are working on these economies. What's the consequence of that? The consequence is that the Caucasus and Central Asia this year has the lowest growth rate in 20 years, 1.2%. It's lower than it's been in the last 2 decades. Oil exporters affected for the reasons that I mentioned. But interestingly enough, the oil importers in this region, whom you would expect would benefit from lower oil prices, have had the impact of lower oil prices transmitted onto them in a negative way through their links with the oil exporters. So Tajikistan, Kyrgyz Republic, Caucasus, in the Caucasus, Georgia and Armenia. those economies, although they import oil, they are so dependent in terms of remittances, trade, and investment. Their links with Russia, their links with Kazakhstan are so great that they too have been negatively impacted. Some of you probably know this number, but I'm always struck by the fact that in Tajikistan, remittances account for 40% of GDP. They've gone down by a third this year. When they go down by a third, that overwhelms any positive effect from lower oil prices. So this region has been negatively impacted by the oil price and by the indirect effects of the oil price. Now you take the Middle East, just for a moment, if I could give you the sense for the Middle East. So the Middle Eastern oil exporters, many of them even more dependent on oil for their economies. To give you one number, 2015, the income from oil for the oil exporters in the Middle East went down by roughly $400 billion compared to the previous year. That's almost a fifth of their GDP. Now, income for oil goes down. What is the consequence of that? And now I move a little bit into the policy response that the countries have done to deal with it. The first reaction in the first half of 2015 of oil exporters in the Middle East and in Central Asia and the Caucasus was to say, this is probably going to pass. So they've all saved up over the last decade some financial resources when oil prices were rising, and they all decided in varying degrees, this is the time to use the financial resources we have saved up. So instead of cutting back spending, in the first half of 2015, the first reaction was to continue to spend, but to finance it from the savings that they had rather than from the oil income that was coming in. By the middle of 2015, I think the consensus begins to settle that this is not a short, sharp, V-shaped drop in oil prices. This is the new reality. We don't know where oil prices are going to settle exactly, when they're going to settle at that level. But we do know that it's, for structural reasons that Ayhan described, it would be very imprudent for any policymaker to assume that oil prices are going to go back above $50, $60 in the medium term. That's the number that most people are working to. That how quickly they get there, hard to say, but planning on anything over $50, $60 as your baseline becomes a little bit too risky for any policymaker. Now, if you accept that, then they begin to realize that most of these countries were actually spending from their budgets at levels that could only be financed if oil prices were substantially higher than $50. So they had to bring their spending down in many countries. And you see that in the second half of last year. You see that in the budgets for this year. Almost every country is beginning to cut back a bit on spending. Some countries who have the resources have said, even as we cut back on certain kinds of spending, particularly energy subsidies, particularly some current spending, we need to reorient our spending and perhaps invest a bit more in other areas that will begin to change the structure of the economy. So in the near term, there are two challenges that are being faced by countries in this region. First, how do you manage the cutback in your spending in a way that brings you to a sustainable equilibrium in the medium term? And it can be in the medium term because most of the countries have the resources to be able to take their time. how do you bring it to a sustainable equilibrium and at the same time, without being so quick in your cutback that it begins to have a further drag on the economies which are already slowing. So balancing that trade-off. Different countries are going to come at different places. The countries that have the most resources can afford to take their time. They can afford to be slower about the adjustment. Some that have less have to do so more quickly. But you see in countries all the way, whether you're talking about Saudi Arabia or Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, they're all basically saying we have to cut back our spending quite substantially. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge they're facing, in this region particularly, is that almost every country in this region decided that in response to lower oil prices and in response to what happened to the ruble and to the dollar, they had to, either out of choice or out of necessity, also depreciate their own currencies. So all the exchange rate adjustments that have taken place in this region have meant, that has made the adjustment process a bit easier because the exchange rate was one of the tools that they used to affect the adjustment. But it has consequences. And what are the consequences? Well, immediate consequences, managing simply the spillovers from the actual adjustment to a lower rate on the financial sector. Many of the banks will see some increase in NPLs as a result of that. They see also some problems in terms of that heavy degree of dollarization limits their ability to move on that. Looking at the impact on inflation, and as many of them are also using this opportunity not just to adjust the rate, but to move to a more flexible exchange rate system, some degree of targeting inflation rather than the nominal exchange rate. That also means putting in place the mechanisms to manage a different approach to monetary policy. So the short-term challenges are monetary policy, exchange rate management, and fiscal trade-off. But the big long-term challenge that they face is, if this is the new reality, that oil is going to be $50 rather than $120, then how do you reorient your economy to become less dependent on oil? Everybody is talking about diversification today. But diversification means different things to different people. So as you begin to change the nature of your economy to become less dependent on oil, less dependent on the state, less dependent on a relationship between the citizen and the state, where the state provides jobs for everyone and provides them with cheap energy and provides them with subsidies and transfers, to one where the economy is more diversified, the private sector plays a bigger role, and individuals who have up to now mostly been receiving from the state start contributing in terms of taxation or in other ways. That's a major economic, social transformation that will take a decade to bring about. But that is the medium-term challenge, I think, facing all of these economies in different dimensions. And what is quite interesting now, you've seen in Saudi Arabia recently, there's a vision that has come out for Saudi Arabia 2030 to transform that economy, make the private sector much larger, make the economy much less dependent on oil. If you get into it, you realize that actually bringing these changes about requires looking at the business environment and making quite substantial and fundamental changes to the way in which the private sector is regulated, to the role of the state, and to the nature and composition of public spending. So these are big transformational changes that we're looking at over the next decade in these economies as they adjust to the new reality. And I think the real tension as we move forward will be to make sure that while you deal with the short-term imperatives of managing the fiscal adjustment and dealing with the exchange rate and monetary policy issues, you also keep in sight the agenda for economic transformation if you want to achieve a diversified economy that is actually going to be much more resilient than the ones that historically have been dependent on oil. And I'll end with giving you one number, which is this region has been growing for the last 15 years at a very healthy rate, high sevens. If you look at the projections for the next 5 years, in the country projections that we have, when you aggregate them up, you see that for the next 5-7 years, the projected growth rate is less than half of the last decade. Now, some of that is just the fact that we're going through a transition, but to really get from the 3.5% growth rate for the medium term to one that is higher, that actually generates improved living standards and jobs for the young people that are coming into the labor force in these countries, you're going to have to go through the economic transformation that I mentioned, because you can no longer ride the back of commodity prices to deliver the growth rates that you've seen over the past decade. Let me stop with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's, I think we are coming back on the topic of diversification in a minute, because of course that's fundamentally the challenge faced by most of these countries. Maybe one follow-up question on what you mentioned, and I like the phasing of the response that you mentioned. But one thing which I always notice is that if you compare your regional remit include the Middle East and Central Asia, one important difference between the Middle East, in particular the GCC region, and Central Asia, and I would include also Russia in this big group in terms of oil exporting economy, is the currency, the exchange rate. The GCC is pegged to the dollar, so in some way they were not able to use the exchange rate as a sort of a policy tool to alleviate the impact. Instead, we saw Russia doing that, Kazakhstan moving to a flexible exchange rate in the course of 2015. What do you think are the implications? And if I can be a little bit even more provocative, do they have a certain advantage here in Central Asia thanks to the fact that they have a flexible exchange rate compared to the Gulf, where they are forced either to use accumulated wealth or to fiscal restructuring?
I think that's a very good question. So if you look at the consequences of going the two routes, Central Asia, Russia, decided to use the exchange rate as one of the adjustment tools. And obviously that gives you one extra tool. You can make your adjustment through that, but you have to manage some of the consequences, in particular impact on inflation, looking at whether or not you can control wage increases in the second round, looking at also the financial sector implications that I mentioned. So you have to be able to manage those, but it gives you that tool. GCC countries have had a peg and decided that they want to stay with the peg, because in the middle of all this transition with everything else changing, you need a degree of stability and an anchor to serve them well, and our view is that it continues to serve them well. But the consequence of that is that the adjustment that they have to make, the fiscal adjustment they have to make, has to be made exclusively through direct fiscal measures. They can't use the exchange rate to bring about a reduction in aggregate demand. And to do that, therefore, to sustain the credibility of their exchange rate policy in the medium term, the focus will be on whether they are able to implement the kind of fiscal adjustment, the cutbacks in spending that are required over the medium term to bring their demand and supply in balance. So I think it puts more of a spotlight on the fiscal measures themselves, and that's why, to me, the fact that they have taken very important cutback decisions in 2016 is very good, because it sends a signal of intent. But what people will be looking at is to also see a medium-term fiscal and macroeconomic adjustment plan, because that's what gives credibility to the policy stance that you've adopted.
Very much. So this brings us directly to the political response, and it is a pleasure actually to have Minister Sultanov from the Republic of Kazakhstan, who I'm sure will tell us how Kazakhstan is dealing with this new reality. The floor is yours, Minister.
Thank you very much, Ms. Milena. I will speak Russian, so please use your headphones. Я в первую очередь хотел бы также поблагодарить организаторов за возможность участвовать в сегодняшних дискуссиях, в целом на этом форуме. Это очень важная для меня площадка. Я уже 9-й раз участвую на этом форуме. И без лишнего хвастовства, но с гордостью хочу отметить, что я был у истоков формирования этой площадки. И я очень рад сегодня видеть моего старого друга Марка, который с первых дней этого форума поддерживает, участвует активно и формирует очень важное мнение. Мы 10 лет уже, почти 10 лет, обсуждаем очень важные вопросы, но, к сожалению, пока эта площадка, возможно, еще до конца не услышана, и поэтому, наверное, много проблем сохраняется. Но в целом, если говорить о текущем десятилетии, особенно в последних годах, то они наглядно демонстрируют, что проблемы мировой экономики не уменьшают, а нарастают и даже усиливают друг друга. Слабый и неустойчивый экономический рост в сочетании с шоками на рынках сырьевых товаров существенно повышает риски для глобального развития. Замедление происходит повсеместно. Наиболее пострадали, естественно, как уже здесь отмечалось, развивающиеся страны, в первую очередь экспортеры сырья, и Казахстан не исключение. Современные тенденции в мире сигнализируют о том, что все больше неопределенности в выборе действенных экономических стратегий и тактик. И сегодня вот в презентации Айхана здесь можно подспудно увидеть о том, что очень часто тонкая грань и очень трудные переходы между мифами, надеждами и реальностями. И постоянно разгораются, естественно, споры между приверженцами монетарных и фискальных мер. Сегодня вот мы как раз говорим о них. И очень часто эти споры выливаются в сторону, к сожалению, побеждающих популистских и ультранационалистических настроений, что грозит, естественно, разжиганием социальных недовольств во всех экономиках, как развивающихся, так и развитых. И это мы сегодня видим наглядно. Одни эксперты утверждают, что восстановить экономический рост только монетарными политиками или мерами не получится. И действительно, политика низких процентных ставок и покупки центральными банками многих стран оказалась малоэффективной в оживлении крупнейших экономик. В попытке преодоления последствий затяжной рецессии монетарные институты ряда стран начали прибегать к нетрадиционным даже мерам, это отрицательным ставкам. Однако очевидно, что такая стоимость денег в течение длительного времени вызовет нестабильность финансовых систем во всем мире, изначально основанных на концепции положительной доходности. С другой стороны, доходности финансовых инструментов сегодня перестают отражать связанные с ними риски, и как следствие оценки рисков дефолтов все усложняется. Отсутствие доходности как государственных инструментов, так и корпоративных заставляет сегодня институциональных инвесторов, пенсионные фонды, страховые фонды менять стратегию управления активами и вынуждая их вкладываться в более длинные и рисковые и неликвидные инструменты. По расчетам агентства Fitch, облигации с негативной процентной ставкой стоимостью около 10 триллионов долларов США будут стоить пенсионным фондам и страховым компаниям порядка 24 миллиардов долларов ежегодно, и ставя под угрозу будущие выплаты пенсионерам и страхователям. Вы понимаете, что будущие дефициты пенсионных систем – это бомба замедленного действия. Изменится же, конечно, и поведение вкладчиков, корпораций, инвесторов, так как такие ставки являются ничем иным, как налогом на сбережения.
или на наличность. Поэтому, естественно, вкладчики будут реагировать уходом из банков, соответственно, банки будут стараться сохранить доходность, что в сегодняшних условиях также ударит и по ним, по их прибыльности, и по эрозии капитала. Поэтому и инвесторы, и вкладчики, и сами банки будут искать или направлять свой капитал в тихие гавани. А затем гонка начнется снова по кругу, то есть война за капитал пойдет снова по кругу. В контексте глобализации, поэтому отрицательные такие ставки, они могут существенно изменить механизмы функционирования денежных и валютных рынков, положив начало новым валютным войнам. В этих обстоятельствах часто звучат призывы в поиске решения и стимулирующей фискальной и бюджетной политики, нежели мягкой монетарной. Действительно, есть примеры, когда сокращение государственных расходов, в том числе не только вот у нас, господин Масуд сегодня очень наглядно говорил пример нашего региона, но и в развитых странах, и в еврозоне мы это видим, что вот такие резкие сокращения расходов вкупе с отсутствием структурных реформ приводят, к примеру, в сфере труда или пенсионного обеспечения, приводит к дефициту совокупного спроса и высокому уровню безработицы. В то же время это бьет по реальной экономике, кредитование реального сектора становится очень рискованным, и в свою очередь финансовый сектор, банки перестают выдавать кредиты. Но есть и твердое мнение, что смягчение ограничений налоговой бюджетной политики может привести в последующем к макроэкономическим дисбалансам в условиях разворота мировой финансовой системы, опять к дорогим деньгам, и это приведет к столкновению дефолтных отношений. Вместе с тем есть понимание завершения суперцикла роста цен на сырье и ожидания изменений на мировых рынках, где энергоносители, металлы, продовольствие постепенно будут дешеветь, экспортеры энергоносителей обеднеют, а их импортеры высвободят определенные ресурсы на собственное развитие. Итогом окончания суперцикла станет значительное сокращение трансферта богатств от стран-импортеров сырья в страны-экспортеры. И как следствие мы опять увидим тектонические изменения в соотношениях мирового спроса, предложения и предложения, производства и потребления в цепочках добавленной стоимостей. Все это опять-таки говорит о том, что мировое сообщество не только не вылечилось от болезней прошлого десятилетия, приведших к самому масштабному и мутирующему кризису, но и продолжает усугублять его новыми проблемами. Мы уже стали привыкать, видим каждый день в средствах массовой информации, мировых средствах, что всемирный или глобальный диалог вместо совместного поиска антидотов все больше превращается в отрывки каких-то геополитических споров и даже бряцания оружием, и на фоне которых, естественно, будет процветать терроризм, экстремизм и даже эпидемии. Поэтому налицо, что пора искать какой-то действенный механизм, и одной из главных задач все-таки должно стать искоренение застарелых перекосов в мировой финансовой и экономической архитектуре, которая нам еще досталась с прошлого тысячелетия. Об этом очень часто говорил и говорит наш глава государства, президент Назарбаев. Он не раз это обсуждался на этой площадке и в своих статьях. Мы здесь тоже подробно разбирали с Марком такие статьи, как «Ключи от кризиса», «Пятый путь» и так далее. И я еще раз хотел бы поблагодарить, что есть возможность эти идеи дальше развивать. Если говорить применительно к Казахстану, здесь тоже Масуд очень наглядно показал схожие проблемы нашего региона. И говоря конкретно о Казахстане, мы действительно оказались в сложной ситуации, когда наша доходная часть, наши флагманы нашей экономики очень сильно привязаны к ценам и спросу на мировых рынках. И, к сожалению, отсутствие в предыдущие годы действенных мер
по диверсификации экономики. Этому способствовали в том числе и высокие цены. Как наш премьер-министр вчера на встрече с МВФ назвал это «Nirvana Time». Это тоже повлияло на то, что мы не смогли принять действенных мер. И всего два крупных центра притяжения для бизнеса и для предпринимательской активности в экономике. С одной стороны, это бюджет, с другой стороны, нефтегазовый горнорудный сектор, который в случае падения цен автоматически проседает автоматически доходы бюджета и проседает, естественно, вся экономика. Мы столкнулись с этой проблемой. Одновременно у нас с предыдущего кризиса пришли проблемы в финансовом секторе. Сегодня тоже об этом говорилось. Высокий уровень долларизации, низкий уровень доверия к финансовой системе. И, соответственно, у нас одновременно происходит снижение, не смягчение монетарной политики, а наоборот ужесточение. И одновременно мы пришли к необходимости сокращения фискальных возможностей. И, соответственно, единственным подспорьем или возможностью здесь оказались наши резервы. То есть в те тучные годы нам удалось в условиях высоких цен накопить свои резервы до 70 миллиардов долларов в нашем национальном нефтяном фонде. И мы дважды использовали. В первый раз мы это использовали в кризисе 2008-2009 года, когда нам пришлось экстренно спасать нами же раздутые сектора. Это финансовый строительный сектор, который надули пузыри, взаимно помогая друг другу. И в этом уже более структурном кризисе нам пришлось еще раз использовать резервы. И если мы в 2009 году плавно приземлились до 1% роста экономики, то в этом году мы тоже в первом квартале уже видим существенное некоторое снижение показателя. Но за счет того, что мы своевременно принимали антикризисные меры, включили программу «Нурлы-жол», это новая инфраструктурная программа, которая плавно вписывается и в такие программы наших соседей, как экономический пояс шелкового пути. Она решает две задачи. Сегодня мы также обеспечиваем не снижение рабочих мест, поддержку развития экономики, и, соответственно, это условие для следующего этапа развития. И здесь свойством казахстанских программ, антикризисных программ является то, что мы одновременно и тактические задачи решаем по смягчению влияния кризисных явлений, и одновременно решаем стратегические задачи по следующему росту. Поэтому не случайно в 2009 году мы запустили программу индустриализации, а в прошлом году главой государства была инициирована программа глубоких институциональных реформ, которые мы стараемся воспользоваться вот таким периодом низких цен, воспользоваться и обеспечить все-таки структурные реформы, которые в будущем создадут условия для диверсификации экономики, потому что другого пути нет. Можно долго спорить о каких-то тактических мерах, о монетарных, фискальных мерах, но другого выбора у нас, как структурной реформы, нет. Мы сегодня увидим и на другой площадке, это Совет по экономической политике при президенте Российской Федерации Путине. Я думаю, мы будем тоже с интересом наблюдать как раз столкновение двух этих направлений. И есть там также третье мнение, что России сегодня тоже требуется структурная реформа. То есть все мы в регионе понимаем, что без этого у нас другого шанса пережить следующие кризисы нет. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Minister. Maybe a follow-up question would be, as you deal with a new reality, you search for new drivers of growth. And I would say that in this part of the world, the Euro-Asian Economic Union, the new Silk Road, the infrastructural investment plans that we all read in the international press, and everybody's impressed about the magnitude of this investment. Can you maybe a little bit elaborate more about how do you see this helping and providing this one of the additional pillars of growth for Kazakhstan and for the overall region?
Конечно, вот какой-то переноса каких-то подходов, оно и не может быть. Мы вот сегодня тоже с МВФ и со Всемирным банком очень подробно говорили и видим примеры. И когда сравниваем с тем же Ближним Востоком или даже Казахстан с Россией, у нас очень много различий. И, конечно, здесь нужна композиция различных мер. И поскольку факторов тоже очень много. Факторы, которые двигали развитие наших стран в предыдущие годы, это большой приток ресурсов от экспорта и одновременно хороший объем инвестиций за счет того, что большое доверие экономической политике, в целом развитию, возможностям и тем же запасам в Казахстане. Да. И сегодня мы, когда наблюдаем резкое остановку вот этих вот факторов, их можно замещать только продолжением повышения доверия по инвестициям. Поэтому мы видим, что инвестиции – это сегодня основной источник для развития Казахстана. И если те факторы, как развитие собственной финансовой системы, фискальные возможности, они ограничены, то вот я опять-таки повторюсь, может быть, благодаря вот нашим запасам и структурным реформам мы будем делать упор на инвестиции.
Thank you very much. Before I open to the floor, I mean, I was asked to be a speaker, then I was moving to moderating role. So let me also have the opportunity of, given the fact that we also have enough time, to touch upon the issue that I was supposed to talk about it, which has been touched in different occasions during the speech that I heard so far, which is basically the use of sovereign wealth, as I call it, in order to navigate and deal with this new reality. And let me put this also into the context of what also this means in how this institution, in particular sovereign wealth funds and central banks, I would say, will operate in the future. I am actually in the process of presenting this paper in a few weeks' time to our conference that we organize every year in Switzerland, where UBS is headquartered. And the title that I have is Sovereign Wealth Declining, the End of an Era. And actually, I don't feel, sometimes bankers like to use big titles, but actually I believe that this is probably the end of an era, because if you put these dynamics into a historical context, and I mean of the last, let's say, 15 years, the change that we are witnessing is actually dramatic. In the sense that if you consider what I call a sovereign wealth, is fundamentally the sum of two things, which is the assets managed by central banks in terms of reserves, and the assets managed by so-called sovereign wealth funds. I tend to pull them together because to a large extent, in terms of what are their source, are broadly the same. What is different is just the institution which is in charge of managing it. And if you look at the last 10 or 15 years, actually the growth in sovereign wealth has been staggering. I mean, just to give you some numbers very quickly, in 2004, the total sum of foreign exchange reserve and sovereign wealth funds asset was about $5.7 trillion, of which about $4.3 trillion were reserves and $1.4 trillion were assets managed by sovereign wealth funds. In 2010, this amount already grew to $13 trillion. And in 2014, which has been the peak, it actually reached $17.2 trillion. So we're talking about a yearly growth rate of 10%. And believe me, any institution receiving assets of the 10% every year, it makes you feel good because you have plenty of resource to be used in the way that you think it is most appropriate. Then we moved to 2015. And in 2015, actually, we witnessed the first drop in nominal terms over the last 15 years. And with my team, we spent a lot of time in trying to estimate the magnitude of the drop. because as you know, these numbers are not always public, or it is very difficult to identify exactly the magnitude, but we came out with an estimate of a drop of around 1.2 trillion globally. Of this 1.2 trillion globally, it is very interesting to see where the drop came from, because actually it is not only about commodity price. In fact, if you split it between oil export, commodity exporting economies and non-commodity exporting economies, the first part, the commodity block, lost about half a trillion of assets. And these are basically accounted for foreign exchange reserve used, for instance, by Saudi Arabia, by Russia, some of them used in Kazakhstan. But half a trillion doesn't sound actually so big in the context of the amount. The over $500 billion largely comes out of China and a few other emerging markets, which in some way have been dealing with a problem which is different from oil. In the case of China was the turmoil in the exchange rate and the intervention in the RMB market, but very much interlinked to the oil price, because as you know, oil price came down probably largely as a result also of the slowdown in the emerging market economies. Now, if you look at this, so this is what I call the end of an era. If I look at the future, we also did a lot of estimate about the potential rise in sovereign wealth funds from now on. And the number we came up for the next 5 years, including the return that you can generate on the accumulated wealth, which when we are talking about trillions, return can become a very important source of income, it is about 5.5%. So in terms of growth, we're moving from an environment where sovereign wealth and assets managed by this institution were growing at 2-digit, we're moving in an environment where they are growing at single-digit. And if I look at different countries, you might well see a situation where sovereign wealth will continue declining. Probably a good example is Russia, which publicly say very openly that they're going to use the fiscal buffers as much as they can to stabilize the economy in terms of fiscal expenditure. Now, what does this mean for a country, for countries relying on this? And I think here we have, it's always nice because when these big growth trends stop, you see who did the very good homework and who didn't. And actually there are a very large group of countries, and I would include Kazakhstan into this group, which have been very wise to accumulate during the booming years. And now they're taking advantage of that move. There are other countries who actually did not. And there are several examples out there without naming them because it sounds that I'm giving the votes. But those countries which have not accumulated enough will find themselves to suffer much more pain in terms of fiscal restraint. So let me touch on a point which also has been mentioned by our colleague from the IMF. If you look at the way these sovereign wealth funds were created to deal exactly with this type of situation, you accumulate, you of course invest for the future generation, but you also accumulate a fiscal buffer which is used during time like this. And this is exactly what you would expect. If you look at, for instance, at a country like Saudi Arabia, I think it was very interesting, the remarks made by the previous speaker about the timing. In 2015, how did Saudi Arabia dealt with the problem of oil price? I did a little bit of estimation. Fundamentally, when you are a country dealing with a fiscal shock, like the drop in oil revenues, you have 3 ways to deal with the problem. Either you use the accumulated wealth, either you reduce your expenditure and you try to improve the fiscal balance, or you issue debt. And of course, you can use these 3 policies as a mix. And actually, Saudi Arabia, if you look at 2015, it did an adjustment in the area of around a little bit in excess of $100 billion. Of these $100 billion, more than $70 billion have been reserved, drawn down from the fiscal buffer. Another $19 billion have been spending cuts, which I would say, so we're talking about 20% of the adjustment through fiscal cuts, and about $26 billion have been issuing of debt. In the case of Saudi Arabia, was mainly placed with the local banking sector. So the first things you do, you use your accumulated wealth, you eventually ask for help to your domestic financial sector, and eventually you try to reduce expenditure. Now we are seeing the second phase, and I think it was mentioned very clearly from the IMF gentleman. We are going to see more fiscal restructuring, we're going to see more fiscal expenditure cuts, and eventually we're going to see a new mix of fiscal policy, which will mean, and I believe we're going to see the use of debt as well, maybe by tapping an international debt market rather than the local one. So this is the picture that we are seeing at the moment, and you could take this mix and look at how each country has been used in this mix. And we know that Kazakhstan has been issuing as well in the international debt market and is going through the fiscal restructuring that was just mentioned by the minister. I would like to conclude this by making two final remarks, because I mean, the importance of sovereign wealth is not only the way this wealth is being used by the sponsoring country to deal with their own fiscal issues. Actually, sovereign wealth has become so large in terms of assets that what sovereign wealth funds and central banks do have the potential to have implication for the global economy as a whole. And one of these implications, which is a slide that I have in front of me, is that I call it the end of the saving glut. I mean, this term, which sometimes sounds a little bit bad, which basically said that over the last 15 years, we've been used to see this massive flow of funds from either China and other Asian emerging market, or from other oil commodity exporting markets into the global economy. According to many, this huge amount of wealth has had implication for global capital markets. Major two implications. The first one is that long-term interest rates have been lower than what they would have been without this additional flow of money coming into the market. And the second implication, which is probably less talked, but very much talked in my world of asset management, is that these sovereign wealth funds have become a major entity in what we call sometimes so-called direct investments. You see China sovereign wealth funds buying assets in the US, in Europe. We saw this flow of money growing very fast. So this, from a global perspective, this end of an era in the sovereign wealth fund, sovereign wealth growth raises two important questions. First of all, what will be the implication of having this lower flow of saving into the global economy? Will long-term interest rate be higher? If I look at the last few quarters, I would say no. But probably there are other factors at play which compensate for that. Eventually, when quantitative easing and negative yields will eventually go away, maybe we will see the materialization of that effect. The second question is if we are going to see less activism, in inverted comma, among the sovereign institutions in terms of buying Western assets. I don't have an answer yet. What I can say as an observer and as someone who works very closely with this institution around the world, that we have not seen yet a pullback from this type of investment. And the reason is that in this part of the world, in China, in emerging market, there is a tremendous desire for internationalization, for diversification of their industrial base. And the use of sovereign wealth funds as a mean to reach out and buying assets from manufacturing company, and etc. And the case of China is probably the most important one. It remains very strong. Final point, most of this money can also be used not only for fiscal restructuring. The new Silk Road Fund, the new Asian Infrastructure Bank launched by China, all these initiatives, by and large, are financed through the accumulated wealth of which sovereign wealth funds assets are one of the components. What we are also seeing is that as these countries start to deal with the new reality, they are also starting to use their accumulated wealth not only for fiscal stabilization, which is absolutely needed, but also for continuing into this internationalization strategy, which is at the pillar of countries like China, and I would say also like Kazakhstan. I stop with my remarks, and I believe that it is the right time to open to the floor for our follow-up question, unless there are comments from my speakers.
If you permit me, I'd like to make just one point I think that you raise. It's an important point people are focusing on right now, which is that if you look at the choice facing each country, I think as you said very rightly, in 2015, on average, in the Middle East, the countries used a quarter of the adjustment was done through cutback and spending, 3/4 was done through either using their resources or borrowing, so one of the combination. Going forward, that number will change, but a significant part of the adjustment over the next 5 years is going to be some combination of asset drawdown and borrowing. When you look at borrowing, there are two options. You can borrow domestically, which means either you run down your deposits domestically in the banking system or you actually borrow from the banking system, or you borrow internationally. And both of those raise different issues for countries to consider. If you borrow domestically, you have to be careful of the consequences of this for the liquidity in the banking system, because the banks in many of these countries have been used to living off deposits coming from the government. Suddenly, the deposits from the government are going down. The government's actually trying to borrow from the banks. And the net result is that their readiness and ability to provide money to the private sector is getting lower. And you see some tightening of liquidity now in some countries. So it is an important concern. If you borrow internationally, you don't have that problem. But for international borrowing, you will need to provide markets with a clearer, more transparent, medium-term macro and fiscal adjustment plan to be able to get the kinds of rates that you would like. All of the large oil exporters can borrow a little bit in the international market at very good rates. But when you start borrowing year after year, then people will start asking you, what is your adjustment plan? And I think some countries that have an adjustment plan for the medium term will find it easier to go to the markets than those that are going from year to year without a clear medium-term strategy. So I wanted to kind of add that point because I think these choices about how you finance your fiscal deficit are going to have important consequences in terms of managing your asset and debt management strategy.
Unless there are additional comments I would open to the floor. I think there are microphones floating around so that we can take questions. If you have any, please raise your hands and the microphone will reach you. We have one on the back, I can see there.
Good morning, I'm Mattia Romani with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Good morning. I had a question about reforms, which featured in some of your interventions. I was wondering, could you tell us, do you think this slowdown is an opportunity for deeper reforms, or is it a challenge to reforms? Thank you.
Who wants to take it? Shall we take another? There are more questions, or? Minister.
У меня есть ответ. Я думаю, что замедление – это хороший шанс для реформ. Потому что я уже говорил о том, что есть такое понятие нирвана тайм, или наши соседи говорят тучные годы. Конечно, в такие годы никогда не хочется смещаться, уходить от устоявшихся каких-то решений. И опять-таки Казахстан этому яркое свидетельство. Я уже говорил, что мы в 2009 году, когда мы столкнулись с кризисом, в который мы вошли там буквой V, и тогда это уже был второй такой кризис, который нас достаточно глобально зацепил, и мы вынесли урок, что с предыдущего десятилетия мы не так диверсифицировали свою экономику, и надо ускоряться. И поэтому мы запустили программу форсированной индустриализации, но тем не менее, когда цена была очень высокой, нефтегазовый сектор все равно превалировал в развитии экономики, и другие сектора не двигались. Я уже говорил, что мы четко понимаем, и это понимают сейчас многие страны, что нет выбора против структурных реформ. Нужно менять фундаменты, нужно менять в целом парадигмы и модели развития. И вот как раз низкие цены, снижение, несмотря на то, что инструментарий, как уже было сказано, может меняться, может усложняться, фискальные ограничения есть монетарные трудности, как бы, да, но в композициях в любом случае мы должны достигать таких изменений.
Also, maybe from the, I know that the IMF is a big advocate of structural reforms, and what is your view?
Yeah.
What is, from your point of observation, maybe you can give an overview of what is the state of reform across the region?
Look, I think reforms are never easy. And they're particularly not easy in societies where the social contract is based on a particular relationship of individuals, companies, and the state. So it's never easy. But we know that when prices were high, we don't have a good track record of reform in that period. So this is an opportunity. The only point, I very much agree with what the minister said, the only point I want to add is that the one lesson we have drawn is that today you cannot do reform without persuading people of why you want to do it and communicating clearly what is your objective, why the changes that you're going about are needed, and how to engage them in that process. I think the days, if they ever existed, when you could reform economies and do major structural reforms without a communication and engagement strategy for the population, are over now. So that is why I think one of the skill sets that is in our region, probably something we have to work on, is to develop the capacity, willingness, mindset, and techniques for engaging the population in the project of reform. And that's why personally I'm very positive about the Saudi vision that has been laid out, because some people say it may not be fully realized, and maybe it won't, but the fact that you're laying out for the population in Saudi Arabia, particularly for the young people, a vision of what that country and society and economy will look like beyond oil, has a huge galvanizing effect in terms of mobilizing a consensus for reform. So I think communication is going to be much more important in the future.
Thank you. So I think we all know the saying, you never want to waste a good crisis. So in the case of reforms, crises present, I think, the greatest opportunity, given what the minister as well as Masoud mentioned. Undertaking reforms is always a challenge. When the crisis comes, there is no other option. Now, in that context, I'm going to make just 3 points. The first one is that not all reforms are equal. There are certain reforms you undertake really that have significant adverse implications in the short term. You can go undertake a labor market reform that can generate quite a bit of reallocation within the labor market and have adverse impacts for certain segments of the society. In most cases, the most vulnerable ones, the World Bank cares about. So during crisis periods, given the output contracts, the challenges mounting, undertaking those types of labor reforms can generate more aggravation. So it's important to be mindful when we undertake labor reforms and think a reform program that is compassionate, not just well communicated, as Masoud mentioned, very important issue, but having this compassion element is critical. Now the second point is that for policymakers especially, as I mentioned, these structural reforms, most people think that they have only long-term benefits. And in most cases, short-term, they create problems for the policymakers. In fact, in an environment like the one we have, countries need to find ways to differentiate themselves. How they can differentiate themselves? They can simply show that it's not just the short term they are worried about. They are worried about medium term and the long term growth. And the only way to do that is to undertake reforms and send a strong signal. That signal, of course, has to come with a medium term program. Masoud explained it very nicely, with clear legs on the fiscal policy, monetary policy, as well as a plan to push the productivity frontier and bring the country to that frontier as soon as possible. And the third important point is that the reforms can have limitations. We need to acknowledge that as well. And we cannot basically think that we are going to pass some laws and things are going to change tomorrow. You can pass laws, you can implement, certain legislation and see that the product markets are going to improve, labor markets improve. You can hope that. But ultimately, the issue is not passing the legislation. The issue is implementing that legislation and making sure that that legislation has some biting effects. And when we look around the world, we see that a number of governments on paper are undertaking reforms, but in reality, when it comes to implementation, they are failing. And that's a challenge we have to be mindful of. So on one hand, we want to be compassionate when we undertake these reforms. On the other hand, when we pass the legislation, we would like to be aggressive as we can be, to make sure the fruits of reforms are there for all of us.
Thank you. Let me once again open to the floor if there are questions. Oh, sorry.
Я вот как раз хотел тоже согласиться с высказываниями Масуда и Айхана о том, что очень важно в реформах, они действительно, какие бы они реформы ни были, они всегда очень сложные. И очень важно здесь иметь, с одной стороны, приверженность, чтобы не было противления изменениям, с другой стороны, всегда надо иметь оценку всевозможных результатов и соответствующий набор инструментариев и решений. И всегда нужно смотреть с точки зрения эффекта Кобры. Вот один из немецких экономистов, Хорст Зиберт, такую теорию эффект Кобры приводил, простой пример, когда английские колонизаторы в Индии привлекли население, платя им за каждую голову кобры, чтобы не было смертности среди колонизаторов, да? И за год превратилась смертность в ноль, но еще через год смертность удесятерилась. Только из-за той же приверженности местного населения к этим изменениям. А оказалось, то, что платили за каждую голову кобры, привело к тому, что индусы выращивали этих кобр прямо под носом у тех же англичан. Поэтому всегда нужно оценивать, к чему это приведет. И простой пример таких изменений, реформ, это вот последние споры у нас в Казахстане по земельным вопросам, когда налицо необходимость использования земли как наилучшего актива, и мы, страна 9-я по размерам в мире, находясь в подбрюшье у такого рынка, как Россия, имея прямой выход на поднимающий уровень жизни очень быстро Китай и Индию и другие страны региона, могли бы стать такими поставщиками продовольствия, что является как раз одной из главных проблем тысячелетия. Но для этого необходимо землю превратить в реально действующие активы. Но неправильная подача информации или несвоевременная подача информации приводит к тому, что идет непонимание конечной цели, и неправильный выбор инструментов, конечно же, будет всегда иметь проблемы. Поэтому вот такие мы примеры уже имеем, и все свои реформы, конечно же, будем стараться оценивать с точки зрения набора инструментов и конечного результата.
Есть вопрос. Добрый всем день. Нуржан Алимухамбетов, страховой сектор. Я тоже являюсь участником, уже не первый год прихожу на форум, и с первых его проведении все время как бы мы отмечали, да, кризис есть, с ним нужно бороться, уже накоплен определенный опыт, и все время говорится о том, что вот посмотрите такой опыт, посмотрите такой опыт, мы сталкиваемся с такими вызовами и с такими вызовами. Хотелось бы уже услышать, что заканчивается всегда выступление на том, что нам нужно изменяться, нам нужно структурно меняться. Можете ли вы сказать, какие структурные системные изменения конкретно уже бы могли бы быть рекомендованы для того, чтобы преодолевать кризис?
Thank you for this question, which I hear quite often when I talk to the board members of the World Bank. Now, this is like, you know, you go to your primary care physician every year and ask, you know, your medical report. And your primary care physician pretty much tells you the same thing. You need to, you know, eat healthy, you need to exercise, you need to pay attention to your sleep, you need to have a balance between, you know, work life and your social life. At least my primary care physician tells me the same thing every single year. Whether I implement those or not, I don't know. The next year I hear the same thing. So in the case of the global economy, of course, we all need to remember that during the 2008-9 crisis, the global economy came very close to a cardiac arrest. And the legacy of that cardiac arrest is still with us. Of course, the global financial crisis was also a result of excesses the global economy accumulated over time. Call them unhealthy practices, the accumulation of very large amount of debt, the asset bubbles around the world, credit bubbles, and now deflation of bubbles, but still the legacy of that and the challenges that basically bring to us. Now, there is still demand deficiency around the world. There is still a problem of weak productivity growth and low potential growth. All of these will require an extended period of vigilance and aggressive policies. Those policies we see in major central banks implementing to the degree never seen in history. When you look at the Central Bank of Japan, you see that. European Central Bank, you see that. The US Federal Reserve implemented early during the crisis. In the case of fiscal policy, early on in the crisis, there was aggressive implementation of the policy, even though that changed after 2010. With respect to structural policies, in some parts of Europe, there have been significant progress. But unfortunately, in many emerging and frontier market economies, is still a significant structural reform gap. And we need to undertake those structural reforms. When it comes to fiscal policy, whatever we have done prior to the crisis, we used that space. Now that space has eroded. We need to generate that space that will require undertaking consolidation measures. In the context of monetary policy, I think the policymakers are doing their best to generate the growth and inflation they are hoping for. Now, at the end of the day, things haven't improved in the way we expected. That's why we downgraded our growth forecast almost every year since 2010. We are hoping that things will improve, but it's like, you know, the global economy requires constant maintenance. And that maintenance comes with the fiscal policy, that maintenance comes with monetary policy, at that maintenance come structural reforms. And this is no different than you are going to your primary care physician and he is sending you, or she's sending you a letter. The IMF and the World Bank providing policy recommendations, and those recommendations are somewhat similar to the letters you get from your primary care physician. Ultimately, as individuals, we do certain things well, and we are unable to do certain other things that well. Countries are similar to that, and it's not easy to implement policies. Ultimately, it's not that easy to have a very healthy lifestyle. So let me stop there.
Medical advice, and I think we have another really few minutes left. If there is a last question, we take it. If not, I think, well, I don't see any questions. So let me start. Let me go back to the starting point, which is been falling oil price. We move from that to what does it mean for the global economy, for the regional economies. Then we touch upon how these economies are dealing with this change in the energy markets. What are the fiscal implications? What are also the monetary implications, in particular on the exchange rate policy? But I think it would be fair to say that the major conclusion is that, and I sense this for both our two international institution representatives, but also from the minister, who in the end is the one who has to implement those medical advice, that the need for structural reform and for moving ahead with diversification cannot be stronger than now, and probably this is now the time to act on these levers to put once back this economy on a sustainable growth path. So let me thank you, our panelists, and I think it was a very interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be coffee in the restaurant on the first floor to the left. Уважаемые дамы и господа, сейчас будет кофе-брейк в ресторане на первом этаже.
Well, I had to. Now I have two bags. Salve, piacere.
Molto interessante, sicuramente si sta andando al punto centrale.
Qua i politici, poverini, sono quelli che devono fare le cose.
L'esperienza di Kazakistan già o l'hanno fatto cambiare?
No,
proprio vivendoci?
No, nel senso che noi gestiamo.
Kazakhstan, where history has been written on the wind-blown steppe and the future glitters.
Il nuovo ancora non l'ho mai visto.
Il giovane, ma
e lei è?
Today.
Io ho visto il precedente. È nuovo, no, perché
in spite of its history, but because of it. According to ancient writings, the Kazakhs were valiant and courageous, innovative, adaptable. They played a defining role in shaping Central Eurasia. Today, what's past is prologue, as Kazakhstan again takes center stage as a dynamic leader in the region. Kazakhstan has seen its share of invaders and marauders, but it has also seen the influx of diverse peoples and religions. Today, Kazakhstan, a country of more than 100 ethnic groups and 17 religions, is well known for its religious tolerance and ethnic diversity. Historically, this former breadbasket of the Soviet Union was also a large producer of metals, coal, oil, and livestock products. Today, this abundance of natural resources is at the heart of the Kazakh economy. During the Soviet rule, the country suffered some of its greatest losses. The Soviet nuclear weapons testing program conducted over a 40-year period at the Semipalatinsk test site caused unimaginable human and environmental devastation. Generations of Kazakhs have paid and are still paying the price in cancer, birth defects, death and disease. The nation has renounced the world's fourth largest nuclear arsenal and has taken a leading role on the issue of nuclear responsibility, advocating global nuclear disarmament with a strong voice and absolute moral authority. During its 550 years of established statehood history, the nation has experienced adversity and even atrocity, but it has prevailed. It has always prevailed. After centuries of political, economic and cultural crises, Kazakhstan came into its own. Its independence was proclaimed in 1991. Under the leadership of its first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, Kazakhstan has seen unparalleled progress. Viewed through the prism of the past, this progress is reflected in many ways. Religious tolerance, adaptability, hospitality, patience, international diplomacy, innovation, strength, all inform today's Kazakhstan. A willingness to see all sides, the propensity to balance and dialogue, the sense to not choose east over west, north over south, has made Kazakhstan an example of stable growth that any up-and-coming nation would do well to emulate. From the past comes a sense of purpose and a desire for progress and peace. On a clear day, there is no sky more blue, no clouds more majestic than those rolling over the steppe or kissing the peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains. Kazakhstan also boasts emerald green pine forests and miles of deep canyons, where the light plays red and gold, and shadows cast a spell on anyone with a view to the canyon walls. The mountains host a variety of adventurers in every season, from skiing, snowboarding and skating, to hiking, riding and camping. Kazakhstan offers something for everyone. As host of the 2011 Asian Winter Games, the nation declared itself as a world-class destination for sporting events. Building on that success, Almaty has bid to host the 2022 Winter Olympics. But apart from the varied and stunning natural beauty of the country, cities have grown. Infrastructure has increased 1,000-fold, along with the equally impressive Kazakh economy. And infrastructure will grow even further when the country implements its new economic policy, Nurli-Zol, over the next 3 years, making Kazakhstan even more of a major land bridge in the heart of Eurasia. Astana, the sparkling, nascent capital of Kazakhstan, sits on the steppe as a concrete symbol of progress and innovation. High-rise buildings and green space mingle with the new but historically minded opera house and the presidential residence, the Akoda. Massive shopping malls rise up alongside the ultra-modern Peace and Harmony Palace pyramid. The vision of the country's president, Astana is fulfilling its promise as a progressive modern metropolis. The city is also home to Nazarbayev University. The importance of education to the country is reflected in its 99.7% literacy rate, one of the highest in the world. Almaty, about 1,300 kilometers to the south of Astana, is the banking and trade center of the country. Kazakhstan also boasts beautiful mosques, churches and synagogues that are representative of Kazakhstan's policy of religious and ethnic tolerance. In fact, Kazakhstan initiated and hosts triennial congresses of leaders of world and traditional religions, with the 5th one in 2015. The past and present meet on the grasslands, in the mountains, and now in the bustling cities. The stories and promises are whispered through the canyons as Kazakhstan continues to build a new Silk Road, an international center for trade and commerce, and a new legacy for the 21st century. Peace and harmony, however, don't just come with tolerance and cooperation. The people of the world must be fed body, mind and spirit. That's why, along with nuclear security, food, water and energy security are all top priorities for Kazakhstan. They constitute Kazakhstan's bid for its non-permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council for 2017-2018. The country promotes science and technology and around the world. In fact, in a few years' time, Kazakhstan will host an international specialized exhibition, Expo 2017, the theme of which is future energy. 2014 to 2024 has been designated as the UN Decade of Sustainable Energy for All. That's why Kazakhstan is opening doors to wind, solar and other alternative energy technologies, while also developing its massive petroleum, natural gas and mineral extraction industries. The miles of open steppe make the perfect solar and wind energy labs. Kazakhstan's Green Bridge Initiative, supported by the UN Rio +20 conference, is another important initiative being undertaken in Kazakhstan. As the world's largest landlocked country, Kazakhstan has never taken water for granted. That's why the country is focused on developing new systems, technologies and international relationships for securing the world's water supply. Kazakhstan has transformed from a recipient to a donor of international aid. As one of the most dynamically growing economies, with a double-digit GDP per capita growth during its independence and leading rates in foreign investment influx in the region, Kazakhstan announced the launch of a KazAid official development assistance program. In fact, it has been more than 6 years since the country began providing assistance in the region and to Afghanistan. The prism of progress is a complex set of angles and lines that connect past to present and present to future. It reflects and refracts the ideals and ideas, values and actions that carry a nation forward, that coalesce into a clear vision for the future. For Kazakhstan, that vision has been hard-won through the ages. But the strife known by the people has also created a sense of shared responsibility, a sense of place and purpose and drive that inspire the nation to take its lessons beyond its borders to the world. When today goes into the history books, Kazakhstan will have written many chapters about peace and progress, innovation and ideas. These values were born upon the steppe by the people who set their eyes on a bright new horizon and a world of endless possibility. Kazakhstan, where history has been written on the wind-blown steppe and the future glitters in thousands of lights on the horizon. For Kazakhstan, the 9th largest country in the world, its past has surely informed the indomitable spirit it exhibits today. From the wild horses and endless steppe that symbolize nomadic freedom to the rapidly growing infrastructure and vibrant cities the country knows now, Kazakhstan has evolved and adapted to become successful, stable and independent, not in spite of its history, but because of it. According to ancient writings, the Kazakhs were valiant and courageous, innovative, adaptable. They played a defining role in shaping Central Eurasia. Today, what's past is prologue, as Kazakhstan again takes center stage as a dynamic leader in the region. Kazakhstan has seen its share of invaders and marauders, but it has also seen the influx of diverse peoples and religions. Today, Kazakhstan, a country of more than 100 ethnic groups and 17 religions, is well known for its religious tolerance and ethnic diversity. Historically, this former breadbasket of the Soviet Union was also a large producer of metals, coal, oil and livestock products. Today, this abundance of natural resources is at the heart of the Kazakh economy. During the Soviet rule, the country suffered some of its greatest losses. The Soviet nuclear weapons testing program, conducted over a 40-year period at the Semipalatinsk test site, caused unimaginable human and environmental devastation. Generations of Kazakhs have paid and are still paying the price in cancer, birth defects, death and disease. The nation has renounced the world's 4th largest nuclear arsenal and has taken a leading role on the issue of nuclear responsibility, advocating global nuclear disarmament with a strong voice and absolute moral authority. During its 550 years of established statehood history, the nation has experienced adversity and even atrocity, but it has prevailed. It has always prevailed. After centuries of political, economic and cultural crises, Kazakhstan came into its own. Its independence was proclaimed in 1991. Under the leadership of its first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, Kazakhstan has seen unparalleled progress. Viewed through the prism of the past, this progress is reflected in many ways. Religious tolerance, adaptability, hospitality, patience, international diplomacy, innovation, strength, all inform today's Kazakhstan. A willingness to see all sides, the propensity to balance and dialogue, the sense to not choose east over west, north over south, has made Kazakhstan an example of stable growth that any up-and-coming nation would do well to emulate. From the past comes a sense of purpose and a desire for progress and peace. On a clear day, there is no sky more blue, no clouds more majestic than those rolling over the steppe or kissing the peaks of the Tian Shan mountains. Kazakhstan also boasts emerald green pine forests and miles of deep canyons, where the light plays red and gold and shadows cast a spell on anyone with a view to the canyon walls. The mountains host a variety of adventurers in every season, from skiing, snowboarding and skating to hiking, riding and camping. Kazakhstan offers something for everyone. As host of the 2011 Asian Winter Games, the nation declared itself as a world-class destination for sporting events. Building on that success, Almaty has bid to host the 2022 Winter Olympics. But apart from the varied and stunning natural beauty of the country, cities have grown. Infrastructure has increased 1,000-fold, along with the equally impressive Kazakh economy. And infrastructure will grow even further when the country implements its new economic policy, Nurli-Zol, over the next 3 years, making Kazakhstan even more of a major land bridge in the
...2015 was again a disappointing year for the global economy. The World Bank's Global Economic Prospects Report finds that global growth fell short of expectations, advancing at a 2.4% rate, the slowest pace since the financial crisis. Even though advanced economies like the United States and the Euro area accelerated modestly in 2015, emerging market and developing countries slowed down. This was in large part because prices for commodities, such as oil and iron ore, have fallen considerably. It was also because flows of international trade and capital are lower. Most of the largest emerging market and developing economies slowed in 2015, for the third year in a row. That's a worrisome development. We haven't seen this many developing economies slowing down at the same time in the last 30 years, with the exception of during the recent financial crisis. This is a concern because many of these emerging market economies have been mainstays of the global economic engine for years. Seeing them falter raises questions about global growth in the years ahead. Moreover, some of the conditions behind slower growth, such as weak productivity growth, policy uncertainty, and lower commodity prices, appear likely to persist for some time. Looking ahead, we do see global growth picking up modestly to 2.9% in 2016. We also expect growth in developing countries to accelerate to 4.8% in 2016. These forecasts depend on a wide range of factors. They depend on a bottoming out of declining commodity prices. 2015 was again a disappointing year for the global economy. The World Bank's Global Economic Prospects Report finds that global growth fell short of expectations, advancing at a 2.4% rate, the slowest pace since the financial crisis. Even though advanced economies like the United States and the Euro area accelerated modestly in 2015, emerging market and developing countries slowed down. This was in large part because prices for commodities, such as oil and iron ore, have fallen considerably. It was also because flows of international trade and capital are lower. Most of the largest emerging market and developing economies slowed in 2015 for the third year in a row. That's a worrisome development. We haven't seen this many developing economies slowing down at the same time in the last 30 years, with the exception of during the recent financial crisis. This is a concern because many of these emerging market economies have been mainstays of the global economic engine for years. Seeing them falter raises questions about global growth in the years ahead. Moreover, some of the conditions behind slower growth, such as weak productivity growth, policy uncertainty, and lower commodity prices, appear likely to persist for some time. Looking ahead, we do see global growth picking up modestly to 2.9% in 2016. We also expect growth in developing countries to accelerate to 4.8% in 2016. These forecasts depend on a wide range of factors. They depend on a bottoming out of declining commodity prices. They depend on the advanced economies growing more solidly. And they also depend upon China's ability to continue its gradual transition to more consumption and services-based growth model. There are also a number of risks to our growth outlook. Many of the factors that have conspired to slow growth, low commodity prices, sluggish global trade, and disappointing productivity growth are expected to persist.
Mark Brandt.
Interest rates.
Please take the
How
seats.
the recent slowdown in the major
Уважаемые дамы и
is affecting
господа,
growth
начинается
around the world.
следующая сессия.
A 1%
Пожалуйста,
point
займите
drop
ваши
in
места.
major emerging markets growth would cut growth in other emerging markets by about 0.8 percentage points and global growth by about 0.4 percentage points. So, when major emerging markets sneeze, other countries risk catching cold. The decline of international trade was another factor, pressuring emerging markets and developing economies. In this context, we examined the potential economic implications of the Trans-Pacific Partnership signed by 12 Pacific Rim countries last October. If ratified, the agreement would boost trade and growth among its members. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would not necessarily steer very much trade away from non-member countries and might even benefit them by streamlining
European Central Bank head Mario Draghi's responded to complaints from the German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble and other top officials in Berlin that negative interest rates are hurting thrifty savers and weighing on the banking sector. Speaking at the annual meeting of the Asian Development Bank in Frankfurt, Draghi defended the low rates.
They are not the problem. They are the symptom of an underlying problem, which is insufficient investment demand across the world to absorb all the savings available in the economy. And so the right way to address the challenges raised by low rates is not to try and suppress the symptoms, but to address the underlying cause.
Draghi got support from the head of Germany's Bundesbank, who said central banks can't promise minimum returns for savers because they must focus on the broader economic impact of their monetary policy. Jens Weidmann said low inflation makes the ECB's approach appropriate, but it must not last longer than absolutely necessary.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our next session. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу следующую сессию. Пожалуйста, займите ваши места.
European Central Bank head Mario Draghi's responded to complaints from the German Schäuble and other top officials in Berlin, thrifty savers and weighing on the banking of the Asian Development Bank in Frankfurt. Draghi defended the
They are the symptom of an underlying problem, which is insufficient investment demand across the world to absorb all the savings available in the economy. And so the right way to address the challenges raised by low rates is not to try and suppress the symptoms.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're going to start our session. Уважаемые дамы и господа, пожалуйста, займите ваши места. Мы начинаем нашу сессию.
Economists at the World Bank have raised concerns that the slower growth seen in emerging markets since the tail end of the global financial
crisis. Good morning again and welcome to our second session entitled The Multiple Uncertainties and Volatilities in the Global Economy, Rising Risk of Instability. We are this morning a very powerful group of speakers. This morning we set the stage about where we are heading in the global economy. And we look also at the need for diversification for countries in Central Asia. We can move away from oil. We see also that the global economy is still on a path of slow growth. We have low interest rates, and we have now China new normal. So all these multiple uncertainties might be the reason why it's been very difficult to have a pickup of growth, a pickup of investment. And we have this thesis that has been around, floated by a very eminent economist, Larry Summers, about secular stagnations. On the other side, you have other economists who are talking about saving glut. So we want here to look at why we have low growth, why we have low interest rate, what is going to happen with normalization of US interest rate, why China new normal has major implications to the rest of the world, that China is now also providing spillovers to the rest of the world, despite having not a full open capital account. We are also uncertainties in Europe, in the EU, where we have now concern and rising risk, maybe as a capacity or the potential that the UK will leave the European Union. We have now 40% of the global economy under negative interest rate. So what does it mean for the global economy? So we have with us a powerful group of speakers, and we are very privileged to have the Minister of National Economy, Mr. Kwaidin Bishimbayev, who has been nominated recently. And thank you very much for joining with us. You will be our first speaker, followed by Jacob Frenkel, Chairman of JP Morgan Chase International and the former Governor of the Bank of Israel and Board of Trustees of G30. Mr. Christian Noyer, former Governor of the Bank of France, who used to be the Vice President of the European Central Bank and the Chairman of the Board of the BIS. Last but not least, Athanasios Orphanides, who is a Professor of Global Economics at MIT and the former Governor of the Bank at Cyprus. So we have a mix of central bankers who have very good knowledge about the set of monetary policy, a Minister of Economy who can clearly showcase what Kazakhstan can do now in a context of oil going down, diversifications, and how, as a managing director of IMF yesterday mentioned in her speech, how Central Asia and Kazakhstan can become an open artery for this One Belt, One Road initiative driven by China. So, Minister, I know you have a very busy agenda. Why don't I give you the floor for 8 minutes, and I will follow with the other speakers. Minister, please.
Thank you very much. For me, it's a great honor to take part in this session. The questions that you are raising during these sessions are very interesting for us and for economic development of Kazakhstan are very important. At the same time, I'd like to give my colleagues here at the panel a little bit of an overview of what is happening and what trends are affecting Kazakh economy this year and what was happening last year. As it was already rightly mentioned, our largest trading partners, our largest economic partners are experiencing difficulties. Russia and China are both slowing down. This happening for different reasons. In case of Russia, we all understand that there are geopolitical and economic issues, sanctions. In case of China, China is trying to rebuild its internal economic growth model, orienting it more for consumption rather than investment now, internal consumption. And we see that major exporting sectors of Kazakh economy has been suffering from that, both in terms of price. This, of course, relates to oil and metals. At the same time, it also affects the demand side, and meaning that the quantity of demand and the quantity of demand for Kazakh exporting goods, of course, is being decreased. So in this situation, we saw the effects of these two trends coming through various channels. First, of course, it's currency. We see now currency devalue significantly last year. We also see the effects of these macro trends or trends that are happening in the region in our budget. We see the decrease in budget revenues. We see the decrease coming from taxes and also from the revenues that are filling our national oil fund. So this kind of requires us to formulate, it kind of builds one political question or policy issue for us, whether we should turn and use our funds and resources to stimulate the economy in the short term. At the same time, the question is whether we should press for long-term strategic goals and restructure our business model that was based on exporting. Whether the current situation is long-term, and we will see the depressed prices for export goods of Kazakhstan for a longer period, or is it just a short-term volatility? But one thing is very clear for us, that everything has become much more volatile than it used to be, and we have to account for that. So in this situation, basically, the government of Kazakhstan has devised a twofold policy. First is short-term policies to stimulate aggregate demand in the economy through investments in infrastructure, and investments in infrastructure that will not just create short-term jobs, but also at the same time kind of open up the market and expand the opportunities that exist in our economy. This relates to the project of One Silk Road, One Road, One Economic Belt. Kazakhstan is actively participating and cooperating in that sense with China. We are modernizing and investing heavily in our transport infrastructure. And we already see the results. The projects that have been completed in previous years connecting Kazakhstan to Iran, to Middle East, are now yielding first results. We see that the transit from China, from Central Asia to Middle East, from Russia to Middle East is growing, and we see that the revenues from transit are going to be probably going to be the next growth area for Kazakhstan. It also creates jobs, and jobs at the investment phase, and jobs also, stable jobs at the phase of actually operating this infrastructure that is being established. We're also concentrating a lot on housing as a short-term response, because it also stimulates aggregate demand inside of the economy. The government has announced a vast affordable housing program last year. This year it's being funded on a much higher levels than it used to be funded before, and we see that overall we've been able to kind of stimulate the growth in those sectors, in construction, civil construction, industrial construction. We see the growth this year in first quarter already more than 6%, and it was one of the main drivers that took our economy into positive side last year in 2015. So these are our short-term measures. If we give an account for what is the amount of support that government is providing to economy, it amounts to about 1.8 trillion tenge, or around $6 billion, which account for approximately 5% of GDP. And this is planned all for the year of 2016. This allows us to say that probably the results of the year will be positive in terms of economic growth. Initial projections were very conservative, 0.5, and the price of oil that we budgeted in our forecast was around $30 per barrel. We see that today price is somewhere around 50, not crossing over 50, but very close to it, and we hope it will stay the same. It of course will give additional lever to our economy to grow and be more in a positive side, more than we have forecasted. But we are very cautious about our forecast and kind of staying with the current level. These are short-term measures and short-term results that we're expecting, so employment and positive economic growth. Talking about changing business model in Kazakhstan. We at the government have devised what we call new structural economic policy. And the pillars of this policy, of course, is there are stages by 2020 what we have to achieve, and by 2025. The first and foremost important task is to improve efficiency and productivity, which the government plans to do through privatization. By direct and indirect accounts, government today participates in the economy in amount somewhat of 70% of GDP. So we want to drop that figure by 2025 to 15%. This will require us to privatize, and the plan is to privatize heavily in national companies by 2020. Secondly, we want more return for investments from the budget, and this requires us to utilize more innovative instruments, innovative for Kazakhstan or new for Kazakhstan, such as PPP, and trying to bring private knowledge, private technology into the areas that have traditionally been thought of as areas where only government could, invest or operate, such as social side of our budgetary expenses, education, medical care. These are all the areas that have been where the government owns 90–95% of the assets. And we want to, through PPP also, bring private expertise and private knowledge into that area. This will allow us to kind of take off the burden and make the government more effective in terms of concentrating on long-term rather than operational issues. And also will, in our opinion, which is supported by many other experts around the world, bring efficiencies that usually comes with private participation in these sectors. So privatization being one. Second, we want to stay in line with all the new trends that are happening in the world. Today in the morning we had a session on industrialization 4.0. So digital economy, introducing new technologies into traditional areas where also they have never been used, also allows for productivity. So industrial policy of Kazakhstan will have to, we are now in building inside of industrial policy these new trends that are happening, because these are not short-term trends, these are long-term trends, and we have to account for them. The ways and practical methods of how we're going to do it are being discussed and devised right now at this point. We also want to, of course, we understand that we have our basic industries which have their competitive advantages. They are mostly related to oil, metallurgy, agriculture. So we need to find a new way to regulate and tax them so that we take into account that the world has entered into a new cycle where the prices are different, returns in those industries are different. And if we want to stimulate additional investments in those areas, we also have to adjust our fiscal and tax policies in such a manner so that we stimulate investment, continuous investment in our core industries that are still the base of our economy. And probably I will mention just one last thing that I think is also important, is social sphere. And as I said, PPP is one part of it. It's the way how we're going to finance this area. But also content-wise, the government is keen on investing in human capital and raising the quality of education and medical care in Kazakhstan. I've been meeting several experts yesterday, and one interesting remark that is well known, but it's always important to hear about that. All of them are saying that Kazakhstan has extremely literate population, and this is our core advantage in comparison to other developing or emerging markets. So we have to utilize that, keep that advantage, and basically free up the place for people and their initiatives and business initiatives, entrepreneurial skills to come up, which means less regulation, more free space for them, more space for them to express their entrepreneurship skills. And we, as the government, have to just build and support the system that will allow them to grow, meaning that through development institutions and other forums to support and create those lifts that will allow people themselves to find the way from the and improve their social well-being. So this is generally, in general, our short-term and our long-term strategy, given the trends that are happening in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. As you see, the title of our meeting was the end of hyperglobalization. It seems to me that what you describe is that Kazakhstan is very committed to globalization, committed to open trade, to open investment, to open capital. So I think it's a good signal for investors.
We're a very small country,
yes,
and we have to be open. So, of course, all the global trends are affecting us a lot.
Very good. We are going to shift our discussions from with the prospect of Kazakh economy to see what are the spillovers that Kazakh. If I may ask you, as you can see on our title, our session is about multiple uncertainties and rising risk in the global economy. And over the last 7 years, advanced countries have been rallying mainly with monetary policy to try to get growth going in the global financial system. What are the risks that we are facing today? We talk about this morning about threat of populism. We talk about the period of low growth, low inflations. We are concerned that negative interest rate will have a major impact for the banking model, for the insurance model. What are the risks? What we should be worried about? And as a former central banker, what can we do beyond monetary policy? If there is something can be done, and if the fiscal policy should be entering. And we have a lack of aggregate demand in the global economy. And last but not least, if you just listen to the minister committed to reform, committed to go to the new step of structural reform, try to diversify, to benefit for being in the middle between China, Russia. How do you describe, for a smaller country, for an open economic country, what should be the options for this country in terms also of monetary policy? Jacob.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be again here in Astana, and again in this event that is organized so well by the Astana Economic Forum and by you, Mark, and Maksat together. You gave me a list of questions, and I assume that I will use the next 4 hours to give the introduction of my reply. And obviously we don't have the time to do it. But I'm very fortunate that I'm following the minister, because the minister actually gave you the answers. And I believe that the strategy that the minister outlined is precisely the correct strategy for a small country like Kazakhstan, where the issue requires...
Мы установим необходимую юридическую среду в рамках финансового центра, а именно вся деятельность будет осуществляться на принципах английского права, будут созданы специальный регулятор, суды, арбитражный центр, академии и другие необходимые организации. То есть будут приложены все усилия для создания соответствующей экосистемы. Это будет притягивать квалифицированную рабочую силу. Наряду с этим в декабре прошлого года принят конституционный беспрецедентные нормы, в том числе и налоговых льгот и работникам органов и участников Международного финансового центра сроком на 50 лет. Кроме того, начнут действовать упрощенный валютный, визовый и трудовой режим.
How did he know to start after you finished? Mr. Minister, I know you need to go, so don't be... you have 5 minutes, so let me just say that I was fascinated to see that when you described the strategy of what is needed and all the rest, you did not even mention, and properly so, again, monetary policy, etc., because the real challenge is in the real economy. The real challenge is transformation of the real economy. The real challenge is innovation, is the removal of distortions, is technology, is economic growth. And that's exactly the appropriate one. And secondly, because you need to leave, I just want to tell you that it is refreshing to hear a minister saying we need to have more integration, more trade, more globalization, because that's the only chance for an open economy. I want, and for for economy like Kazakhstan, and frankly, for most of the economies. If you go to the United States from where I flew in, you will think that you are in a different universe. All the candidates for presidency are advocating less trade, more protectionism, less integration, which is something that we should all worry about, and I just hope that after the elections, this rhetoric will give place to common sense. So now let me come now to the topic that I was asked, which is, what are the risks that we are facing now? There are risks that involve economic growth, there are risks that involve trade, there are risks that involve the implications of monetary policy, there are risks that relate to labor markets, and of course, then there is the long-term issues that are associated with demography. Let me talk about growth. If we look at growth in the world economy, we all remember the worst year that has ever happened in our generation, which is 2009, where the world stopped growing. In fact, the industrial world has shrunk. Emerging markets have saved the world, but also they suffered. What we see that since then, growth has resumed, but there are still challenges. And the challenges are that the industrial world is growing at a very mediocre rate, at around, you can see 1.8%, 2% for the US. And the emerging markets, in particular the Asian locomotives, are now slowing, especially China. You can see that China growth rate is diminishing. What it means is that when we look at the challenges of growth, we need to ask ourselves, how serious is the decline in China? Here you have the world economy in 1990 and the world economy this year as forecasted by the International Monetary Fund today. In 1990, at that time I was in the International Monetary Fund, I was the economic counselor in charge of the forecasting, and it was very obvious. If you wanted to know where the world goes, it was enough to know where the US, Europe, and Japan go, and you knew everything, because 2/3 of world output was produced there. Come to the present time, it's a very different story. Today, Europe, Japan, and the United States together produce only 37% of world output. So where did it all go? It went to the emerging markets, in particularly in Asia. So today, when China is producing 18% of world output, compared with what it was just 4% in 1990, then it does matter if China has a slowdown or not. And it is in this regard that if we look at the growth rate in China, we must recognize the fact that this decline is for real. It is not a collapse. It has started already in 2010, and each year there is a very gradual, slower growth rate. Still fast growth, but slower growth rate. So this brings me to the second issue, which is international trade. You remember that the worst year for world growth was 2009. Now, if you look at the growth of trade in the world, you see that the only year in recorded history that trade has actually declined in the world was 2009. Trade shrunk by 10.5%. It's not a coincidence. When trade shrinks, growth shrinks. When trade grows up, growth goes up. It's very important, therefore, that whatever policy one does, one should not reduce the volume of trade. In fact, there is a room for concern. If you look at the previous 10, 20 years, you see that on average, trade has expanded much more than it has expanded in the past 5 years. This means that we have a red light, and Mr. Chairman, you asked me about risks. That's a risk. Now, we are talking a lot about trade between the United States, Europe, and China. When I say we, I mean most of the policymakers that are sitting in the industrial countries. But they forget one important point. Most of the action is done in Asia. Most of the trade between China and the rest of the world is with the rest of Asia, not with the US. In fact, about double the volume of trade. This is, again, an extraordinary opportunity for Kazakhstan. And we will hear this theme about the belt, about the trading, about all the concepts that were raised, and the reason is this is where the action is. In fact, a growing proportion of the exports from the US is going to Asia, to China. A growing proportion of export from Europe is going to Asia, to China. So as a result, we should really be aware that this is the oxygen that connects the various parts of the world. Now, let me take you to the third element, which is monetary policy and debt. All over the world, and of course, we have with us a very distinguished former president, governor of the Banque de France, our very good friend, Christian Noyer. He will speak a little later. But I can tell you, if you look today at practically all the major central banks in the world, you will see something that you have never seen before. And I was governor for a full decade of the 1990s. I've never seen it before. All over the world, following the emergence of the crisis, central banks have tried to stimulate the economies by driving interest rates down to levels of close to zero. When it started, the concept was a temporary measure, because nobody believed that this is going to last so long. So in 2007, 2008, 2009, when interest rates started to fall down rapidly, people said, I'm willing to bet with you. If you asked all the central bankers at the time, in 2009 and 10 and 11, whether in 2016 we will still have close to zero rates, they would have told you unlikely, because they believe that the recovery will be more robust. But the reality is that it's not. But when interest rates get so close to zero, central banks cannot lower them anymore to stimulate the economy. So how do you inject liquidity? And this is where the unconventional monetary policies came in, and central banks all over the world were engaged in one form or another in quantitative easing, buying of securities in the market. And as a result, the balance sheets of all the central banks have expanded very significantly, again, in an unprecedented way. And this is true here for the Fed, it is true for the Bank of Japan, it is true now for the ECB. And as you look at the proportion of central banks relatively to GDP, you see again orders of magnitude that we have never seen. In the Fed and in Europe, it is about 30% of GDP, the size of the assets of the central bank. In Japan, it already went to 80%. This is an experiment that we have to hope that will end well, but there is no assurance, because we have never seen this before. So that's an important point, and therefore, this is part of our risk scenario. But one of the reasons to be concerned is that if we ask ourselves, why did it all start in the year 2008 what went wrong? And there is a consensus that an element that went wrong was that all over we had excess leverage, excess debt, excess borrowing of households, of companies, of banks, of governments, excess leverage. And therefore, if you look here, for example, at the United States, you see that from 2009, there started a process of deleverage. Namely, you reduce your indebtedness, and this is the way in which you correct the initial distortion. And indeed, everything other than the governments have reduced their debt relatively to GDP. Now, this is a positive adjustment. However, when you cross the oceans, the Atlantic Ocean to Europe, the Pacific Ocean to Japan, you do not see this picture. Since I'm going to move forwards, look at this picture again. You see the deleverage process that started in 2009. In Europe, you don't see yet this deleverage. Practically, most sectors have increased their leverage. In Japan, you definitely do not see this process. Most sectors increase their leverage. So therefore, to the extent that excess leverage was the problem, we still have a long way to go. And you ask me, Mark, whether I'm concerned about it. This is the reason to be concerned. Let me move quickly forward, because time is up. I can only tell you that in recent years, especially because of the decline in the Chinese growth, with the decline in the Chinese growth, of course, commodity prices fell, and many of the emerging markets have suffered, including, of course, Kazakhstan. But not only here, Kazakhstan, Russia, Latin America, all of these exporters of commodities. And then there is the question, what should they do about it? If I promise them that this adjustment of commodity prices and the slowdown of China is a temporary phenomenon, then that's fine. We will wait another year, another two, and everything will be fine. But if I told them that this is a new reality, then it requires actions of the type that were outlined by the minister. Because I believe that the change in the growth model of China is not an episodic change, it's a permanent change. They decided to move from concentrating on exports and manufacturing to move to concentrating on domestic demand and services. This change means that they need to import less commodities from Africa, from other emerging markets, etc. That's why commodity prices fell. And I would not count on a reversal. So the only policy prescription is to make oneself less vulnerable to shocks that are focusing on a specific sector, diversification. Because the reality is, for a while, capital flows in the world moved into emerging markets, financing their growth and development. But look what happened in the last few years. Net capital outflows from emerging markets. The line is the net capital outflows. So put it in a summary, this is an issue that will not go away, unfortunately, but by the same token, monetary policy cannot solve it. It is the issues of the diversification and the real economy. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, what you want me to do, because I have two more risks and I can discuss it in another occasion, or I can just be telegraphic. 2 more minutes for 2 more risks. Risk number one, unemployment. Wherever you go in the industrial world, you are told that unemployment is the guide. But there is one thing which is very fascinating. In the United States and in Europe, in 2010, unemployment was about the same, 10%. Since 2010, in the US, unemployment falls to 5%, and in Europe, it stays around 10%. Why? Does it mean that the United States is out of trouble? Does it mean that Europe is still in trouble? Where is it? So I just want to tell you that it's not enough to look at the unemployment rate. We need to ask, why did it go down? The reason why the US unemployment rate went down is not only because the US is out of trouble and is producing more jobs, because some of the decline in the unemployment rate in the United States is due to a decline in labor force participation. That's what the economists say. So, bottom line, there is still a way to go, and I will only say, and this is something that I'm sure Christian Noyer will say something if he is asked, that European unemployment rate is very non-monolithic. If you are in Germany, the unemployment rate is 6%. If you are in Greece or in Spain, the unemployment rate is above 20%. This is one of the reasons why the European Union and the Eurozone, more importantly, is having challenges that really require structural measures to make these differences less pronounced. And finally, I will say something about demography. If you look into the future, into the year 2030, the world will have additional 1.5 billion people. And they will be distributed according to the age profile that you can see here. So many will be between 60 and 69, so many between 50 and 59, etc. So this is the graph that tells you how the additional population is distributed according to age. But there is one thing which is very important. The world is not monolithic. All the actions are in the developing world. The industrial world is not growing at all. Out of the 1.5 billion people, only about 100 million are in the developed countries. And look how they look like. Most of the cohorts are shrinking. You must be relatively old, from 60 to 69, from 70 to 79, 80 plus, in order to see more friends around you. The population is aging. And in some countries, the population is not only aging, but also shrinking. But when you go to the developing countries, most of the 1.5 billion people are there. And the age distribution, by and large, is the way you see in the picture. Of course, not all countries are the same. China is aging, India has a beautiful distribution, Africa is getting younger, but by and large, the action in the world happens in the developing countries, and that's where the focus should be. So the focus of this discussion here in Astana about the new world, about the world economy, about the magic road, the Silk Road, and about the position that Astana plays within this structure is indeed very timely and appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob, for this very good overview of the global economy and the risk. We are now going to shift and to complete what you described and ask Mr. Christian Noyer, if I may, maybe to ask him first, is the Eurozone recovering? That's one point. And as we have discussed the risk in the global economy, should we be worried about an exit of the United Kingdom to the EU? And Jacob, you mentioned unconventional monetary policy, which is now becoming conventional, no more unconventional. And the fact that we have been railing a lot in Europe, but also in the US with these new policy tools, I will not resist, but maybe ask also Christian if he can maybe answer the question is maybe the Eurozone will be ready to use helicopter money, meaning that central banks will be funding a fiscal expansion. But Christian, first, if I may ask you, the current state of the Eurozone, are we seeing a pickup, a recovery, and what will be the next phase and the rising risk in case we see the United Kingdom exiting for the EU?
Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to start by a few words to follow up on what Jacob Frankel just said about the global growth, which is so important for understanding the European economy and the Eurozone. Why weak is so growth, in my view, in this phase of the cycle, where, as Jacob rightly mentioned, we should see an accelerating phase of growth. I think there is a combination of factors which are putting weight on the different parts of the global economy. And in general, because even if the growth rate is much more satisfactory in North America or in the US, let's say, at present, than in Europe, it still remains somewhat insatisfactory if you look, for instance, at the participation rate and the average number of housework. In other words, there is still some slack in the economy, even if it is much less than in Europe. I think we have a lagged effect of the financial crisis in the repair of the balance sheet of economic agents, much more important in Europe than in the US, as Jacob showed very clearly. We have in some countries adverse demographic evolutions. Is not clearly explained at the moment, maybe more in the statistics than in the reality, but that's really a puzzle. So in Europe we are hit by all that. We are hit by the change of model in China, which I think is fundamentally a good thing. China needed to move from one model to the other. It could not continue with indefinitely exporting manufacturing goods, and it was confronted during the crisis, the recession in 2009, 2010, with a reality that imports were dropping suddenly from North America and Europe, and so the change is necessary, but of course it doesn't go without pain, and in turn that is hitting exports from Europe, especially in capital goods, where we had a very strong position, but not only that. It's probably transitory, but it is having a significant effect. Oil exporting countries are hit by lower prices, and there we have really a specific problem that I think warrants a couple of comments, because and this is really, I think this was really shown very well by in the previous panel. The global implication of lower oil prices is fundamentally negative, and this is a new thing because traditionally a lowering of oil prices was creating an expansionary supply shock and had positive effects on the global economy. Now it's not, we could say, a shot in the arm for the global economy, because the net effect is negative, being more
negative for the in proportion of the GNP for the oil exporters than it is positive for the oil importers. There may be several reasons for that, but clearly we see that the non-linear reaction of oil exporting countries has had a higher effect on the global economy, probably via the terms of trade effect, than the windfall benefit for importers. In any case, all these and last element is global confidence. Global confidence is weakened by a series of factors: high debt levels, high unemployment levels, by political factors, wars, terrorism, refugees. I think all this is weighting very much, in particular, on the Eurozone economy. So it is, in short, the Eurozone economy is moving in a much better shape. It accelerates slowly, but it is still recovering and still has to manage a reduction of the debt levels in some quarters, depends on the country. And one very important factor probably is that, I mean, the reason why, as was shown on one of the graphs presented by Jacob Frankel, the fact that the unemployment went down from this peak of 10% in the US, continued to go up in Europe to 11-12% before starting to go down. This is the result of the second episode of the crisis. And the second episode of the crisis that hit particularly the Eurozone was due to, was the result of imbalances that were built up during the previous decade. Imbalances in terms of divergences in unit labor costs, in productivity, in the efficiency of the various economies, excess debt in some countries, excess fragility of the financial sector in some others. And therefore we had this crisis, the so-called sovereign debt crisis, which was in fact the crisis of the economies that were unbalanced, starting with Greece, expanding to others. It was eventually fixed, but we lost, of course, in the second episode of the crisis, 5 years in the recovery, 3 to 5 years, and that explains why we are now moving, but with a big gap compared to the US. Now, on the policy reactions, essentially monetary policy, all central banks, as Jacob has shown, have reacted to the crisis with extremely accommodative monetary policies, both in lowering policy rates close to zero, and that pushed not only money market rates, but also the short-term government securities into situations close to zero or even slightly negative. And they have embarked into asset purchase programs in order both to flatten the yield curve and to build a lot of excess liquidity with a view to foster credit activities. Now, two remarks on that. One is that monetary policy is a very strong instrument, but it cannot act in isolation. If other policies, like fiscal policies, have to be contractionary for a while to repair the excesses of the past, then of course it runs against monetary policy, and there are limits of what you can achieve alone. More importantly, if there is not enough confidence then in the future of the economies, then the firms will not invest, the consumers will not increase spending, and the recovery will be low and
acceleration will take a lot of time. Second remark, ultra-low interest rates, I mean, are a useful tool for a certain while, but they have also drawbacks. So when they stay for very long, not only can we say the central banks do not have the power to do something more in case there is a new shock, but also it weakens the sustainability of pension systems, life insurance companies, savings activities in general are hit. And that means that we penalizing savings, paradoxically, we risk in the end to trigger an increase in the saving ratio, that is to reduce the propensity to spend both for the corporates and the households. And ultra-low interest rates also, when it lasts for long, risk weaken the banking sector. If you take, for instance, the example of negative interest rates, negative interest rates, to be fully efficient, would require that the banks impose negative interest rates to their depositors. In practice, this cannot happen. It can happen with big corporates, but it cannot happen for households and small, medium-sized enterprises. So it means that the banks have to suffer a loss because of negative interest rates. The only way they can counter the loss is if they increase their credit spreads, which would run against the objective of the central bank. Or if they cannot do it or do not do it, then they weaken the capital base and they weaken their ability to expand credit, which is also an objective of the central bank. So all this to say that ultra-low and unconventional monetary policies become much less effective over time. Now, finally, about the risks on the risk of Brexit, as you asked me to say a few words. It's difficult to assess what would be the consequences of an exit of the UK from the EU. I see mostly two kinds of risks. One is in the relatively short term, short to medium term, that is the next 2 years. An exit would mean 2 years at least of negotiations, probably not to be able to reach a lot, because when you see how long it requires to have new trade agreements, to negotiate new trade agreements, it takes much more than 2 years. But in our rules, they have 2 years to negotiate before they leave. And that means 2 years of uncertainty, not only in the UK, but in Europe, probably a boost given to nationalistic political forces, difficulties to achieve any progress in the European Union. So 2 years of big uncertainties and the risk to fragilize the economies in the UK in particular, in Europe in general. Beyond that, I think the risk is mostly for the UK. First, as I said, they would have to rebuild entirely their trade agreements. And if you look at how long it takes to negotiate a trade agreement, not only with Europe, but with the rest of the world, it takes normally 5, 7, 10 years to build a trade agreement. So most likely, they would end for a significant period of time with just the WTO rules, and it could disturb significantly the trade activities and then hit really hardly the British economy. And second, there would be, in my view, a big risk for the city of London, because they would lose a significant part of the capacity to be integrated and to service the whole of Europe. The only way to
keep their access, their full access for financial services would be to enter the so-called European Economic Area, like Norway, for instance, has done. But the rules for that are such that probably the pro-Brexit forces would completely refuse them. So I will stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Athanasius, Christian mentioned divergence of business cycles between the Eurozone and the US. So on your side, where the US stands today in terms of monetary policy? Are we going to go back to a path of normalization of interest rate? And are we seeing a more sustainable growth? Athanasius, please.
Thank you. Yeah, let me use this microphone so I can actually be looking at the rest of the panel. It's a pleasure to be here with such a distinguished panel, following the minister, following Jacob, following Christian, discussing these issues. And indeed, I'm going to start by pointing out that I very much agree with the remark you made at the beginning of the session this morning. There should be a question mark in the title of the session. As Jacob mentioned, globalization is not only important, but important for us to promote going forward. So I'm also among the group of those who hope that we will not end what has been so good for humanity and the global economy. But this panel is about risks, and you have asked me to comment on one in particular relating to monetary policy. But before I get there, I cannot help myself but saying that I would agree with the description Jacob had of the major risks, but I would introduce it slightly differently, saying we have what I view as a very uneasy calm at the moment. We haven't been in a crisis, really day-to-day crisis, for some time. We still have the memory of how terrible 2008-2009 was. But since then, we have localized problems, nothing on the global scale. But it's very uneasy situation, which I think is very challenging for policymakers, because we still have not corrected globally the imbalances that were behind the crisis of now 8 years ago. That's an issue. Jacob showed charts, for example, suggesting that if we take the deleveraging that has progressed somewhere in the United States, where the crisis has been managed better. But if we look at Europe, I come from Europe, I look at this all the time. It's hard not to cry when one looks at what has been going on in Europe. And this may continue for a long time. It should be troubling us that not enough additional progress has been made. But there is this one risk that I will focus a few minutes on, because I think it is important to realize. Yes, we have been coming out of an environment where growth has been disappointing. We can point to that. But at the same time, in one of the most important economies of the world, the United States, we are back to normal. We have growth that is disappointing, but look, we do not choose with monetary policies and sometimes not with fiscal policies either what long-term growth is going to be. As Christian mentioned, we have very low total factor productivity and growth around the world. Productivity trends are lower, but they are what they are. And the question is, how do policies adjust to these lower prospects, and what are the risks associated with, let's say, inappropriate timing of the adjustment? I worry about this in the context of the US. In the US, the unemployment rate has dropped back to what is considered normal, 5%. Yes, some people in the US say that we should not be claiming that the US is back to normal because labor participation rates have fallen somewhat. But frankly, I recall I was at the Federal Reserve 10 years ago, and our studies back then were showing that we should expect a long-term decline in labor participation rates due to demographic reasons. So even if one were to take demographics into account, then the US is very back to normal when it comes to employment and growth. Inflation is back to normal, pretty much. Yes, inflation measured by PCE, the Fed's preferred index, it's maybe a couple of tenths lower than the Fed would like it to be. If you take CPI, Consumer Price Index, which is what most of the rest of the world would be looking at, it's actually above 2%. By most reasonable measures, the Fed has met its objectives when it comes to price stability and the real economy. And then we have this glaring problem. The stance of monetary policy is completely out of whack with what normal means. The Federal Reserve, as we know, has expanded its balance sheet tremendously, which is monetary policy accommodation, maybe 100 basis points, maybe 200, maybe 300 basis points of negative interest rates, if you wish, engineered not with interest rates, but with the accommodation. The federal funds rate is still extremely low. Interest rates, real interest rates, which is what matters, are negative, very negative, which is very, very far away from normal. The federal funds rate should have been, if one were to use historical comparisons, 200 basis points, maybe 300 basis points higher than when it currently is. And that creates some risks going forward, because as the rest of the world catches up, the US Federal Reserve is going to have to be faced with this situation of raising the federal funds rate. Of course, that's going to be fine for the US. They're back to normal. They will be defending their economy appropriately. But let us remember that because of the special status of the dollar in the US economy, whenever the Federal Reserve starts raising rates, especially when it does so more abruptly than people anticipate, which I fear may be happening over the next couple of years, there are a number of countries in the rest of the world that face difficulties. There are a number of countries whose cost of financing depend on the dollar. There are a number of countries whose capital flows may be sensitive to that. Jacob had a very interesting picture showing emerging market flows, and we have already seen recently a reversal of flows. And we've seen that reversal of flows even though the Fed has barely started its process of normalization. I think one of the major, very, very normal, usual cyclical risks is actually coming ahead for us that a number of emerging market economies are going to have to be watching for, and that is that with additional increases in the federal funds rate, that I actually see ahead coming much faster than what is built in the term structure of interest rates in the US right now. We're going to be repeating the historical experience of seeing some countries face tremendous difficulties. There is not enough time to prepare for these things. And I'm going to mention something that is important for the context of Kazakhstan, since we're in Astana as well. Very important to have the appropriate framework in place. I think it's excellent that the National Bank has adopted inflation targeting. It's a very useful framework in order to respond to some of these risks, but there are other risks that will have to be tackled. There are risks associated with currency mismatches in the banking system. There are risks associated with not being thoroughly prepared to handle the currency fluctuations that are likely to be associated with the divergence within policy, especially with the Fed's returning to normal. So that's a major risk. I mean, we may hope that if you are in the emerging markets, and including in China, by the way, a very large one in that sense, you may hope that the Federal Reserve will not be forced to tighten too fast, but hope is not a good strategy. So if we're evaluating risks going forward, I think it would be prudent to prepare for some nasty surprises that may come with the normalization of policy in the US. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Athanasios. Very good. I think we have now a very good overview about the risk facing the global economy. I think clearly that what Jacob said at the beginning, you know, that maybe the major risk is not just about the short-term economic outlook, about normalization of monetary policy, but maybe we are losing the consensus toward open trade, toward open investment, toward open capital. And I think with the current political uncertainties, we need to redefine how we can better promote globalizations, how we need to discuss and to listen more to the consequences to manage globalizations. But now it's time for questions for our speakers. I'll open the floor. Please introduce yourself. We'll take a couple of questions. Go back to the panelists, please. Microphones.
My name is Peter Frankopan from Oxford University. It's a very sobering view you've all given. Is the sobering view you've given a best case scenario? If not, what is the worst case scenario?
Thank you. Let's take a couple of other questions. Jacob, you want to start?
Every scenario has a distribution around it, and realization may be worse or better. I'm intrinsically more optimistic about the state of the economy than maybe the average, in the following sense. I'm completely not impressed with the arguments about secular stagnation. If you look at history, there have been so many points in time where people said, well, what else is left to do? So many innovations took place. Now we have already the railroads. Will there be something else? Now we have the electricity. Now we have already the computers, the communications, the internet, etc. And each time, the notion was, what will be the next driver? At least, you know, if you travel around the world in some of the smaller countries, and I can tell you in Israel, you have a complete buzz of startup nations, of so many startups that are breaking frontiers. So we cannot today know and describe what are the new innovations that will come there, because if we knew they would have happened earlier. But looking at the path of history, they will be there. However, the last decade, since the crisis, has been a bad one. It has been a bad one for a different reason. You know, until the crisis took place, and even a little earlier, there was a consensus, which we called at the time the Washington Consensus, but leaves titles aside. There was a consensus among professionals of what does it take to be a successful economy. And the differences between those who did better and those who did not do so well was in terms of, did they implement the right thing? But what was the right thing was there was a consensus. responsible fiscal policy, responsible monetary policy, good governance, strong financial system. You can do a list. Today, and maybe it is because of the political rhetoric, and maybe because of the fact that the crisis was so big that unemployment became so high that so many people, especially in the center, were wiped out in a way. Maybe this caused so much skepticism and cynicism about it. So my hope is that the pendulum will come back, because we are clearly in a situation where there is no consensus yet of what does it take to do good policy. Just witness the discussion in the US. Witness the debate in the UK. You know, most professional economists will say that it is crazy to do a Brexit today. And yet, there is a big debate. But the debate is because of the political reasons rather than because of the content. In general, when you go to referenda, it is typically the case that the vote in the referendum is not about the subject that is being discussed, but rather, are you happy with the government at this point in time? Or are you, so it's really more of the more recent episodes that affected your mood rather than your analysis of the issue at stake. That's why it's so dangerous to do referendum in general. So I'm less pessimistic about it. There is new range of issues that we did not discuss here, but they are discussed in other fora, which is in the geopolitical sphere. The growth of terrorism has become a major threat to investments and trade and growth, and that's something which is of a different caliber, and economists do not deal with them directly, but that's the worst scenarios. Thank you.
Yes, if I may add a few words, although I totally share what Jacob Frankel just said. I think we were probably, the question asked was why is low so growth and what are the risks that are surrounding us. But we can definitely have a positive interpretation of what exists, and there is of course, a best case scenario. Already Athanasios shown that in the US most has been done, and the result is really very good. Of course, there is still the way up for interest rates to follow, and therefore a few risks with them. But the real economy is broadly in good shape. In Europe, we have basically fixed the problems, and most of the problems we had that had been built during the first decade of the euro. Many structural reforms have been made, much more than in any other decade before. There has been a rebalancing. The rebalancing was painful, I would say, not only because in itself, when you repair a damaged fiscal situation, it has contractionary effects, but also because the rebalancing inside the Eurozone was done mostly by adjustments in the deficit countries, more than by expansion in the surplus countries. And that's probably something that we still have to work with. But most of the fiscal repair has been done already, and today the average fiscal policy or overall fiscal policy is neutral or slightly expansionary, and therefore there is no reason that growth does not accelerate and that unemployment does not continue to fall more rapidly, even more rapidly. And we could continue. All exporters are in the process to adjust. Asian countries resist relatively well. China, I said, had to change its growth model. They had no choice. They should have done it whether or not there was a crisis, because one day they would have hit the limits of the old growth model. They could not continue to accumulate external surpluses and replace the production in other parts of the world. So they had definitely to do what they are doing now, and I think it's good for the global economy, even if there are transition costs. And more globally, I would say we have today policy frameworks that are much improved compared to past episodes of global recessions or slowdowns. And therefore, I think we have reduced the vulnerabilities that may come from various types of shocks, including from potentially disorderly retrenchment of capital flows. If you look at fiscal policies, they are much more prudent worldwide. We have put in place in many regions macroprudential policies, and that also will help to limit currency mismatches. We have, in a number of countries, exchange rate flexibility, which can act as a shock absorber. We have buffers of foreign exchange reserves. And I could continue like that. I mean, monetary policy frameworks are much better than they used to be 10 or 20 years ago in many countries. Thank you.
Да, спасибо, господин Узан, за предоставленное слово. С интересом выслушал дискуссию и то, что говорили наши высокопоставленные эксперты. Конечно, мир сейчас, глобальная экономика находится на определенном переломном моменте. И правильно было сказано, что традиционные драйверы для роста кажутся себя исчерпавшими, новых не появилось. Мое мнение такое, что хотя момент переломный, но все-таки драматизировать ситуацию не стоит. Понятно, что развивающиеся страны, которые были очень динамичными на протяжении последних 10-15 лет, сейчас этот динамизм потеряли. Понятно, что Китай, крупнейшая экономика нашего региона, возможно, и всего мира, сейчас перестраивает свою экономическую модель, переходя от экспортоориентированного роста к ориентации на внутренний спрос, на внутреннее потребление, от мощной промышленной модели в сторону большего развития рынка услуг. Все это требует времени, и все это и называется новая экономическая реальность, к которой сейчас все развивающиеся страны пытаются адаптироваться. Мы видим, что развитые страны, они тоже не гомогенные. В некоторых адаптация к новой действительности произошла достаточно быстро, как в США. В некоторых, наверное, еще предстоит сделать много шагов, как в Европейском Союзе. Но, тем не менее, в целом мы считаем, что, наверное, вот этот год он решающий, самый важный, самый критический. И мы надеемся все-таки, что уже в недалеком будущем и регион, и мир в целом покажут более устойчивое, более динамичное развитие. Спасибо.
Thank you, Mark. So let me say that, of course, we can come up with adverse scenario. Let me build on something that had been mentioned already. If we're doing economic analysis, we can focus on economics. Quite often, we see problems that have rather obvious economic solutions, and they're not implemented. And quite often, the reason why problems with obvious economic solutions are not implemented, solutions are not implemented, is because the political dynamics make that very hard or impossible. So in identifying bad scenario, I would focus on a case-by-case basis on those situations where politics may actually drive us to bad outcomes, even when obvious good solutions are available. Let me mention a few. Japan. Japan has been a crisis. Right now they're going through really an incredible monetary experiment. Jacob showed the numbers. The problem is political. There needs to be a redistribution effectively of wealth between the generations, and that has not happened and is not happening. It's not clear if the government will find a solution to do this. There are other obvious solutions in Japan. One of them is demographics, but of course this runs into questions about how can you change the immigration policy of a country that would actually solve very easily all of Japan's problems if that is not politically feasible. So bad politics can create problems. Europe could have been a success story, but we've seen the animosity among governments in the euro area, the mistrust that has been created. This is what has created this situation where right now we need to be watching in a case-by-case basis what may happen with a referendum next month, or what could have happened with an election in Austria last month, or what may happen with elections in France, or so forth. The politics are actually creating immense risks for Europe going forward. I think we cannot rule out that some of the nastier scenario might materialize in Europe, simply because we still have not figured out how to resolve these bad politics. Jacob, an hour ago, started by noting out the politics in the United States. Anti-trade, anti-reasonable economics from all sides. It's really a fascinating campaign to watch, but a scary one to watch. And one cannot rule out that bad outcomes may occur simply because they're driven by bad politics at the end of the year. Let me mention one more and end with that one. China is really undergoing a fascinating transformation and a very, very important transition, a transition of liberalizing the financial sector. But of course, transitions can be risky. So we can hope that Chinese authorities will actually manage to achieve a very smooth transition that will actually be beneficial both for China and for the global economy in a major, major way. But one cannot rule out hiccups and risks whenever a transition like this materializes. So I've named a bunch of them, and if 2 or 3 of these actually turn out badly, then we're going to get a scenario for the global economy that's going to be worse than the consensus, I fear.
We have time for 1 or more 2 questions. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you very much. Chingiz Shamshi from American University in Central Asia. I have a question to Jacob Frankel and Christian Noyer. There is a lot of discussions about the helicopter money policies of central banks. Some versions of helicopter money are really similar to unconventional monetary policies implemented in the aftermath of financial crisis, but other versions are more exotic. And I would like to know whether, at your point of view, these policies are probable to be implemented in the near future. Thank you.
The concept of helicopter money was designed as originally by Milton Friedman as a metaphor rather than as a policy prescription. Normally, when you inject money into the economy, normally the central bank does not give it away. It buys something and pays with the newly printed money. So it can buy treasury bills, which is a government obligations. That's what traditionally was monetary policy. It can buy securities in the market and even stocks. This is unconventional monetary policy. But normally it buys things and injects money. The concept of helicopter money came into the analysis as saying, what we want to achieve in monetary policy is to put, quote, money in the hands of people so that they can start spending it. And how can we give money to people without buying something away from them? It is by sending them checks in the mail, but if they don't have a post mailbox, let's do it helicopter money. And if you do it helicopter money, then everyone is coming to the center square of the city and trying to catch the money that comes from the helicopter. Some will catch more, some will catch less. Those that will catch more, if they tend to spend more than those who caught less, you will have an increase in spending. If those who catch more tend to save it, you will have less spending. At the end of the day, the concept of helicopter money is what will people do with the money that they get? In the 18th century, the traditional analysis of David Hume and others showed that if you just double the quantity of money in the economy, no matter from where it comes, helicopter or other ways, by and large, after a while, prices will rise by the same proportion, because by printing money, you don't produce more resources. This is why monetary policy is not viewed as producing growth. Monetary policy has to be understood as putting oil on the wheels that are moving, but the main oil on the wheels are what the minister spoke about. Structural policies, making the wheels go. This is not monetary policy that does it. Frankly, the focus on helicopter money is really misguided. It is misguided because it gives the illusion that we have a trick to accelerate growth, not in the normal way that growth is accelerating, but somehow somebody will give us more pieces of papers and this will produce more jobs. This is nonsense, and it is a very dangerous direction to focus economic policy.
Thank you. I have very little to add. I totally share what Jacob just said. I think not only in what is most of the time referred to as helicopter money would be, for instance, in Europe, absolutely not feasible. It's not in the chart of the central bank, in the treaty. You can only buy or lend against collateral and cannot throw out the money. But in substance, even more importantly, it would be absolutely useless. Would probably even not help in the very short term, because the prime is confidence and the increase in spending and reduction in the savings ratio. And this kind of artificial thing would not build any stronger growth structurally. So I think I don't know why it came out, but this is to me a ridiculous focus. Thank you.
Well, let me put it a little bit differently, in a manner that may come out as saying something different, but fundamentally I would agree with what Jacob and Christian said. The way I would put it is as follows. Helicopter money can be seen as a combination of two policies. Number one, fiscal policy. I mean, it's fiscal policy that really is how you send checks to people, and this fiscal policy has done that in a number of countries, a number of episodes. You send people fiscal resources and they spend it. That's fiscal policy. And then there is the monetary policy component, the money printing. So it's really a combination of the two. I think in analyzing this, we should analyze it as a combination of the two, and in different contexts, it would work differently. For the euro area, I would actually second what Christian said. There is a fundamental problem with combining fiscal and monetary policy done through the ECB. This is against the way in which the distinction of fiscal and monetary policy has been done in the context of the European Union overall and the euro area overall. And this is why it's really silly to be discussing helicopter money in the context of the euro area. Fundamentally, the problem is that you have multiple fiscal authorities and one monetary authority, and inside the European Union, really much of the battle that is going on is about how to split the fiscal cost of the crisis. So cannot expect the ECB to pick up the slack and solve that problem. That's what governments should solve. In other situations, let's say the United States as an example, you could consider helicopter money, but why do the combination? Why don't consider separately? Monetary policy could do its job, and the Fed has done that with quantitative easing, and then fiscal policy can do its job with a fiscal expansion. And you pretty much got, I think, in the US, what helicopter money would have produced without helicopter money by having expansionary fiscal policy and expansionary monetary policy. And I think you can get that in any other context you want in a similar manner.
Thank you for all our panelists. I think we have a very good overview of rising risk in the global economy. I will call it even political risk, as we discussed a lot of the issues of political risk. It's clear that China matters to the world today. I think we don't have a clarity how China is going to enter the global financial system. We already have a first warning when China devalued the currency last August, and since the beginning of the year we saw all these uncertainties about China growth model and China's slowdown, how it impacted emerging markets. So the spillovers might now emanated from China. It can be positive spillovers if China is growing at a faster pace, or it can be negative spillovers. So I think we need to be more careful about international responsibilities of the major player in the global economy. And we need to think much further about what should be the rule of the game when you are going to be a more multipolar world, being less driven by one country, by a more diverse group of countries. And I think hopefully the next group of policymakers will be able to find out and to define this new rule of the game for the global financial system. I would like to extend a warm applause to all our panelists and speakers, and can join with me to thank them for coming to Astana for the Astana Economic Forum. And we will reconvene at 2:30 for the next session on emerging markets. Thank you very much.
Glitters in thousands of lights on the horizon. For Kazakhstan, the 9th largest country in the world, its past has surely informed the indomitable spirit it exhibits today. From the wild horses and endless steppe that symbolize nomadic freedom, to the rapidly growing infrastructure and vibrant cities the country knows now, Kazakhstan has evolved and adapted to become successful, stable, and independent, not in spite of its history, but because of it. According to ancient writings, the Kazakhs were valiant and courageous, innovative,
Our view of the fundamentals is that they are somewhat fragile, and so policymakers need to act now to support the global economy. They also need to think about what they might do if some of the downside scenarios actually do materialize, because in that case, even more energetic actions might be needed. We're projecting 3.2% growth for 2016, slightly up from 2015, and 3.5% growth for 2017. We see potential risks out there from financial market volatility, from bumps in China's transition, importantly from political developments which are increasingly worrisome. Policymakers need to act to strengthen our baseline, our central forecast, but also for insurance purposes, to keep us from falling into these downside risks that could be self-reinforcing and leave us in a situation that some economists call secular stagnation. Deflation threats are increasingly worrisome, and monetary policy needs to be out there, trying to maintain expectations and fighting against those. But it can't do the job alone. So that's the first prong, but we need two other prongs. Fiscal and structural policies can both be very useful. There's room for infrastructure investment. There's room for investment in R&D in a number of countries. There's an incredible diversity of performance throughout the world. If you look at emerging markets, some are growing at over 7%, some are contracting at close to 4%. But basically, we're all in this together, and what happens in one region will affect other regions. So policymakers need to keep talking and keep talking about possible cooperation in the future. The growth that we have had has not been widely shared enough. We see trends of increasing inequality, of stagnant wages in many countries. So ideally, policy packages going forward should be more sensitive to these issues of distribution, should think about where policies can have the most impact. I think policymakers more and more need to be thinking in terms of what is the social impact of policies. Be on alert, act now, act with more than one instrument, and think about the risks that might materialize in the future and be prepared to act even more.
Indeed, this year our key topic is China investing in the new normal. And the new normal for the government, I think, means a more sustainable, more balanced kind of growth and higher quality growth. But I think this year we are still in that transition where China has to cope with a slowing economy and also deal with the high leverage issue that still means a lot of risk in the system. And at the same time, I think they need to manage to reorient the economy to more consumption, more services oriented sectors. So we think that the government actually is doing a decent job. It's a lot of challenges, very difficult times. What they have been doing, of course, is to actually speed up some of the reforms. At the same time, they are also tackling the local government debt issue. They're cutting interest rate. They're trying to support growth, while at the same time not to go back to the same route. So so far, I think the measures are reducing some of the risk. Of course, they're still there. They're still trying to manage it. I think the clients, our investors, are seeing some of the positive development as well. a lot of the issues still remains for our clients. For example, the risk in the financial system, especially as the economy slows. But this year, a question that is, probably more prominent is on the fiscal side, with the government tackling the local debt issues and trying to constrain their budget spending. The concern is, will that impact negatively on infrastructure spending and therefore on growth? And the second set of issues is more on the monetary front, with inflation coming down, and globally with the Fed probably about to tighten monetary policy. How is that going to affect China's monetary policy? Will the central bank, and when will they cut interest rate and cut reserve requirements? I think these are issues that clients are very focused on.
Should we start with the accounts first, otherwise known as the minutes of the ECB's last meeting?
Yes.
It was discussed a larger rate cut, and it was discussed that some portion of excess reserves might be exempted. That didn't happen because of complexity. We had a rate cut. There's room for more. Did we learn anything that was mind-boggling from the minutes from a meeting when further stimulus was added?
Well, yes, and not quite minutes Fed style, because you'll never get a detailed set of minutes when there are, 19 countries involved. So we got at best a summary, but no, it doesn't offer much scope for them being something radical and revolutionary left in their toolbox, which, let's face it, every meeting is getting that bit emptier. It seems to me that for the time being, Dr. Draghi's done pretty much what he can, but I don't doubt he's going to dabble again with negative interest rates. Just an aside, they're not new. I just about remember, and I'm sure you do, Mark, in the 1970s, Switzerland had them, and they didn't work then. So the hope now is that negative interest rates clamp long-term interest rates, because the ECB is buying government debt down as low as the negative rate, and that sort of indirect route is the best route they're hoping for to growth.
That chart behind you, the five-year forward inflation swap rate, which has crept up from its lows of a month or so ago, Neil, that will be encouraging. Are you in the camp that inflation, even expectations, are going to creep up? Or, as Draghi said today, as Constantia said today, as Pret says today, they're ready to do what's necessary to get inflation back to the target? I mean, how much more stimulus do we need to achieve that mandate?
Well, that pickup in inflation expectations will be welcomed at the ECB. I think it's too soon to pop champagne corks, because that's gone up really with US and global inflation expectations. And don't forget, the euro has gone up, not down, since Christmas, and certainly since we had the acceleration in QE last month. So a lot more is required. Oil is partly to blame. If you take out oil, the core rate in the Eurozone is about 1%. That's about half the headline target. The headline rate's flat, so there's a lot more that should be done. But as we know from Japan, after 17 years, once you've got the tap on in terms of QE, how do you switch it off? It's going to be some time yet.
Right, and there's also, of course, comparisons between Japan and what's going on here in the U.S. So, Neil, were you surprised by kind of the hawkish tone of the Fed minutes yesterday in that debate, the vigorous debate around raising rates? And then, a week after that, we get such a dovish speech from the Fed chair?
No, I wasn't too surprised by what were a proper set of minutes, not just a summary, from the Fed. Largely because it seems to me that the Fed members believe that firstly the U.S. economy is on the right track. Let's face it that for the advanced economies, it's in the fast lane. Thankfully, also, I'm glad to say, with the UK right now. But secondly, my reading is that the Fed members, or at least some of them, viewed from their lens, believe the effective Fed funds target, if you factor in QE, is not as high as 0.5, but actually as low as -4 in their sort of academic approach and model-driven approach to the economy. So it seems to me the Fed hasn't stopped, but what I'm looking for is just simply 2 more increases this year to then peak out at only 1%, which is a much lower peak rate than obviously we're used to.
We just showed you a chart, Neil, of sterling volatility, implied volatility at record at highest since 2009. Are Brexit concerns making you quiver in your boots, or not?
Well, Mark, I think at least for the next 2 months I'm going to be talking about Brexit here in London, and it will go on beyond 2 months, because even if the UK votes to stay in, we know here that referenda don't really put the issues to bed. That's what happened, for example, with the Scottish independence vote that we had the year before last. So in terms of the pound is really the main pressure release right now. It's the thing that's showing that there are nerves beginning to creep in. It's by no means yet priced in that we get a Brexit. My base case is that it can be avoided. But you know, if the UK does vote for Brexit, the impact on assets is going to be fascinating. Firstly, the impact on the pound and equity is probably straightforward. Initially, they sell off. But the impact on gilts is more debatable. In the short term, gilts might actually like the fact that we are heading for a slower growth profile. But the question then is who buys the gilts? Because a third of our gilt investors are international who will care about the currency and will care about credit rating. So I wonder if a Brexit might mean the Bank of England then has to wheel out its QE again.
Oh, my goodness. Back to QE. There you go. Back to the...
Paul, talk to us about the world economy at the moment, the global economy take. You've got a downgrade coming from the IMF. A bit behind the times? Are you shocked in any way, shape, or form?
If you ever talk about IMF forecasts, you can automatically assume they're about 6 to 12 months behind the times, always. And for crying out loud, it's 3.6, 3.4. I mean, 0.2 is the shift. I mean, this is a rounding error. I don't think any economist on the planet believes that economic data is accurate enough to give you a 0.5 range for GDP. This is just the IMF going for headlines. It's largely nonsensical. As far as China is concerned, I think there is a problem in China. I think there's a real risk China's economy is overheating. Remember, the trend rate of growth for China, according to most economists today, is somewhere between 5 and 5.5%. We are going to be sitting here for the next 5 years saying China's growth rate has hit the lowest for 25, 26, 27, 28 years. Every year, you're going to be hitting a new low because China's growth rate absolutely must go down from where it is today. It is too high today. It needs to come down to its trend rate of 5 to 5.5 over the next couple of years.
And are they therefore making the right transition at the moment, focusing on the consumer, moving away from manufacturing, and they need to ramp up the pace of change?
Well, absolutely. I mean, they're not moving away from manufacturing. That's not what they're doing. What they're trying to do is raise the consumer share of GDP. So they're not saying we want to shrink the manufacturing sector. That's not what the Chinese are doing. What they're saying is we want to expand the consumer sector. And absolutely, if you look at an economy that is roughly equivalent standard of living, Indonesia, slightly higher standard of living than China, but an economy like Indonesia, you're talking about the consumer being about 60–65% of the economy. That's ultimately where China needs to get to, and we're nowhere near there at the moment. So it's a process of evolution over the next couple of years.
Paul Donovan, I like your analysis of China and their ability to get to their new trend growth. But if you imply their trend growth is 5-ish, where is trend growth for Europe? Where is trend growth for America?
Well, trend growth for Europe and the States hasn't come down as much as it has in China because China's big issues in terms of trend. It's being hit on both sides. The demographics of China has toppled over. So the demographics, which is one of the key drivers of growth, has shifted. And then the other thing is productivity. China is now a middle-income economy. Productivity growth is going to be substantially lower. If we look at somewhere like the States, I'd say trend for the States is 2 3/4, give or take. And trend for Europe is probably about 1.25%. So in the States, we're operating at about trend growth at the moment. In Europe, we're above trend growth, but this has been after a fairly hideous period. So you'd expect Europe to be above trend growth right at the moment. It'll settle back down to 1.25, maybe 1.5 trend growth if some of the reforms actually start to bite in places like Italy and Spain.
Paul, a careful read of economic history suggests that the sole solution is currency depreciation or even outright devaluation. After looking at these GDP numbers today, is that the only path for Beijing, a weaker renminbi?
Weaker renminbi won't do any good at all to the Chinese economy. The problem is that currencies don't work the way that they worked 40 years ago. 40 years ago, if you depreciated your currency, your exports got cheaper. But that's not the world today. We've now got far, far more complicated global supply chains, and generally speaking, if you weaken your currency, you don't then end up with lower lower export prices, and you don't then end up with an increase in export market share. If you look at what China's done, the movement in the renminbi so far absolutely is not a competitive devaluation because it's not being reflected in export prices. If it's not reflected in export prices, there is no competitive advantage. There is no increase in market share for exporters.
our view of the fundamentals is that they are somewhat fragile, and so policymakers need to act now to support the global economy. They also need to think about what they might do if some of the downside scenarios actually do materialize, because in that case, even more energetic actions might be needed. We're projecting 3.2% growth for 2016, slightly up from 2015, and 3.5% growth for 2017. We see potential risks out there from financial market volatility, from bumps in China's transition, importantly from political developments which are increasingly worrisome. Policymakers need to act to strengthen our baseline, our central forecast, but also for insurance purposes, to keep us from falling into these downside risks that could be self-reinforcing and leave us in a situation that some economists call secular stagnation. Deflation threats are increasingly worrisome, and monetary policy needs to be out there trying to maintain expectations and fighting against those. But it can't do the job alone. So that's the first prong, but we need two other prongs. Fiscal and structural policies can both be very useful. There's room for infrastructure investment. There's room for investment in R&D in a number of countries. There's an incredible diversity of performance throughout the world. If you look at emerging markets, some are growing at over 7%, some are contracting at close to 4%. But basically, we're all in this together, and what happens in one region will affect other regions. So policymakers need to keep talking and keep talking about possible cooperation in the future. The growth that we have had has not been widely shared enough. We see trends of increasing inequality, of stagnant wages in many countries. So ideally, policy packages going forward should be more sensitive to these issues of distribution, should think about where policies can have the most impact. I think policymakers more and more need to be thinking in terms of what is the social impact of policies. Be on alert, act now, act with more than one instrument, and think about the risks that might materialize in the future and be prepared to act even more.
Indeed, this year our key topic is China investing in the new normal. And the new normal for the government, I think, means a more sustainable, more balanced kind of growth and higher quality growth. But I think this year we are still in that transition where China has to cope with a slowing economy and also deal with the high leverage issue that still means a lot of risk in the system. And at the same time, I think they need to manage to reorient the economy to more consumption, more services oriented sectors. So we think that the government actually is doing a decent job. It's a lot of challenges, very difficult times. What they have been doing, of course, is to actually speed up some of the reforms. At the same time, they are also tackling the local government debt issue. They're cutting interest rate. They're trying to support growth, while at the same time not to go back to the same route. So so far, I think the measures are reducing some of the risk. Of course, they're still there. They're still trying to manage it. I think the clients, our investors, are seeing some of the positive development as well. A lot of the issues still remains for our clients. For example, the risk in the financial system, especially as the economy slows. But this year, a question that is probably more prominent is on the fiscal side, with the government tackling the local debt issues and trying to constrain their budget spending, the concern is will that impact negatively on infrastructure spending and therefore on growth? And the second set of issue is more on the monetary front, with inflation coming down, and globally with the Fed probably about to tighten monetary policy. How is that going to affect China's monetary policy? Will the central bank, and when will they cut interest rate and cut reserve requirements? I think these are issues that clients are very focused on.
Should we start with the accounts first, otherwise known as the minutes of the ECB's last meeting?
Yes.
It was discussed a larger rate cut, and it was discussed that some portion of excess reserves might be exempted. That didn't happen because of complexity. We had a rate cut. There's room for more. Did we learn anything that was mind-boggling from the minutes from a meeting when further stimulus was added?
Well, yes, and not quite minutes Fed style, because you'll never get a detailed set of minutes when there are, 19 countries involved. So we got at best a summary, but no, it doesn't offer much scope for them being something radical and revolutionary left in their toolbox, which, let's face it, every meeting is getting that bit emptier. It seems to me that for the time being, Dr. Draghi's done pretty much what he can, but I don't doubt he's going to dabble again with negative interest rates. Just an aside, they're not new. I just about remember, and I'm sure you do, Mark, in the 1970s, Switzerland had them, and they didn't work then. So the hope now is that negative interest rates clamp long-term interest rates, because the ECB is buying government debt down as low as the negative rate, and that sort of indirect route is the best route they're hoping for to growth.
That chart behind you, the five-year forward inflation swap rate, which has crept up from its lows of a month or so ago, Neil, that will be encouraging. Are you in the camp that inflation, even expectations, are going to creep up? Or, as Draghi said today, as Constantia said today, as Pret says today, they're ready to do what's necessary to get inflation back to the target? I mean, how much more stimulus do we need to achieve that mandate?
Well, that pickup in inflation expectations will be welcomed at the ECB. I think it's too soon to pop champagne corks, because that's gone up really with US and global inflation expectations. And don't forget, the euro has gone up, not down, since Christmas, and certainly since we had the acceleration in QE last month. So a lot more is required. Oil is partly to blame. If you take out oil, the core rate in the Eurozone is about 1%. That's about half the headline target. The headline rate's flat, so there's a lot more that should be done. But as we know from Japan, after 17 years, once you've got the tap on in terms of QE, how do you switch it off? It's going to be some time yet.
Right, and there's also, of course, comparisons between Japan and what's going on here in the U.S. So, Neil, were you surprised by kind of the hawkish tone of the Fed minutes yesterday in that debate, the vigorous debate around raising rates? And then, a week after that, we get such a dovish speech from the Fed chair?
No, I wasn't too surprised by what were a proper set of minutes, not just a summary, from the Fed, largely because it seems to me that the Fed members believe that firstly the US economy is on the right track. Let's face it, that for the advanced economies it's in the fast lane. Thankfully, also, I'm glad to say, with the UK right now. But secondly, my reading is that the Fed members, or at least some of them, viewed from their lens, believe the effective Fed funds target, if you factor in QE, is not as high as 0.5, but actually as low as -4 in their sort of academic approach and model-driven approach to the economy. So it seems to me the Fed hasn't stopped, but what I'm looking for is just simply 2 more increases this year to then peak out at only 1%. Which is a much lower peak rate than obviously we're used to.
We just showed you a chart, Neil, of sterling volatility, implied volatility at record at highest since 2009. Are Brexit concerns making you quiver in your boots, or not?
Well, Mark, I think at least for the next 2 months I'm going to be talking about Brexit here in London, and it will go on beyond 2 months, because even if the UK votes to stay in, we know here that referenda don't really put the issues to bed. That's what happened, for example, with the Scottish independence vote that we had the year before last. So in terms of the pound is really the main pressure release right now. It's the thing that's showing that there are nerves beginning to creep in. It's by no means yet priced in. that we get a Brexit. My base case is that it can be avoided. But you know, if the UK does vote for Brexit, the impact on assets is going to be fascinating. Firstly, the impact on the pound and equity is probably straightforward. Initially, they sell off. But the impact on gilts is more debatable.
2015 was again a disappointing year for the global economy. The World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report finds that global growth fell short of expectations, advancing at a 2.4% rate, the slowest pace since the financial crisis. Even though advanced economies like the United States and the euro area accelerated modestly in 2015, emerging market and developing countries slowed down. This was in large part because prices for commodities such as oil and iron ore have fallen considerably. It was also because flows of international trade and capital are lower. Most of the largest emerging market and developing economies slowed in 2015 for the third year in a row. That's a worrisome development. We haven't seen this many developing economies slowing down at the same time in the last 30 years, with the exception of during the recent financial crisis. This is a concern because many of these emerging market economies have been mainstays of the global economic engine for years. Seeing them falter raises questions about global growth in the years ahead. Moreover, some of the conditions behind slower growth, such as weak productivity growth, policy uncertainty, and lower commodity prices, appear likely to persist for some time. Looking ahead, we do see global growth picking up modestly to 2.9% in 2016. We also expect growth in developing countries to accelerate to 4.8% in 2016. These forecasts depend on a wide range of factors. They depend on a bottoming out of declining commodity prices. They depend on the advanced economies growing more solidly. And they also depend upon China's ability to continue its gradual transition to more consumption and services-based growth model. There are also a number of risks to our growth outlook. Many of the factors that have conspired to slow growth, low commodity prices, sluggish global trade, and disappointing productivity growth are expected to persist. Also, many developing countries could face higher borrowing costs as the United States raises interest rates. We took a close look at how the recent slowdown in the major emerging markets is affecting growth around the world. A 1 percentage point drop in major emerging markets growth would cut growth in other emerging markets by about 0.8 percentage points and global growth by about 0.4 percentage points. So, when major emerging markets sneeze, other countries risk catching cold. The decline of international trade was another factor pressuring emerging markets and developing economies. In this context, we examined the potential economic implications of the Trans-Pacific Partnership signed by 12 Pacific Rim countries last October. If ratified, the agreement would boost trade and growth among its members. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would not necessarily steer very much trade away from non-member countries and might even benefit them by streamlining trade rules and standards. Despite some bright spots, such as accelerating growth in India and improving prospects in advanced economies, the outlook points to an era of weak growth and formidable risks for emerging markets and developing economies. So, what to do in this difficult growth environment? Credible macroeconomic and financial sector policies could help build resilience. Emerging and developing economies could stimulate growth through fiscal and monetary policy measures. if they have sufficient room in their budgets and central bank policies to undertake such steps. Most importantly, they need to implement reforms that could convincingly address obstacles standing in the way of sustainable economic growth.
European Central Bank head Mario Draghi's responded to complaints from the German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble and other top officials in Berlin that negative interest rates are hurting thrifty savers and weighing on the banking sector. Speaking at the annual meeting of the Asian Development Bank in Frankfurt, Draghi defended the low rates.
They are not the problem. They are the symptom of an underlying problem, which is insufficient investment demand across the world to absorb all the savings available in the economy. And so the right way to address the challenges raised by low rates is not to try and suppress the symptoms, but to address the underlying cause.
Draghi got support from the head of Germany's Bundesbank, who said central banks can't promise minimum returns for savers because they must focus on the broader economic impact of their monetary policy. Jens Weidmann said low inflation makes the ECB's approach appropriate, but it must not last longer than absolutely necessary.
Now, economists at the World Bank have raised concerns that the slower growth seen in emerging markets since the tail end of the global financial crisis could be part of a longer-term trend. Now, Korea is no exception, with the economy widely expected to only grow in the 2% range next year. Hwang Jie has the details.
Emerging economies are at a crossroads facing the risk of a slower growth era. That's according to a report by the World Bank. It says the growth rate in 24 emerging countries, including China, Brazil, and South Korea, dropped to the 3% range this year from 7.6% posted 5 years ago. The United Nations has also slashed next year's growth forecast for developing countries by 0.5 percentage points to 4.3%, while leaving that of advanced nations unchanged at 2.2%. From the early 1980s until the global financial crisis in 2008, emerging countries led global growth and posted record growth figures. But their performance in recent years has weakened due to slowing global demand and plunging commodity prices. Many are concerned that Korea is also part of this protracted slump, especially as the Chinese economy is moving to a slower yet safer and more sustainable growth, focusing on domestic consumption over government investment. Bilateral trade with China accounts for a quarter of Korea's total trade.
Slowing growth in China is not a temporary trend. Coupled with tumbling metal and oil prices, the outlook for Korean exports look pretty dim for the foreseeable future.
Given that major private financial institutions expect the economy to expand in the 2% range in 2016, while the government targets 3.1% growth. To do so, the government has pledged to push through structural reforms to improve the business environment and tackle issues like the nation's rapidly aging population. However, many are skeptical about completing such reforms, with general elections set for next year and the presidential election set to take place the year after. Hwang Jie, Arirang News.
Welcome back to FT Markets. Are emerging markets in a crisis? We've seen the word used a couple of times recently in the FT. Yesterday, Dominic Rossi, Equities Investment Manager at Fidelity International, used the crisis word. And last night, the Institute of International Finance also said that the sell-off in emerging market assets had reached crisis proportions. Here today to talk about this with me is James King, our emerging markets editor. James, we haven't had an emerging market crisis since the late 90s, nearly 20 years ago. Is it time to use the word again?
The use of the word crisis really is a subjective decision. Obviously, there's no formal definition of what a crisis is, but one thing that is certain is that the distress that we can see in financial markets throughout the emerging market world and also in the real economies is getting stronger and deeper, and really now beginning to inform the decisions of policymakers around the world. Very significant, I think, was the fact that Mario Draghi, the president of the European Central Bank, mentioned yesterday the weakness in emerging markets is one of his chief preoccupations when he comes to decide whether or not to extend the quantitative easing, the loose monetary policy of the European Central Bank. So obviously emerging markets are moving now towards front and center in terms of policymakers' decisions around the world. Okay. If we look at the first chart here, we can see why this is the case. Here we have the export performance in value of emerging market countries. We've split them into manufacturing emerging markets. Those are emerging market countries that primarily export manufacturing products, and commodity emerging markets. Those are ones that primarily export commodities. Yeah. And as we can see, the level of distress for those emerging markets that export primarily commodities has really fallen off a cliff since the early part of last year. Yeah. So those countries really are feeling a high level of distress.
Yeah, we can see that. I think if we go on to the next chart, we can see that in their currencies as well. That's the depreciation, the red line in commodity exporting currencies from emerging markets, and the blue one in manufacturing. And this has been the lead, hasn't it, in the financial market side of the crisis. Or if it is such a thing, we've also seen that in a big sell-off in EM equities. We haven't yet seen such a big sell-off in EM debt. A lot of people have pointed out that this time is not like the last time we had an emerging market crisis in the 90s, because back then so many governments from EMs were borrowing in foreign currencies. So when their own currencies depreciated, their debt costs soared, and they were sitting ducks for targeting by the hedge funds and others. This time around, they are borrowing in their own currencies, so they're less vulnerable, goes the argument. But a lot of people are now starting to notice that two things have happened. Not only have we had a big build-up in foreign currency debt by emerging market corporate borrowers, which is feeding back as a form of shadow banking even into their domestic economies, but also the sovereign borrowers have built up a huge amount of debt in their own currencies, and just because it's not what was called original sin, borrowing in another currency, it's still problematic, and those levels have really soared. So we're starting to see some stresses there too. If we move on to the next chart, we can see how this is feeding back into those people's real economies. Here we have GDP rates in developed and emerging markets, again split up into manufacturing and commodity exporters. Does this ring an
2015 was again a disappointing year for the global economy. The World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report finds that global growth fell short of expectations, advancing at a 2.4% rate, the slowest pace since the financial crisis. Even though advanced economies like the United States and the Euro area accelerated modestly in 2015, emerging market and developing countries slowed down. This was in large part because prices for commodities such as oil and iron ore have fallen considerably. It was also because flows of international trade and capital are lower. Most of the largest emerging market and developing economies slowed in 2015 for the third year in a row. That's a worrisome development. We haven't seen this many developing economies slowing down at the same time in the last 30 years, with the exception of during the recent financial crisis. This is a concern because many of these emerging market economies have been mainstays of the global economic engine for years. Seeing them falter raises questions about global growth in the years ahead. Moreover, some of the conditions behind slower growth, such as weak productivity growth, policy uncertainty, and lower commodity prices, appear likely to persist for some time. Looking ahead, we do see global growth picking up modestly to 2.9% in 2016. We also expect growth in developing countries to accelerate to 4.8% in 2016. These forecasts depend on a wide range of factors. They depend on a bottoming out of declining commodity prices. They depend on the advanced economies growing more solidly. And they also depend upon China's ability to continue its gradual transition to more consumption and services-based growth model. there are also a number of risks to our growth outlook. Many of the factors that have conspired to slow growth, low commodity prices, sluggish global trade, and disappointing productivity growth are expected to persist. Also, many developing countries could face higher borrowing costs as the United States raises interest rates. We took a close look at how the recent slowdown in the major emerging markets is affecting growth around the world. A 1 percentage point drop in major emerging markets growth would cut growth in other emerging markets by about 0.8 percentage points and global growth by about 0.4 percentage points. So, when major emerging markets sneeze, other countries risk catching cold. The decline of international trade was another factor, pressuring emerging markets and developing economies. In this context, we examined the potential economic implications of the Trans-Pacific Partnership signed by 12 Pacific Rim countries last October. If ratified, the agreement would boost trade and growth among its members. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would not necessarily steer very much trade away from non-member countries and might even benefit them by streamlining trade rules and standards. Despite some bright spots, such as accelerating growth in India and improving prospects in advanced economies, the outlook points to an era of weak growth and formidable risks for emerging markets and developing economies. So, what to do in this difficult growth environment? Credible macroeconomic and financial sector policies could help build resilience. Emerging and developing economies could stimulate growth through fiscal and monetary policy measures if they have sufficient room in their budgets and central bank policies to undertake such steps. Most importantly, they need to implement reforms that could convincingly address obstacles standing in the way of sustainable economic growth.
European Central Bank head Mario Draghi's responded to complaints from the German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble and other top officials in Berlin that negative interest rates are hurting thrifty savers and weighing on the banking sector. Speaking at the annual meeting of the Asian Development Bank in Frankfurt, Draghi defended the low rates.
They are not the problem. They are the symptom of an underlying problem, which is insufficient investment demand across the world to absorb all the savings available in the economy. And so the right way to address the challenges raised by low rates is not to try and suppress the symptoms, but to address the underlying cause.
Draghi got support from the head of Germany's Bundesbank, who said central banks can't promise minimum returns for savers because they must focus on the broader economic impact of their monetary policy. Jens Weidmann said low inflation makes the ECB's approach appropriate, but it must not last longer than absolutely necessary.
Now, economists at the World Bank have raised concerns that the slower growth seen in emerging markets since the tail end of the global financial crisis could be part of a longer-term trend. Now, Korea is no exception, with the economy widely expected to only grow in the 2% range next year. Hwang Jie has the details.
Emerging economies are at a crossroads facing the risk of a slower growth era. That's according to a report by the World Bank. It says the growth rate in 24 emerging countries, including China, Brazil, and South Korea, dropped to the 3% range this year from 7.6% posted 5 years ago. The United Nations has also slashed next year's growth forecast for developing countries by 0.5 percentage points to 4.3%, while leaving that of advanced nations unchanged at 2.2%. From the early 1980s until the global financial crisis in 2008, emerging countries led global growth and posted record growth figures. But their performance in recent years has weakened due to slowing global demand and plunging commodity prices. Many are concerned that Korea is also part of this protracted slump, especially as the Chinese economy is moving to a slower yet safer and more sustainable growth, focusing on domestic consumption over government investment. Bilateral trade with China accounts for a quarter of Korea's total trade.
Slowing growth in China is not a temporary trend. Coupled with tumbling metal and oil prices, the outlook for Korean exports look pretty dim for the foreseeable future.
Given that major private financial institutions expect the economy to expand in the 2% range in 2016, while the government targets 3.1% growth. To do so, the government has pledged to push through structural reforms to improve the business environment and tackle issues like the nation's rapidly aging population. However, many are skeptical about completing such reforms, with general elections set for next year and the presidential election set to take place the year after. Hwang Jie, Arirang News.
Welcome back to FT Markets. Are emerging markets in a crisis? We've seen the word used a couple of times recently in the FT yesterday. Dominic Rossi, Equities Investment Manager at Fidelity International, used the crisis word. And last night, the Institute of International Finance also said that the sell-off in emerging market assets had reached crisis proportions. Here today to talk about this with me is James King, our emerging markets editor. James, we haven't had an emerging market crisis since the late 90s, nearly 20 years ago. Is it time to use the word again?
The use of the word crisis really is a subjective decision. Obviously, there's no formal definition of what a crisis is, but one thing that is certain is that the distress that we can see in financial markets throughout the emerging market world and also in the real economies is getting stronger and deeper, and really now beginning to inform the decisions of policymakers around the world. Very significant, I think, was the fact that Mario Draghi, the president of the European Central Bank, mentioned yesterday the weakness in emerging markets is one of his chief preoccupations when he comes to decide whether or not to extend the quantitative easing, the loose monetary policy of the European Central Bank. So obviously, emerging markets are moving now towards front and center in terms of policymakers' decisions around the world. Right. If we look at the first chart here, we can see why this is the case. Here we have the export performance in value of emerging market countries. We've split them into manufacturing emerging markets. Those are emerging market countries that primarily export manufacturing products, and commodity emerging markets. Those are ones that primarily export commodities. And as we can see, the level of distress for those emerging markets that export primarily commodities has really fallen off a cliff since the early part of last year. Yeah. So those countries really are feeling a high level of distress.
Yeah, we can see that. I think if we go on to the next chart, we can see that in their currencies as well. That's the depreciation, the red line in commodity exporting currencies from emerging markets, and the blue one in manufacturing. And this has been the lead, hasn't it, in the financial market side of the crisis. Or if it is such a thing, we've also seen that in a big sell-off in EM equities. We haven't yet seen such a big sell-off in EM debt. A lot of people have pointed out that this time is not like the last time we had an emerging market crisis in the 90s, because back then so many governments from EMs were borrowing in foreign currencies. So when their own currencies depreciated, their debt costs soared, and they were sitting ducks for targeting by the hedge funds and others. This time around, they are borrowing in their own currencies, so they're less vulnerable, goes the argument. But a lot of people are now starting to notice that two things have happened. Not only have we had a big build-up in foreign currency debt by emerging market corporate borrowers, which is feeding back as a form of shadow banking even into their domestic economies, but also the sovereign borrowers have built up a huge amount of debt in their own currencies, and just because it's not what was called original sin, borrowing in another currency, it's still problematic, and those levels have really soared. So we're starting to see some stresses there too. If we move on to the next chart, we can see how this is feeding back into those people's real economies. Here we have GDP rates in developed and emerging markets, again split up into manufacturing and commodity exporters. Does this ring another alarm bell for you?
What's significant about this chart, I think, is that we can see that the last time emerging market GDP growth fell below the rate of developed market GDP growth was in the late 90s. That was the Asian crisis time. Now, at the moment, if you split out those commodity exporting emerging markets, you can see that their GDP growth rates have already fallen below the developed market average. This is not the case for the manufacturing EMs, who appear to be doing fairly well at the moment. But if we're talking about whether or not this is a crisis, my personal view would be that there isn't an emerging market crisis until we start seeing negative GDP values pretty much across the board in emerging markets, or at least in a camp of emerging markets such as these commodity exporters. So far, as far as I'm concerned, I would hold off from using the crisis term, but clearly we can see that there is a huge amount of distress in these commodity exporters.
Yeah, and I think as ever, as we've been writing about a lot, the thing is to differentiate between them, and we're seeing different levels of trouble in different markets according to how not only their export profiles, but also their policies and so on. James, thanks very much.
Thank you.
2015 was again a disappointing year for the global economy. The World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report finds that global growth fell short of expectations, advancing at a 2.4% rate, the slowest pace since the financial crisis. Even though advanced economies like the United States and the Euro area accelerated modestly in 2015, emerging market and developing countries slowed down. This was in large part because prices for commodities, such as oil and iron ore, have fallen considerably. It was also because flows of international trade and capital are lower. Most of the largest emerging market and developing economies slowed in 2015, for the third year in a row. That's a worrisome development. We haven't seen this many developing economies slowing down at the same time in the last 30 years, with the exception of during the recent financial crisis. This is a concern because many of these emerging market economies have been mainstays of the global economic engine for years. Seeing them falter raises questions about global growth in the years ahead. Moreover, some of the conditions behind slower growth, such as weak productivity growth, policy uncertainty, and lower commodity prices, appear likely to persist for some time. Looking ahead, we do see global growth picking up modestly to 2.9% in 2016. We also expect growth in developing countries to accelerate to 4.8% in 2016. These forecasts depend on a wide range of factors. They depend on a bottoming out of declining commodity prices. They depend on the advanced economies growing more solidly. And they also depend upon China's ability to continue its gradual transition to more consumption and services-based growth model. There are also a number of risks to our growth outlook. Many of the factors that have conspired to slow growth, low commodity prices, sluggish global trade, and disappointing productivity growth are expected to persist. Also, many developing countries could face higher borrowing costs as the United States raises interest rates. We took a close look at how the recent slowdown in the major emerging markets is affecting growth around the world.
We are starting
A
our
1
session.
percentage point drop in major emerging markets growth would cut growth in other emerging markets by about 0.8 percentage points and global growth by about 0.4 percentage points. So, when major emerging markets sneeze, other countries risk catching cold. The decline.
We have a wonderful all-star panel here. If you plan to sleep, you won't be able to sleep because I am expecting an intense discussion. So I'm gonna try to set the stage before we start our conversation. This panel is about slowdown in emerging market economies. So the slowdown in emerging market economies his latest episode started in 2010. And this graph shows you how that slowdown has evolved. 2010 growth was around 8%. You come to 2015, it's below 4%. And 2016 is not going to be that different. What is important is that growth now is lower than what these economies delivered over a longer time period from 1990 to 2008. You might say, is this about China's slowdown? The answer is no. If you basically look at countries other than China, emerging market economies, they are slowing as well. Frontier market economies like Kazakhstan, they have been going through the same slowdown. This is quite interesting because it's taking place in an environment. Advanced economies slowly but gradually have been putting higher growth rates. Their growth rate is quite low, but while advanced economies, in a sense, gradually picking up momentum, emerging market economies have been slowing down. Now, per capita growth slowdown has been even more pronounced when you look at the numbers. In fact, frontier market economies per capita growth pretty much stopped in 2015. Now, what's the big problem here? Ultimately, you need growth to catch up, get to the levels of incomes of advanced economies. When growth slows down in these economies, the differential in growth between emerging markets and advanced economies is slowing down. In fact, in 2015, that difference, the growth gap between emerging market and advanced economies, came down to a level which has been the lowest for over past 15 years. Of course, another important observation, these economies are much larger and they are much more integrated within themselves, emerging market economies. The fact that Brazil is in recession, Russia is in recession, South Africa is slowing but at a very low rate, and China is deliberately slowing down, and India is putting up respectable growth numbers, is quite worrisome. Why? These countries together constitute a large fraction of emerging market universe, and the slowdown in this group creates significant adverse spillovers to other emerging market economies. For example, when these large emerging market economies, BRICS, collectively slow down by 1 percentage point, that type of slowdown shaves off 0.8 percentage points growth in other emerging markets. A significant share of that, of course, slowdown is attributable to China. Now, so this session is going to put the slowdown in context and hopefully try to answer this question. Where are emerging market economies going? So now, as I mentioned, we have an all-star session from academia. We have policymakers, ex-policymakers, as well as representative from a think tank. Now, I'm going to start with Daron Acemoğlu. He's professor of economics at MIT. He does not need an introduction. And I'm going to ask him a very straightforward question. Do emerging market economies need a growth reset? And how can they deliver that growth reset?
Thank you, Ayhan, and thanks everybody for being here in our session. It's a great pleasure to be here. And the answer is yes, they need a growth reset. But what type of growth reset? So simplifying things, we can put an umbrella structure for the growth model of pretty much all of the emerging markets, whether they are frontier, BRICS, natural resource producer or not. And I would say that it essentially is built on a sort of a dual structure. Many of these economies, you know, we can see this in Astana in Kazakhstan, but you can see it in any capital around the world, have a very modern sector with corporations that look very similar to their European or American counterparts. They are immersed in the world markets, technology, and all of that. And they even have some institutions such as courts that might look very similar to what you would encounter in London or Paris. But behind this sort of inclusive modern facade, there's also a large extractive body. What I mean by that is that the rest of the economy does not really build on technology, innovation, productivity growth, producing niche products, does not mobilize the resources of the entire society in the form of creating opportunities for the vast majority of the people, incentives for them to take part in the in the productive economy. And it is supported by a political structure that doesn't give people voice, that doesn't mobilize the civil society. This dual structure works reasonably well during good times. It works well because you have the natural resource prices increasing, technology imports coming, integration into the world economy, but it is really hiding a lot of the sins of this dual structure. The extractive part not only lives on corruption, rent-seeking, clientelistic policies that instead of listening to the true wishes of the people, citizens, tries to give them handouts to sort of pacify them, but it also really lets a lot of the resources and the capacity of the society remain unused. There could be hundreds of millions of people around the world in emerging markets who have amazing talents, but they could never realize them because they don't go to proper schools. Even if they go to some school, they don't get high quality education. Even if they get high quality education, all future paths of advancement in high-tech sectors and high value-added sectors are closed to them. They can't even become proper citizens because they don't have voice through civil society organizations or democratic processes. And this system, because of this dual structure, because it doesn't generate this productivity growth, is also highly unstable. So it leads to these stop-go cycles. So the sins are hidden during good times, but they come across much more blatantly during bad times when you see the corruption becoming a barrier to economic growth. And during such times, as of now, there are often sort of calls for doing something. What are we going to replace this old model with? And the most natural thing is replace the old model with old model version 2. So you put Band-Aid on the problems. You try to do a few reforms. You privatize a few things. You undertake a few structural reforms, but you leave this heavy dual structure fed by the extractive element of it largely unchanged. Why do you do that? You do that because the people on the top of the business world, on top of the political world, those who are with the bureaucratic power in these societies, don't really have an incentive to change things. You do that because true change is really difficult. You know, institutions are highly persistent. They are highly persistent because when you try to change them, they resist. When you try to change them, they explode and something bad comes instead of the previous bad one. And also, if you really want to go beyond this old model, you need to have a strong dynamic comparative advantage in some high value added sector. You need to have the human capital to feed that new growth process. And many of these economies only generate human capital for a small fraction of the society, and those go into the bureaucratic sector or into these modern firms that are, you know, really providing very cushy jobs, but the new entrepreneurial blood is often not there. So what can we do? Well, I think what we should be thinking about are revolutionary reforms. A new model which really requires a total change of focus. Why did I use the word revolutionary reforms? Because I think the reforms that are necessary are truly radical, but they are reforms. I think many of these dual structures are unstable, but you know that instability is a two-edged sword. In many of these developing societies, we see that when there is really the reforms are not forthcoming, the instability is much more severe. So I think reforming the system from the inside is often a more feasible path, except that the political will for doing that, meaning that the insiders with the power actually wanting to do that, is the real barrier. But if it were feasible, I think it will go through a couple of main pillars. First of all, in many of these societies, you have the core of an institutional structure, but if you look at it a little bit more deeply, you see that state capacity is highly missing. You know, by state capacity, I mean the ability of the state to enforce laws, to provide public goods, to adjudicate conflicts, to provide security. In many of the emerging markets, you have a little bit of that, often concentrated in the capital or in some of the other major metropolitan areas, but the rest of the country, under vast parts of the country in Latin America, in parts of Asia, in Turkey, in Africa, are totally outside the power of the government, because the government does not, the state does not have that capacity. You need to create a legal system that has independence from whoever is controlling the government, so that it can really start enforcing laws in an even-handed manner, so that, you know, this level playing field that is really necessary for the inclusive growth, for people to be able to participate in that growth process, should really be able to do that. You need to have a institutional structure such that growth is going to come from a bottom-up process. This doesn't mean that the government's not going to play any role. The government has to play a very important role in every economy, from regulation to public good provision to technological support in some instances. And some of these needs are even more pronounced in developing economies. But it is of utmost importance that the relationship between business and government is of arm's length. When you look at many emerging economies, the real sort of stifling factor is that governments and state institutions and business are too close, which means that sort of radical, creative destruction type innovations are much more difficult because there's a natural conservatives coming in. And also, there is a bias for the larger corporations that have always done business with the government. So that needs to sort of change. A third pillar of that, which is related, is that we need to embrace a little bit of instability. Stability is very important, especially political stability, but instability in the business realm is very important. If you look at many developing economies, there's a real fear of investment projects which are often sort of launched as national pride items failing. But you can never have a market economy that's going to be innovative, that's going to try to produce niche products, that is not subject to either the creative destruction, which means the new replaces the old, so makes the old fail, or the new tries something new and itself fails. So that failure needs to be part of the business culture, and again, that requires not just an institutional reform, but a general reorientation of the growth process. And then fourth, you need the bottom-up process to go beyond the economic realm. You need the civil society to become more active and more involved, not just in economic affairs, but overall social and political affairs. And that's even a harder step, because many of these dual structures have been supported by a top-down political system. All of these are revolutionary in some sense, but there are revolutionary reforms because you don't want that to be resolved necessarily through in the streets. You want that enough demand for change to come from the bottom up, that reasonable policymakers start making room for those sorts of revolutionary reforms. Is that easy? I think it's very difficult, but I think a very important first step is diagnosing the problem. I think part of the reason why we keep replacing the old model with old model version 2, old model version 3, old model version 4 is because we don't diagnose the problem correctly. We think that we can just band-aid the underlying issues with a few structural reforms, with a little bit of central bank independence here, with a little bit of privatization here, but really the need is one for a much more holistic institutional overhaul of this growth model. Thank you.
Thank you, Doran. That was a strong start. Let me turn to Jeff Sachs. He's the director of the Earth Institute at Columbia University. And he knows a little bit about these revolutionary reforms because he worked on these shock therapy reforms in the 90s. So, Jeff, how do you see the slowdown in emerging markets, and what is the best remedy for these emerging markets? Do you think that the kind of Daron's case for these revolutionary reforms immediately needed, or there is a case to be made for a kind of incremental approach?
Thanks a lot. It's an interesting discussion and topic. I will just put my wager on continued convergence. I think that's the basic trend that we're on. I don't think that there's anything to overread in 2 or 3 years of data. We went through a big financial crisis. Nobody has figured out in the whole history of modern capitalism how to keep the financial sector from eating itself alive every 20 years or so, and the 2008 financial crisis was a big crisis, started in Wall Street with all those wonderful institutions, and created havoc around the world, and we're still seeing some of the legacy of that. But broadly speaking, I think the most important phenomena taking place in the world are two. One is the continued rise of China as the world's largest economy, and that is a huge factor for this country and for Central Asia, for the whole world. And second is the continuing technological dynamism of information technology, and I think that that will continue both to disrupt markets and it will continue to generate economic progress, because what information technology can manage across almost every sector of the economy is very, very strong. So my view is that we're still in an era, as long as we keep peace and a more or less open international system, we're still in an era where we're going to have economic growth, relative convergence, because I think the information technology is really a very big friend of developing countries, because it's low cost, easily transferable, hugely powerful, and so I would think that that's going to be a continued engine of growth. Of course, it is also true that in order to take advantage of circumstances like this, you need a strategy, and you need institutions that work pretty well, and those can be quite different from simple market institutions. One of the most important things for this country will be the quality of the education system. That's really a big, big challenge, because when you look at current indicators, for instance, the OECD comparative measures of education performance for the 80 countries or so that are part of the PISA project, Kazakhstan's near the bottom of that. And that's in science, math, and reading, and that would give me a lot of pause, and would be an area where I would want to invest quite heavily in. Information technology, higher standards for teachers, higher pay for teachers, emphasizing improvements in education. I think also for this country to benefit from China's rise, this One Belt, One Road framework that China is investing in is extraordinarily important, because Kazakhstan's right in the middle between Western Europe and China, and that can be a difficult position, but it can also be a very important constructive position from an economic development and strategic point of view. So I think that the basics are always true, that in order to achieve growth, one has to be able to master the continued improvements of technology. That requires skills. It requires enough stability in institutions to be able to do that. It requires a government sector that can invest significantly in infrastructure. It generally requires a good neighborhood, meaning that you're at peace with the neighbors and also with open economic relations with the neighbors. It also requires good luck. Kazakhstan is being hit by two crises right now. One is the oil crisis, and second is the Russia-Europe tensions, which are very bad and have a bad spillover for this region as well. And so there are geopolitical tensions that are very, very significant. And I think, Daron is absolutely right when it comes to horrendous cases of corruption, of which I would put Brazil and South Africa as two examples, where things can get so out of hand that the government loses all sense of what it's actually doing, because Brazil really became a completely corrupted class almost everywhere through Petrobras, and it's paying a heavy cost for that. So that's also true. But we know that you don't need purity, in fact, to have economic results, whether one would like it or not. There's always a bit of a mess in economics. It's never a pure textbook case of pure standards. But growth can be pretty robust, and I would expect it to be. I just think we're living through one more transition that we're living through, just to keep in mind, obviously, is, and it's a major one for this country and for some of the others that have slowed down, we're living through a process of decarbonization of the energy system that's just starting, and that is going to mean that the simplest growth model for this country, which is more oil, is not going to be a viable model. And I think that that is a long-term reality, not likely to turn around just by a rebound of commodities prices. The global climate challenges are serious and real enough to make it unlikely that we're going to go through another hydrocarbon boom as we might have expected 5 or 10 years ago. And that does mean that for Kazakhstan, finding different bases of integration in the world economy is extremely important. And the new Silk Road, the One Belt, One Road integration, which promises a two-way integration between East Asia and Western Europe, I think is the best hope.
Thank you, Jeff. So, Jeff nicely articulated these external and domestic challenges emerging market economies facing. There's external challenges, China's slowdown, but at the same time, China's initiatives around the world, kind of domestic challenges, education, institution building. When economists, academics, as well as people like me in international organizations talk about reforms, it's always, easier said than done. We are very lucky we have Ivan Miklos here. He was Deputy Prime Minister of Slovakia, as well as Minister of Finance at some point. Now, he is president of an economic think tank. So, Ivan, how easy to undertake these reforms, and what is the big challenge for emerging market economies? How these economies can generate the type of growth they need to catch up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for inviting me. I will just add that now, at present, I'm serving as the Chief Economic Advisor of Ukrainian Prime Minister, which means it is another challenge if we are speaking about doing reforms. Yeah, I very agree what Professor Asemoglu said, that, and I'm usually using not the revolutionary reforms, I'm using, but it is the same. I'm using comprehensive, deep, and complex reforms, because if not, if governments are doing only partial reforms, then usually costs are coming, but the results are not. And very important, in my opinion, is that we have to speak not only about macroeconomic stabilization, sound and sustainable public finance and structural reforms, but also about institutional reforms. And this is what I think was mentioned here. And if speaking about progress, I think, yeah, very important is if convergence process continues or not. And I think we have very nice experience, an example. As you know, in May 1st, 2004, 8 post-communist countries, very homogeneous countries, entered the European Union. If you look at their development and their convergence progress, for instance, from 2003 until now, we see that despite of very strong similarities, legacy, institutional legacy, structure of economy legacy, convergence results are very, very different, surprisingly very different. Measuring by convergence progress as how quickly they are approaching the EU average in GDP per capita, in purchase parity power, if you look at these countries, we see two groups of the countries. More successful countries, more successful convergence countries are Poland, Slovakia, and 3 Baltic countries, and less successful are Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovenia. And figures are really important difference. For instance, between 2003 and 2014, which means including last years, which in general was slowed down economic growth, average convergence progress in these 5 more reform countries, 3 Baltic, Poland, and Slovakia, was 22.2%. In average, every of these countries in average approached EU average level by more than 22%. But in Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovenia, it was only 4.7%. If you look at the 2 countries, Slovakia and Hungary, for instance, if you look for the short-term period between 2003 2008, it was golden time. At that time, and I think Slovakia could be interesting because we did exactly at that time, in 2003, we did really revolutionary reforms. We prepared during 2003 and imposed launched from 2004, tax reform, public finance reform, fiscal decentralization, pension reform, social reform, labor market reform, healthcare reform. Really comprehensive package of reforms. Then we achieved really jump. In between 2003 and 2008, Slovakian convergence progress was 17%. Hungarian was 1%, just 1%. And of course, you can say, okay, this was golden time, it was global boom, but I'm convinced that now, in more difficult times, it is even more important and not less important if these kind of reforms are done or if not. Which means I very agree that necessary precondition for successful convergence progress is deep, comprehensive, revolutionary package of macroeconomic stabilization measures, structural reforms, and institutional reforms. Easier to say than to do, because what is the biggest problem is that reforms are much more political than technical problem. From technical point of view, we know what to do, but of course from political, this political problem because everywhere in the world, people don't like changes. There is risk aversion, which is normal behavior. And then what is, in my opinion, the most important, you need strong leadership, political leadership. You need ownership of reforms, and you need also very strong communication. And if you are looking at the successful countries, we see that these preconditions have been fulfilled. And it means that we need, because what is the biggest threat for the reforms, for the necessary progress, not only in emerging markets, everywhere, is populism. Growing threat of populism, threat of protectionist, isolationism, which means in this regard it is necessary to have politicians who will do this despite of difficulty, despite of political risk connected with this. I remember when we discussed, when I was finance minister in 2002-2006, we discussed many times in ECOFIN meetings. It was at the time Lisbon strategy in the mid-time. Lisbon strategy, if you remember, said that Europe wants to catch up US until 2010. Then it was clear in 2005 that is not going on, and we discussed why. And then at that time, Jean-Claude Juncker said, he was at the time Prime Minister of Luxembourg and Finance Minister as well, and he said, of course we all know what is necessary to do. What we don't know, how to win elections after doing this. But I think this is not true, this mistake, because there are examples from Baltic countries, from Slovakia as well, that after doing these kind of reforms, if they are really done such revolutionary, because if reforms are sufficiently complex, deep and comprehensive, and if you are starting with them at the beginning of election period, then it is chance that they will bring results, and it is chance that it will be not political suicide for those who are doing them. Let me mention a few words about Ukraine, how I see situation in Ukraine from this point of view. I think Ukraine did during last 2 years after Maidan much more than 20 plus years before. But on the other side, it was not done enough. It is a lot of what is necessary to do. And again, the biggest problem is not strong enough leadership, ownership, and communication of reforms. If I speak about leadership, you know what I mean. If I speak about ownership, I mean that politicians have to be convinced deeply that they have to have vision, will, and courage to do, and to be convinced that they are doing reforms, not because IMF is pushing, because financial markets are pushing, because European Union is pushing, because the worst example of absence of the ownership of reform is Greece, Greek government. And communication means that politicians have to communicate, have to use every possibility and opportunity to communicate, but also to communicate by fighting against populists, because this is the biggest threat. If you are speaking about today's Ukraine, the biggest threat is even bigger, I think, than Russian aggression, is growing influence of populists. And if there is insufficient leadership, ownership, and communication of reforms, then it is a real threat that populists will stop reforms. Which means this is, in my opinion, important in every country, not only in emerging countries, but especially if we are speaking about commodity export countries, it is even more important to do these reforms because the situation changed in the market, and we can see the worst example how to deal with this is Venezuela. Also, very bad example is Russia. Kazakhstan has chance. If I heard Minister Bishimbayev what he said in previous session, what they are planning to do. If these reforms, including privatization, including improving business environment, institutional reforms, will be done, then I think Kazakhstan has a chance to succeed and to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. So reforms by themselves, of course, not sufficient. There has to be substantial ownership of these reforms and push them through. So we talked about Central Europe quite a bit, Ukraine including. Now we are very lucky because we have a veteran central banker, Deputy Governor of Central Bank of Mexico, Javier Guzman, with us. Javier, how do you see the slowdown in emerging market economies, and what's the perspective from Latin America and Mexico?
First of all, I want to say that I am very honored to participate in this panel with such a distinguished group. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if we'll have the chance to take a look at it. If not, okay, here it is. Well, I agree with many of the things that have been said by previous speakers. I will try to be as less repetitive as possible. First, very fast, a few figures. Before the financial crisis, we had a remarkable performance of emerging market economies. If you take a look at the rate of economic growth, for instance, during the period 2000 to 2007, we had nearly 7% on average. Of course, this allowed emerging market economies to increase significantly the share that they have in global output. If you measure that in PPP adjusted terms, you will see that the share of these economies in global output rose from around 40% in 2000 to more or less 50% by 2007. This, of course, resulted in an increase in the well-being of the population of these economies, measured on the basis of nominal GDP per capita, also adjusted in PPP terms. You will see that there was an increase of nearly 70% in that period. After the global financial crisis, emerging market economies showed great resilience. However, a short period after that, they began a deceleration of economic activity. And this is worrisome because it has been persistent and it has been generalized across countries and regions. Of course, understanding the reasons behind this deceleration of growth in emerging market economies is fundamental to see what the recommendation is. External factors, of course, have played a decisive role here. We have heard a lot about the deceleration of economic activity and in production and potential growth in advanced economies, the deterioration in terms of trade, of emerging market economies, the tightening of external financial conditions, the decline in the volume of trade, and so on. However, from my point of view, the main challenge for emerging market economies nowadays is of a domestic nature. And why am I saying this? Well, first of all, there are recent empirical estimates of the determinants of growth in emerging market economies, the IMF, the World Bank, and they suggest that in the most recent period, it is internal factors, and especially a slowing down of total factor productivity growth that is determining the evolution of growth in emerging market economies. Secondly, there are demographic trends that are going to affect the performance of emerging market economies in coming years. In particular, what we are seeing since 2010 is a deceleration in the rate of growth of the working age population in these countries. And third, we are seeing a change in the external environment for emerging market economies, which is not of a cyclical nature. It is a structural transformation of external environment for these countries. And this, of course, has very important implications for economic policy in these economies. What are these factors? Well, we see, to start with, that the possibility of a substantial recovery of the world economy is still out of sight. In this respect, it is important to note that the potential rate of growth in advanced economies has declined. We have even seen some discussion about the possibility of secular stagnation in these countries. But irrespective of whether this is a reasonable possibility or not, it is clear that will be a long time before we see rates of growth in the advanced economies at rates similar to those that we saw before the global financial crisis. Second, we have the problems in China. We had a lot of discussion on this morning. There is a transition which is reducing the rate of growth and the rate of potential growth in China. In this context, it is not surprising that what the IMF is projecting is a deterioration of the terms of trade of emerging market economies until 2021. And we have an additional problem, which is the normalization of monetary policy in the US, and in general, the situation of uncertainty that we are seeing in international financial markets. What is this suggesting? That external financial conditions for emerging market economies are going to remain difficult for a significant period of time. To sum up, with the nature of the recent deceleration of growth in emerging market economies, and with the structural transformation of the external environment that these countries will be facing, it is clear that they need to strengthen the domestic sources of growth, and this is clearly a challenge of a domestic nature. What should emerging market economies do to meet this objective? Well, what you see here is nothing very new. It looks very simple. It is not simple at all. First of all, macroeconomic stability. There is no need to elaborate on this. There is, I think, universal agreement on the importance of macroeconomic stability. The only thing I would like to say here is that there is a big difference between theory and practice. Implementation has proved to be a very difficult issue. In fact, we continue to see in a number of emerging market economies high fiscal deficits, high current account deficits, high levels of debt, and so on. And if you take a look at the sources of the deceleration of economic activity in emerging market economies in recent years, you will see that one of the factors is precisely macroeconomic stability, or the lack of macroeconomic stability. Second, financial stability. This is a more complicated issue. The standard recommendation nowadays is use macroprudential policies, and whenever this is feasible, complement them with coordinated efforts on the macroeconomic and the microprudential sides. However, despite all the energy that has been devoted by the international community to understand better how to achieve financial stability, we have still many theoretical and empirical gaps here. And then finally, structural reform. I think there is no doubt, there has been a lot of discussion about this, about the need to take action on the supply side. And this is, of course, underlined by the importance of the decline in productivity growth in recent years, in the deceleration of growth in emerging market economies, but also because of the risk that these countries face of falling into the so-called middle income trap. That is to say, the stage where they have reached an income level where the underutilization of resources and the easy productivity gains have been, are diluting. On the other hand, an element that has also been mentioned is in recent years, we have seen only a few emerging market economies implementing comprehensive packages of structural reform. Part of that is explained by the rates of growth that they observed during the period before the global financial crisis. This led indeed to some complacency. The situation, of course, has to change if emerging market economies want to continue to grow at reasonable rates. Is it possible to make recommendations of a generalized nature for these countries? Of course, that is not possible. It all depends on the particular characteristics of each economy. But I think that on the basis of the international experience, and I would add also on the basis of the experience of Mexico, we can underline a number of principles of a general nature. And what are these? You will see a lot of coincidence with what has been said already. You have to reduce barriers to the efficient functioning of markets, fuel competition, fuel innovation and the adoption of new technologies, the accumulation of physical and human capital, and so on. Institutional reform should take a very important role in any process of structural reform. Third, it is important to recognize that there are synergies between reforms in different areas. Fourth, it is important also to take into consideration that the sequencing of reforms is very important. And in this case, I would say we in Mexico have had a very negative experience with an inappropriate sequencing of reforms in the early 90s. Fifth, it is also important to take into consideration, in this respect, I would like to quote again the middle income trap hypothesis, that the drivers of productivity growth may vary depending on the level of development of each economy. And finally, it is also important to take into consideration that approval of reforms may take a long time. The implementation of reforms may also take a long time. The impact on productivity will also normally be slow. There may be some effects of structural reforms that will be seen more rapidly, but in general, the effect on productivity will be slow. And therefore, it is important, very important, to move in this direction very rapidly. I don't know if I have the time to make a couple of comments about the Mexican economy. If not, I will leave them for afterwards. Okay. Well, Mexico began a major effort of structural reform in late 2012. As I mentioned before, the full effect of these reforms is going to take a long time. In fact, they are still under implementation. But what I want to underline now is that there are some effects of these reforms that are already evident. The first one has to do with the impact, the implication of reforms for inflation in Mexico. Take a look at the left-hand side of this chart. What we see is the red line is the rate of inflation in Mexico. The rate of inflation in Mexico, we have an inflation target of 3%. The rate of inflation in Mexico has been below the target for 12 consecutive months. This is an unprecedented achievement in Mexico. What are the reasons behind this? A combination of factors. The most important one among them, a solid macroeconomic framework. But there has also been a role for structural reforms. The right-hand side of this chart. Take a look at the prices of telecommunications, the blue line, or the prices of electricity. And these declines in the prices of these products are related basically to reform of the telecommunication sector, which has focused on increasing competition in this sector in the Mexican economy. And the second one, the case of electricity, is partly related to the reform of the energy sector in Mexico. A final comment, the rate of economic growth. In this chart, what I do is I compare the rate of economic growth in Mexico and in other countries in the years before and after the global financial crisis. As you can see, in the case of Mexico, the rate of economic growth remains stable. Let me clarify, at a rate of growth that's still insufficient for Mexico's needs, but the fact is that it remains stable. And this is notwithstanding a situation in which the rate of growth of our main trading partner declines, as you can see in the second part of the chart on the left, the US. And despite the fact that during that period we were affected by a number of external shocks. But if I compare the evolution in these two periods, before and after the global financial crisis, in Mexico and in other emerging market economies, you will see that Mexico is one of the few countries in which the rate of economic growth does not decline between the two periods. Again, it is very difficult to separate the impact of different factors determining this behavior. But there is clearly a possibility that the resilience of the Mexican economy to the external shocks, to the deceleration of economic activity in the US, is related to structural reform. And with this, I end. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. So, structural reforms are not just helping improve growth, but at the same time making the economy resilient. And Javier made a case, in the case of Mexico, this could be the one benefit of structural reforms. Javier also talked about middle income trap. It's a very popular topic. When I visit countries, people ask me about it. And we have Eric Berkloff here. Eric used to be the chief economist of the EBRD. Now he's the director of the Institute of Global Affairs at London School of Economics. Eric, how do you see the slowdown in emerging markets, and how should we think about this middle income trap question in the context of this recent slowdown?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. So I think there's no doubt, when I travel in emerging markets now, this is the dominant paradigm. You go to China, you go to India, you go to Turkey, everywhere it's the same notion, this middle income trap. And it's somewhat surprising perhaps, because a lot of the academic literature over the last few years at least have basically shown, or at least suggested, that this idea that countries would get stuck at some particular level of income doesn't really hold out in the data. And it also seems rather implausible that countries that are so different in terms of structure would, at some particular level of income, end up in trouble. So that's, what, and this idea that countries get stuck is on the face of it not so easy to establish. Yet, this transition from middle income to high income is clear, and some of the previous speakers have mentioned this. You need a change of both institutions and a change of economic structure. And of course, this structural transformation is a very important part where the both sides of this, both institutions and structure need to change together through an interplay. And what we see is that countries that grow fast as low income also tend to grow fast as middle income. And so I think one should look at what are the abilities of different economies or different economic systems to make this transformation, to have a successful interplay between institutional change and structural change in the economy. And when I look at what countries have been successful and what countries have been less successful, I think there are a few things that stand out. It's really about building in kind of transformational pressures, but also abilities of institutions to transform themselves. And so, give you an example of and I think this transformation is particularly difficult for a country like Kazakhstan, which is rich in resources. A few years ago, we looked at in the EBRD region the countries with the worst institutions and the countries with the best institutions. And actually, the single most important factor was openness, and this was both trade openness and financial openness. And this even after you had controlled for EU accession and EU membership. So already there, I think there is something that is key to getting this kind of transformational capacity of an economy. But it's also absolutely critical that you, inside the economy as such, have these changes. So it's about competition, it's about establishing governance rules, transparency, getting the political system to work and build institutions that are more inclusive, that are politically reflecting what the voters or the constituencies want. If you look at then what is it that you want these economies to do? Well, as we said earlier, what you need to do at the level of an emerging economy when you are away from the frontier, the world technology frontier, you need to think a little bit differently about innovation. Of course, you want innovation in the sense of innovating completely new things, but really what's much more important is to have transfer of technologies, and both for imitation and adaptation. And that takes somewhat different capacities of the economy. It's about so secondary education, maybe first years of college education is more important when you're thinking about imitation and adaptation. And what Jeff Sachs spoke about, the problem of the quality of education, at least according to the PISA studies in Kazakhstan, is one example of something that needs to be addressed if you should have more absorption of technologies in Kazakhstan. So both for middle-income countries that to move towards the frontier, it of course needs over time to build capacity to genuinely innovate and have a supportive R&D policy, have competition, have a regulation that enforces transparency in the economy. So there's a whole range of issues to drive productivity that are quite different for emerging economies than for advanced economies. So, and of course, Daron spoke about this dual structure that you see so prominently in many emerging economies. And of course, that's another aspect of that is these very long tails of inefficient firms. And so you need to, again, it's about finding pressures inside that push these companies out of the economy, and does it in a way that is also takes care of sort of socially allowing people to transfer to other sector, other jobs. Yes, one last thing that I think is particularly striking when you come to Kazakhstan is the lack of medium-sized firms. So you have fair amount of small firms, so you have some very large firms, but you have almost no middle-sized firms. And given that the experience is that it's really most of the productivity improvements come in small firms growing into middle income and then maybe growing even bigger. And that's where a lot of the growth really has come from in advanced economies. And so you need to build that capacity of small firms. Small firms will fail more often, but the small firms that succeed, they are the ones who really drive productivity in the economy. So that's finding ways of promoting that is absolutely key. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. With that, I'm going to open the floor for discussion. We have half an hour. Questions to panelists? Please. Do we have a microphone here?
Во-первых, поблагодарить за столь дискуссию интересную. Мне хотелось бы сказать, что Казахстан не Венесуэла, Казахстан не Греция. Казахстан – страна, которая провела уже достаточно много либеральных реформ. У нас очень либеральный рынок труда. Недавно принят новый закон о занятости, новый трудовой кодекс, в котором очень учтены права работодателей. У нас либеральная пенсионная система. У нас накопительный пенсионный фонд, и люди копят пенсию сами. Ну, сейчас переходный период, то есть какая-то часть идет из бюджета. У нас очень высокий частный сектор, у нас очень либеральная налоговая система в рамках, скажем, стран бывшего Советского Союза. У нас самые низкие ставки налоговые. И, безусловно, все это способствовало тому, чтобы экономика все-таки была рыночной, но издержки нефтяной экономики всем известны. Мы жили слишком хорошо, мы слишком жили незаслуженно где-то хорошо, наверное. Сейчас мы получили макроэкономический шок, и главная задача, как нам выйти теперь из этой ситуации. Мы буквально небольшое экспресс-исследование провели для того, чтобы понять, а кто сейчас выживает, кто развивается. Мы взяли два критерия. У кого есть рост производства в 2015 и первый квартал 2016 года, и у кого одновременно растет производительность труда. И мы обнаружили эти отрасли, их немного. Это отрасли обрабатывающей промышленности, пищевая промышленность, металлургическая промышленность, производство готовых металлических, неметаллических изделий. То есть есть какие-то ростки даже вот в этой сложной ситуации. У меня такой вопрос, нет, мне хотелось бы сказать, что действительно вот ключевая мысль, которую сказал господин Джеффри Сакс, для меня это надо искать новые пути интеграции в мировую экономику. Слишком мал внутренний рынок, который насыщает вот эти предприятия, которые хорошо выжили. Как вы видите, господин Сакс, вот каким путем интегрироваться теперь в мировую экономику вот в условиях уже, когда нет нефтяных доходов, низкая цена на нефть, все-таки как выходить теперь, какие отрасли будут иметь конкурентные преимущества? Спасибо.
Thank you. So the first question is, Kazakhstan, while being an oil-dependent economy, has been quite successful undertaking certain reforms. The labor market reforms, the tax reforms have been undertaken. But then the question is, what are the new ways of integrating to the global economy? It's a question to Jeff, but I would like to see whether we have more questions. Let's try to get, yes, please.
Thank you. Dmitry Godunov, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, Geneva. Very short question. In my organization, I am a regional focal point for so-called Group D countries, which are called economies in transition, which includes Kazakhstan, Slovakia, Ukraine, and so. Question is, what will happen with this concept in the future? Because these countries are asking me, so are we still in transition, like 25 years or more? If you are in transition hall, eventually you should arrive somewhere. Yeah, thank you.
So, we have one more question.
Фамилия моя Байзаков. Я профессору Джеймсу Сакс написал в прошлом году письмо относительно как раз оценки производительности труда. Мы раньше производительность считали по валовой продукции в советское время. После трансформации мы начали считать по. Теперь мы считаем по ВВП, по вашей книге, по макроэкономике. И дефлятор считаем, и номинальный ВВП, и реальный ВВП. Оказывается, Пикетти писал недавно, что и инфляция, и реальный ВВП считается неправильно. Вот профессор Алпспаева задает вопрос, считает производительность труда. Как вы считаете, правильнее будет считать производительность труда? По какому критерию?
Excellent. If we have learned nothing today, we learn one thing. When you get letters, you need to write responses. So, Jeff, let's start with the last question. What is the best way of, or the right way of estimating productivity? Of course, your textbook was a guide, but has that changed?
Hard questions. I think the only two things I would say about productivity measurement is first, we measure lots of things worse and worse in our economy because the whole service sector is very poorly measured. And all of the uses of information technology lead to very difficult measurements of actual output. So I'm not sure that we really understand even what we're measuring when we're measuring GDP anymore, or lots of the sectors of the economy. That's one basic issue I think you're asking. The second point, obviously, is to measure not just labor productivity, but some kind of more inclusive total factor productivity, so that you get a better measurement, especially in capital-intensive economies, of what's happening. But the fact is, in almost all economies right now, we have a very serious challenge of our standard measurements not keeping up with the real nature of output, especially as it becomes less and less material and more digital. So I think there are general measurement issues. If I could say something about the other two questions very briefly. My point about Kazakhstan's integration into the world economy is that the rise of China is fundamental for Kazakhstan's economic future in two ways. One is that you have a huge market now that on your neighborhood that was not a huge market 20 years ago. And so China is a transformation for the reality of this country in a very fundamental way. The second aspect of China's rise is that China is intent on building the infrastructure linkages with Europe, the so-called One Belt, One Road network, both the overland route, which is through Kazakhstan, at least the northern corridor, and the ocean routes through Southeast Asia. And I think this is very important for this country as well, for all of Central Asia, because if there is a high quality, high speed freight, passenger rail, and other infrastructure integration, that's going to open a lot of economic activity for this country as well in a very wide range of industries. So to my mind, this new Silk Road or One Belt proposal of China to build a major infrastructure program between Europe and East Asia is really probably the most significant single factor for Kazakhstan's future economically, because you're a landlocked country between two large economic units, and if those connections are improved in transport, logistics, connectivity, power, that is the underpinning of all manner of economic integration. And so I think that that is quite a fundamental point. It means, not to miss your specific question, that there will be many sectors where Kazakhstan is going to be able to have international competitiveness. Certainly a lot of industrial sectors, commodity-based, mineral-based to be sure, advanced machinery, and you'll be exporting services also if this linkage is strengthened, because the idea of having a regional financial market here is also a realistic idea if there is a stronger economic integration than there was before. My own view is that your own market or just the immediate neighborhood of the Eurasian community is not a big enough market. So if it's Russia and your immediate neighbors, that's not enough. You really do want to trade with China and other countries of East Asia and with Europe, and to have a transport and logistics and financial and fiber connectivity to allow you to do that in an effective way. But I think it's going to happen. I think that this is going to be highly beneficial. On the question of transition economy, I would end the term myself. I was there when the term was first created. I think the first day. I think it's got to be over. We're a quarter century on, and now we have normal structural problems of countries in a region from Central Europe through Central Asia. So it's not transition problems, in my view, anymore. It's just economic problems.
Just a comment on this, because I never used transition in my presentation. I think what the transition concept emphasized was the institutional change, and I think we now have a term that is better captures what you want, is what I use, the structural transformation. Having said that, if you look at, for example, the use of transition today, it's mostly used in the political sense. So, you know, the Arab transition, the political transition in Africa and so on. I think in that sense, it is very valuable to remind us that this is both political and economic transformation. And I'm not at all saying that we should not stop using transition, but I think it is important to remember that this is also a critical aspect of the transformation.
So, Daron, how should we think about this process of integration of emerging market economies to the rest of the world? And how can the process of integration augment capacity of the state, if that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, to paraphrase a Mexican saying, you know, Kazakhstan is too far from God and too near to China and Russia. So obviously the integration issue is important. But I think, you know, I would like to think of integration as not, you know, an unconditional process. It really does depend on how you are integrating, what your underlying institutional structure is, and what you're trying to achieve. You know, if you look at history, some of the most globally integrated economies of the world were the plantation colonies of, you know, Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica, Barbados. And it's actually pretty hard to imagine that they would have been able to have 80% of their population work as chattel slaves producing sugar if they weren't globally integrated. So obviously that's not the global integration that we want. It's an extreme case, but it brings the point of, you know, it really depends on how you're designing your institutions and what is the international interactions, financial, technological, and product market are bringing to the country. So I think the global integration that many resource-based economies have undergone over the last 50 years have not been very productive, both in terms of building high value-added sectors, nor have they brought an institutional or private sector dynamic that has been good for institutional development. I think the trap is to repeat exactly the same thing for many of the new resource-based economies of the 21st century, and the biggest sort of barrier to that, or the biggest sort of way out of that, is what Jeff also emphasized, which is technological. So today it's not possible to be integrated into the world economy in any shape or form without also being technologically integrated. You know, there are, of course, ways in which governments can try to sort of manipulate that. You know, China is a master of that. Iran was very successful at that, especially during the Green Revolution days. But I think ultimately that technological sort of integration does bring information, does mobilize parts of the media or civil society, and perhaps it's a partial insurance against the worst sort of global integration. But I think, again, the Chinese example shows that it's only a partial insurance and the process is very slow, and there are other repressive or other means of controlling civil society. I think also that technological convergence is a much more complicated object in this current technological environment. It is absolutely true that, you know, one optimistic view is, you know, get globally integrated, and that will bring technologies, and technologies will always cause convergence. But I think the easy path to convergence through technological catch-up has also been closed for many economies, many emerging economies, Kazakhstan probably included. You know, how did the classic technological convergence go? Well, you started in low value-added, labor-intensive sectors, and you produced those and you exported them. That way you developed both the private sector, some know-how, some global sort of expertise. But today, you know, there is China which is very effective in monopolizing, because of low cost and relatively high productivity, or many of these low cost, low value added sectors. They're now kind of taking over a lot of the medium value added sectors. Second, the process of automation and robotics has only just started transforming many of these sectors, and it's going to be harder and harder for countries to sort of contribute to their economic growth by trying to take these sectors away, because they're not going to be taking them away from expensive European or American labor. They're going to try to take them away from robots, and that's going to be harder and harder. So I think that again means that we have to think in a more nuanced way about technological sort of integration also. So all of that to say is, yes, I think the future is one of global integration, but global integration comes in very different shades and colors, and we have to be careful which one we choose. And again, the natural sort of inclination of a political system might not always be the one that serves the long-term interests of a society.
We have time for more questions. Yes, Christoph.
Yeah, my name is Christoph Rosenberg. I'm with the IMF. I want to get back to something that Eric said at the very beginning, at the end of his statement. He made this statement that small firms drive productivity gains. And I wonder if that is really always true. We did some research at the IMF just recently in our fiscal monitor, where we didn't quite find this, and where we actually found that it's the innovative, the startups that are really the ones that are driving productivity, and that there's a real danger if one focuses one's tax regimes and the credit support schemes around this, this SME mantra, that one actually may, be wasting resources, and that could be more used more targeted. Maybe you have a thought on that.
So I didn't say that SMEs. I said that SMEs that grow to become medium-sized and then larger, that's where most of the productivity gains come from, or the most productive firms. I agree completely that there has been way too much emphasis on promotion of SMEs as such. I think where I think there's a real need, particularly in this country, is to encourage small firms to grow large, or take away those barriers that come. And I remember in Russia, we did a long time ago now, but it was when they implemented their SME programs, it was very clear that up to a level of sort of 17, 18 employees, you were sort of fine, but then you were discovered by all these bureaucrats and whatever fire inspections or licensing and so on started to bite. So, and of course, you get more interesting as a corruption target if you grow a little bit bigger. So I think it's those kind of institutional constraints and maybe lack of institutional support that I was talking about.
Thank you. So let me turn to Yuan and ask his views about this transition. Where are we in the transition? And should we call it transition anyway, since you basically transformed?
Yeah, I have nothing against this term. At least in countries which still don't have functioning market economy with institutions, proper institutions, which means this is kind of transition from especially if you're speaking about former central planned communist economies to the normally functioning market economy. And I think even more important distinction is between what, for instance, World Economic Forum is dividing the countries, and I think most of the emerging economies are so-called efficiency-driven economies by this definition. And then if they reach about $17,000 or $19,000 per capita, they're calling them innovative-driven economies, which means advanced economies. And this is something I think and this is exactly connected with the middle-income trap. How to overcome this trap, and this is then importance of education, knowledge economy, and everything connected with this is growing much more. Which means if we are looking at former, let's say, former transition or former post-communist countries, I think we can see that some of them reached successfully or overcome this transition period, and now they are normally functioning market economy, some of them advanced economy, innovation-driven economies. But still, of course, there are some differences if we compare it with, for instance, Western European countries. But speaking about countries like Kazakhstan or Ukraine, I very agree that very, very important will be openness and interconnection. And if you are speaking about global competition, this is also very, very often question, especially to me in Ukraine, for instance, is that what about priorities? Because Slovakia is well known that we are #1 in the world by producing cars per capita. Even 2 years from now, when Land Rover Jaguar will start production, we will produce 2 times more per capita than second country, which is Czech Republic. And everybody is surprised in Ukraine if I'm arguing that we didn't have any specific policy, that we didn't choose when we did reforms that we want to be #1 in the producing cars. No, we did reforms. We improved general business environment. We did structural institutional reforms. And then, because we had this comparative advantage in mass industrial production, despite we didn't produce. During communism, in Slovakia was not produced personal cars, which means, but we had tradition in machinery, heavy machinery, and which means it was kind of not explicit decision of the government, which means I'm trying to argue that don't do this, don't create some favorite branches or areas in which to speeding up this transition or this development. As much as reforms as possible, and then these comparative advantages will be used if country will be open and integrated to the global economy.
Thank you. I'm gonna give the last word to Javier and ask his views in the context of integration, given that Mexico is very much integrated to the North American economic space through NAFTA, as well as the global economy. How should a country like Mexico think about integration going forward?
Well, in the case of Mexico, integration to the rest of the world has been extremely important for economic development. I would say, to start with, Mexico was an economy which was very closed until the mid-80s. Nowadays, Mexico is one of the most open economies among emerging market economies, both on the trade and on the financial sides. And we have positive at the end, but different experiences in both respects. In the case of the trade opening, it began by joining the GATT, and then culminated with the signing of the North American Free Trade Agreement and with the signing of a number of additional free trade agreements. I think that has been one of the most fundamental institutional changes in the Mexican economy in recent years. You have to take into consideration, in the early 80s, Mexican exports were dominated by oil. Oil accounted for more than 80% of Mexican exports. As the economy began to be open, a process of stimulus to the growth of manufacturing exports began, and nowadays they are the overwhelming majority of exports in Mexico. So the opening on the trade side in the case of Mexico has been fundamental to develop the external, a competitive export sector. And on the other hand, of course, it has also been of a lot of benefit for consumers in general. In the case of the opening of the financial account, I was mentioning before that the sequencing of reforms is very important. And in the case of Mexico, we have had a negative experience in that respect in the 1990s, in the early 1990s. And why was that? Because the capital account was open in a context in which the banking system and the supervision of the banking system were still not strong enough. And the result of that was a substantial increase in inflows in a context in which we have a fragile banking system which was not sufficiently well supervised. And that was one of the reasons for the crisis, the macroeconomic crisis and the crisis in the banking system that we had in the 90s. So one of the lessons there is that you have to be very careful when you embark in a process of structural reform in the sequencing of the reforms. I have to say that after that experience, the opening of the capital account in Mexico has been very positive. In fact, one of the main reasons for the development of the Mexican financial system is precisely the opening of the capital account. So at the end, the experience has been positive, but you have to be very careful.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to provide a quick summary before we conclude. When we teach growth, in principal classes, we talk about these 4 I's of growth. The first one is initial conditions. Where you start matters. If you start at a low base, you can basically deliver higher growth rate, but eventually you converge to, the kind of the growth rates you see around the world, the advanced countries' growth rates, hopefully. The second important thing, you need to invest. Investment in human capital, investment in physical capital, infrastructure, quite important, and I think that a number of panelists emphasize that. The third one, innovation. You need to find a way to innovate, improve productivity, and become competitive, especially in a highly integrated global economy. Finally, you need to basically have strong institutions. There are different ways of thinking about that. Daron made a very nice case and emphasized the importance of revolutionary reforms to increase state capacity to build institutions. And Ivan talked about the importance of ownership of reforms. I think we can all agree that this underlying slowdown in emerging market economies is a formidable challenge, and we need all of these tools together, innovation, investment, and institution building, and we hope that policymakers are listening and they will undertake the measures necessary. I would like to thank this all-star panels. It was a wonderful discussion, very informative. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, our next session will start in 20 minutes' time. Now you're all invited to the coffee break. Уважаемые дамы и господа, следующая наша сессия начнется через 20 минут. Сейчас вы можете пройти в зону ресторана на кофе-брейк.
If ratified, the agreement would boost trade and growth among its members. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would not necessarily steer very much trade away from non-member countries, and
Kazakhstan, where history has been written on the wind-blown steppe and the future glitters in thousands.
It's the biggest change to the IMF's special drawing rights, or SDR basket, since the inclusion of the euro in 1999. China's yuan or renminbi is now part of a very exclusive club.
The renminbi's inclusion is clearly an important milestone in a journey that has begun months, if not years ago. A journey which is a transition towards more market-driven principle of the macroeconomic framework of China.
To join the SDR, a nation must be a large exporter, a status that China achieved a long time ago.
They have more trade than any other country in the world. They now have a benchmark oil contract that they're trading in yuan. They're doing a lot of trading in the East in yuan, and the East is only going to get larger, and their power within the East, I think, is only going to get greater.
A second IMF criteria is having a currency that is freely usable. Over the past several years, China has executed many reforms to make this happen, like putting more yuan in global circulation.
China has swap lines where other countries can access China's currency, China can access their other country's currency with about 25 different countries. It's gone from practically nothing in terms of world trade to being maybe the fourth or fifth most important currency.
A reality the IMF is now recognizing in an official way.
I think the number one thing for China is just prestige. You know, it's very prestigious, you know, on the global stage to be considered one of the reserve currencies. It shows that China is moving towards a more flexible currency and is accepted by the world economy as a major leader.
Effective October next year, the yuan will officially be a part of IMF's SDR basket. Each currency in the basket is given a weighting. The yuan will have a weighting of 10.9%, slightly higher than the Japanese yen and pound sterling. Getting the IMF stamp of approval will not only help China internationalize its currency, but many economists predict that over time we'll see more governments around the world hold large quantities of renminbi as part of their foreign exchange reserves. Tracy Tandon, CCTV, New York.
Risks to global financial stability have indeed increased over the last 6 months, and this has been due to three main factors. First, higher macroeconomic risks in the context of a weaker growth and inflation outlook. Second, falling commodity prices and increasing concerns about China, which have put pressure on emerging markets and in credit markets in advanced economies. And third, lower confidence in policies and in policy traction in an environment of higher economic, financial, and political and geopolitical risks. Now, all of this has been reflected into the market turmoil, which to me is not just a one-off event, but a signal that there is still more work to be done. It is essential that banks' remaining challenges are addressed once and for all because they're key to financing the economic recovery. Banks are pressured as a result of two developments, cyclical and structural. Cyclical because of the weaker growth and inflation outlook, which puts downward pressure on bank profitability. And second, structural challenges coming from the need to further adapt the business models of banks.
For example, if we look at advanced economies banks, the percent of bank assets which belongs to banks which have significant business model adjustments to make is about 15%. And in the euro area, to this you have to add dealing with non-performing loans and excess bank capacity that exists. China is embarked on multiple transitions, and it's making good progress in rebalancing its economy and also in moving to a more market-based financial system. But it's also true that there are challenges linked to the deteriorating health of corporates in China in a context of lower growth and of diminished corporate profitability. Now, this is reflected in the fact that the corporate debt at risk of not being repaid, meaning corporates whose earnings are below the debt service, has gone up to about 14% of total corporate debt. And this may imply in the future potential bank losses of up to 7% of GDP. Now, this is a significant number, but it's also manageable, given that banks have buffers and also that there is fiscal room for maneuver because there is a low debt to GDP. So this is manageable, but this issue needs to be managed now. Well, much is at stake. Starting from a baseline of relatively weak growth and where financial stability is not sufficiently entrenched, I can envisage two alternative scenarios, a good one and a bad one. The bad one would be a scenario where, because of adverse shocks or policy missteps, growth is even weaker. We have renewed episodes of financial turmoil, which could lead us into a situation over time of economic and financial stagnation. That's something that could cost the world up to nearly 4% of global output over the next few years. Alternatively, we can go to a better scenario. And that better scenario would be one where growth is stronger and where financial stability is also stronger. And as a result of a balanced and potent policy mix, we can get there. And this could mean that the world would gain nearly 2% of global GDP over the next few years. Now, what is this more balanced and potent policy mix? Well, going beyond monetary policies. Monetary policies remain crucial, but they can no longer be the only game in town. You need also structural reforms, supportive fiscal policies wherever there is space, and financial policies to improve banks and non-banks, like markets, and also the health of corporates.
Globally, central banks have set inflation targets. What is the value of that practice?
For the longest time, central banks have been expected to achieve what's known as price stability. Now, that's a worthy goal, but the question became, how do you define it? How do you judge whether you're there or not? And so many central banks have wanted to set an exact benchmark on where they want to see inflation, both to be transparent, but also to try and anchor inflation expectations, which can play a very big role in asset pricing.
And often it's 2%. What's the magic of that percentage?
I did some work into that, and believe it or not, I think I can trace its origins to, of all places, New Zealand, which was the first developed country to adopt an inflation target. They adopted a 1% to 3% range, and no magic to it. I don't think there was any research behind it, but soon thereafter, every other central bank that was adopting an inflation target picked two: the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, the European Central Bank, and then ultimately in 2012, the Federal Reserve.
And we're seeing globally, banks are struggling to meet that target. Why?
Just about every developed market is seeing their inflation well below the 2% target, and it's been a bit of a struggle. I think the main reason is, Doug, that prices in general are determined by global supply and demand, where individual central banks can only really influence conditions in a portion of the global picture. So the ability of an individual central bank to reach a target, I think, is much more limited and has become more limited as the economy has gotten more global.
So is this an attainable target? Should it be changed? What's your view?
I would say this. I do not think that central banks should press so hard to get to a 2% target that they end up doing things that are unnatural for their economy. And for instance, if we wanted to get to 2%, we would do a lot more quantitative easing of purchases by the central bank. That could create all kinds of distortions in asset markets that we just don't want. Maybe it's better to live with inflation that's a little bit below the target than press too hard to get there.
It's the biggest change to the IMF's special drawing rights, or SDR basket, since the inclusion of the euro in 1999. China's yuan, or renminbi, is now part of a very exclusive club.
The renminbi's inclusion is clearly an important milestone in a journey that has begun months, if not years ago. A journey which is a transition towards more market-driven principle of the macroeconomic framework of China.
To join the SDR, a nation must be a large exporter, a status that China achieved a long time ago.
They have more trade than any other country in the world. They now have a benchmark oil contract that they're trading in yuan. They're doing a lot of trading in the East in yuan, and the East is only going to get larger, and their power within the East, I think, is only going to get greater.
A second IMF criteria is having a currency that is freely usable. Over the past several years, China has executed many reforms to make this happen, like putting more yuan in global circulation.
China has swap lines where other countries can access China's currency, China can access their other country's currency with about 25 different countries. It's gone from practically nothing in terms of world trade to being maybe the fourth or fifth most important currency.
A reality the IMF is now recognizing in an official way.
I think the number one thing for China is just prestige. You know, it's very prestigious, you know, on the global stage to be considered one of the reserve currencies. It shows that China is moving towards a more flexible currency and is accepted by the world economy as a major leader.
Effective October next year, the yuan will officially be a part of IMF's SDR basket. Each currency in the basket is given a weighting. The yuan will have a weighting of 10.9%, slightly higher than the Japanese yen and pound sterling. Getting the IMF stamp of approval will not only help China internationalize its currency, but many economists predict that over time we'll see more governments around the world hold large quantities of renminbi as part of their foreign exchange reserves. Tracy Tandon, CCTV, New York.
Risks to global financial stability have indeed increased over the last 6 months, and this has been due to three main factors. First, higher macroeconomic risks in the context of a weaker growth and inflation outlook. Second, falling commodity prices and increasing concerns about China, which have put pressure on emerging markets and in credit markets in advanced economies. And third, lower confidence in policies and in policy traction in an environment of higher economic, financial, and political and geopolitical risks. Now, all of this has been reflected into the market turmoil, which to me is not just a one-off event, but a signal that there is still more work to be done. It is essential that banks' remaining challenges are addressed once and for all because they're key to financing the economic recovery. Banks are pressured as a result of two developments, cyclical and structural. Cyclical because of the weaker growth and inflation outlook, which puts downward pressure on bank profitability. And second, structural challenges coming from the need to further adapt the business models of banks. For example, if we look at advanced economies banks, the percent of bank assets which belongs to banks which have significant business model adjustments to make is about 15%. And in the euro area, to this you have to add dealing with non-performing loans and excess bank capacity that exists. China is embarked on multiple transitions, and it's making good progress in rebalancing its economy and also in moving to a more market-based financial system. But it's also true that there are challenges linked to the deteriorating health of corporates in China in a context of lower growth and of diminished corporate profitability. Now, this is reflected in the fact that the corporate debt at risk of not being repaid, meaning corporates whose earnings are below the debt service, has gone up to about 14% of total corporate debt. And these may imply in the future potential bank losses of up to 7% of GDP. Now, this is a significant number, but it's also manageable, given that banks have buffers and also that there is fiscal room for maneuver because there is a low debt to GDP. So this is manageable, but this issue needs to be managed now. Well, much is at stake. Starting from a baseline of relatively weak growth and where financial stability is not sufficiently entrenched, I can envisage two alternative scenarios, a good one and a bad one. The bad one would be a scenario where, because of adverse shocks or policy missteps, growth is even weaker. We have renewed episodes of financial turmoil, which could lead us into a situation over time of economic and financial stagnation. That's something that could cost the world up to nearly 4% of global output over the next few years. Alternatively, we can go to a better scenario. And that better scenario would be one where growth is stronger and where financial stability is also stronger. And as a result of a balanced and potent policy mix, we can get there. And this could mean that the world would gain nearly 2% of global GDP over the next few years. Now, what is this more balanced and potent policy mix? Well, going beyond monetary policies. Monetary policies remain crucial, but they can no longer be the only game in town. You need also structural reforms, supportive fiscal policies wherever there is space, and financial policies to improve banks and non-banks, like markets, and also the health of corporates.
Globally, central banks have set inflation targets. What is the value of that practice?
For the longest time, central banks have been expected to achieve what's known as price stability. Now, that's a worthy goal, but the question became, how do you define it? How do you judge whether you're there or not? And so many central banks have wanted to set an exact benchmark on where they want to see inflation, both to be transparent, but also to try and anchor inflation expectations, which can play a very big role in asset pricing.
And often it's 2%. What's the magic of that percentage?
I did some work into that, and believe it or not, I think I can trace its origins to, of all places, New Zealand, which was the first developed country to adopt an inflation target. They adopted a 1% to 3% range, and no magic to it. I don't think there was any research behind it, but soon thereafter, every other central bank that was adopting an inflation target picked two: the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, the European Central Bank, and then ultimately in 2012, the Federal Reserve.
And we're seeing globally, banks are struggling to meet that target. Why?
Just about every developed market is seeing their inflation well below the 2% target, and it's been a bit of a struggle. I think the main reason is, Doug, that prices in general are determined by global supply and demand, where individual central banks can only really influence conditions in a portion of the global picture. So the ability of an individual central bank to reach a target, I think, is much more limited and has become more limited as the economy has gotten more global.
So is this an attainable target? Should it be changed? What's your view?
I would say this. I do not think that central banks should press so hard to get to a 2% target that they end up doing things that are unnatural for their economy. And for instance, if we wanted to get to 2%, we would do a lot more quantitative easing of purchases by the central bank. That could create all kinds of distortions in asset markets that we just don't want. Maybe it's better. to live with inflation that's a little bit below the target than press too hard to get there.
It's the biggest change to the IMF's special drawing rights, or SDR basket, since the inclusion of the euro in 1999. China's yuan, or renminbi, is now part of a very exclusive club.
The renminbi's inclusion is clearly an important milestone in a journey that has begun months, if not years ago. A journey which is a transition towards more market-driven principle of the macroeconomic framework of China.
To join the SDR, a nation must be a large exporter, a status that China achieved a long time ago.
They have more trade than any other country in the world. They now have a benchmark oil contract that they're trading in yuan. They're doing a lot of trading in the East in yuan, and the East is only going to get larger, and their power within the East, I think, is only going to get greater.
A second IMF criteria is having a currency that is freely usable. Over the past several years, China has executed many reforms to make this happen, like putting more yuan in global circulation.
China has swap lines where other countries can access China's currency. China can access their other country's currency with about 25 different countries. It's gone from practically nothing in terms of world trade to being maybe the fourth or fifth most important currency.
A reality the IMF is now recognizing in an official way.
I think the number one thing for China is just prestige. You know, it's very prestigious, you know, on the global stage to be considered one of the reserve currencies. It shows that China is moving towards a more flexible currency and is accepted by the world economy as a major leader.
Effective October next year, the yuan will officially be a part of IMF's SDR basket. Each currency in the basket is given a weighting. The yuan will have a weighting of 10.9%, slightly higher than the Japanese yen and pound sterling. Getting the IMF stamp of approval will not only help China internationalize its currency, but many economists predict that over time we'll see more governments around the world hold large quantities of renminbi as part of their foreign exchange reserves. Tracy Tandon, CCTV, New York.
Risks to global financial stability have indeed increased over the last 6 months, and this has been due to three main factors. First, higher macroeconomic risks in the context of a weaker growth and inflation outlook. Second, falling commodity prices and increasing concerns about China, which have put pressure on emerging markets and in credit markets in advanced economies. And third, lower confidence in policies and in policy traction in an environment of higher economic, financial, and political and geopolitical risks. Now, all of this has been reflected into the market turmoil, which to me is not just a one-off event, but a signal that there is still more work to be done. It is essential that banks' remaining challenges are addressed once and for all because they're key to financing the economic recovery. Banks are pressured
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our session, and уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу сессию. Mr. Ahmed, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, let me start off by welcoming all of you to this session where we want to cover monetary and financial challenges that are facing countries in the region. And I want to take you back to the conversation that we were having early this morning in this room when people were talking about some of the consequences of how the countries are reacting to the various shocks that have hit them recently, shocks in terms of lower oil prices, shocks in terms of slowdown in their neighboring countries, the big trading partners, and shocks also in terms of the way in which major currencies that have an impact on these countries have moved themselves. And in particular, I'm thinking, of course, of the depreciation in the value of the ruble, as well as the appreciation in the US dollar. Now, I think in the face of all of these shocks, these countries in the region have had macroeconomic frameworks that have been a bit challenged from time to time in coping with these shocks. Most of the countries in the region, almost all of them, have changed their own exchange rate values, and many of them have also moved to adopting more flexible systems of managing their exchange rate. Some of them have gone explicitly to targeting inflation. Others are moving in that direction, although they're not quite at the point where you would say they're targeting inflation as their primary policy tool. So I think what we want to talk about today in this panel is really how are the implications of moving to different monetary and financial management frameworks being handled? What challenges do they pose? What challenges in terms of institutional capacity building will need to be addressed to successfully able to navigate a system based on inflation targeting? And what lessons can we draw from the experience of other countries that have been going through this same framework? How does the global current configuration of monetary policy in the main economic zones, the United States, the Euro area, what's happening in Japan, what's happening in China, how does that impact the challenge facing countries in this region in terms of macroeconomic and financial management? So we have 4 extremely qualified panelists who are able to look at these issues from different perspectives, and I'm particularly happy that actually, if you look at the composition of our panelists, they bring a different perspective, each one, to this, so that we'll be able to have a conversation that is based on drawing together the different views and dimensions of this issue. And I'm going to start, if I may, with Athanasios Orphanidis, who is a professor of the practice of global economics and management at MIT. Some of us also knew him from his earlier incarnation when he was a policymaker as governor of the Bank of Cyprus. Then I'm going to ask Juha Kakkonen, who is a deputy director in the IMF's Middle East and Central Asia department, and who has been leading a team of work that a team of colleagues that have been working on a paper precisely on this issue of exchange rate and monetary policy frameworks for the region, which paper should be available outside, in fact, to those who are interested. I'll ask Juha to set out a little bit how the IMF view on this set of issues is evolving. Then from there, I'd like to go a little bit to Bembe Kulkachiev, sitting on my right, and get a perspective from the Eurasian Economic Commission, where he is Director of Financial Policy, because that gives us also a sense of how what is being done at the individual country level fits into the broader sense of a regional and eventually a monetary union, economic union as well, and also in terms of how some of the evolution in terms of the yuan, in terms of the renminbi, it could have an impact on the region. And finally, I'd like to come to Tom Sargent, who's a Nobel laureate in economics, and who I would like perhaps to then the end, pick up a bit, having listened to these different perspectives, on how this fits into the general framework and our understanding of what is required to be able to effectively implement and put in place a monetary policy framework that is based on targeting of inflation and away from using the nominal exchange rate as an anchor. So that's a little bit the plan for today. So if you agree, let me start first with Athanasios. And I know, Athanasios, you have a small presentation also that you would like to make, which is great. And I know that you're also going to talk a little bit by looking at the difference in monetary policy currently between the Fed and the euro area, and how that makes the job of moving to inflation targeting more complicated for any country, including here. So let me first turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Masood. So indeed, I'm going to talk about the challenges of maintaining monetary stability. As we've talked in the previous session, this is a challenging environment for the area, challenging environment for the central bank in Kazakhstan, and I will use an example from the divergence of Fed and ECB policy as a particular challenge that would present problems for maintaining monetary stability for an economy that is affected by global developments to such an extent. So I'm going to start by highlighting, let's see if this works, the centerpiece, in my view, of how inflation targeting is done, a practice that is recent in Kazakhstan, but very important. So I'm reproducing here figure 61 from the latest available inflation report that's in English at least, which is from the fourth quarter of last year. You can see here the challenges associated with two developments in the last couple of years. Number one, the developments in oil prices. Number two, the devaluation of the currency. This, of course, would have created some inflation. There is nothing unexpected there. And the question is, how can monetary authorities in a country ensure that the credibility of maintaining monetary stability going forward will be ensured when you have such developments? Inflation targeting is a framework that can help tremendously monetary authorities to achieve that by effectively communicating the determination, the commitment of the central bank to maintain policies that will bring inflation back to what is desirable for the country. You can see that in the figure in the darkest region, showing the central tendency of the forecast of the central bank, and also highlight the uncertainty around the prospects and given the sensitivity of the economy to foreign developments. What is this uncertainty coming from? Well, I don't need to be showing pictures like this to this audience, except to say that coming from the US, I show the West Texas intermediate version of the oil price, maybe slightly different from the benchmark price that you are using here. We've discussed earlier in the day what the implications may be of considerably lower prices going forward. But the other thing I would want to highlight here is to see the volatility that we have had in the last couple of decades, which impacts the economy overall. So in this environment, it's really incredibly difficult to maintain monetary stability with a fixed exchange rate regime. The state-of-the-art advice would suggest the adoption of a framework similar to inflation targeting, which is happening right now here. And this is important, as I mentioned before, to be able to see through many of the complexities that influence the global environment, that then translates to the challenges in the specific country. Let me show you one of these challenges that I will spend a few minutes on going forward. Fed versus ECB. So of course, we're aware, if you look at the very, very end of the chart, the Fed started the process of normalization late last year, just one move up, one tick in the federal funds rate. At the same time, we know that the ECB decided to add accommodation. This is really a very unusual divergence in monetary policy we have. It's going to have global implications going forward. Questions such as for how long we may have a divergence like this, what it may mean for the configuration of interest rates and the relative exchange rate, which is going to have impact in the rest of the world. Because if we're talking about the US and the euro area, these are number one, two largest economies in the world, unless you do the PPP weighting, in which case everything is overwhelmed by China. I'm not going to get into that. So we have a divergence in policy. We do not know currently how this will play out, but I want to point out that this is not a new thing. This is a divergence that actually started much earlier, that has been complicating global monetary affairs for a number of years. As Jacob Frankel was pointing out late this morning, we have had most major central banks, many major central banks operating at near zero interest rates. You see this here as well. Under those circumstances, central banks need to embark on unconventional measures. That means playing with the balance sheet of the central bank. Here you have a comparison of the size of the balance sheet of the ECB and the Federal Reserve. You can see for the Federal Reserve a consistent increase in the balance sheet, bringing it from about $1 trillion to $4.5 trillion. This is really what took the US economy out of the recession. You can see in the case of the euro area, you have a much more erratic situation. The size of the balance sheet in the summer of 2012 was at its maximum at about 3 trillion euros. Then you have a period of monetary policy tightening with a significant shrinking of the balance sheet. And now, since the ECB started doing QE last year, you have a period of accommodation. So I want to highlight here, you would not have been able to see the divergence in monetary policy just from interest rates in this setting. You need to be monitoring the balance sheet of the central bank. You would not have been able to see that one could predict differences in economic outcomes from this. Differences in policy, the fact that the ECB, for whatever reason, decided to have much tighter monetary policy for about 4 years, effectively, relative to the Federal Reserve, have implications for the economy. You can compare headline inflation. This is influenced by oil prices too much, so not very informative. You can compare core inflation measures, and here you can see that by being much more accommodative, the Federal Reserve actually managed to keep inflation closer to its objective. This is PCE inflation, the latest data, just a few tenths under 2%. If you looked at CPI inflation, it's already over 2%. In the case of the ECB, you see that by being overly tight, core inflation has been systematically below 1%, which is inconsistent with the mandate. So you can see a divergence in policy for a few years, which is what leads up to the current environment, and you can read that in the inflation results as well. Of course, differences in monetary policy over the cycle have real consequences. You can see this in a picture that Jacob Frankel also highlighted this morning. If I go there, the rates of unemployment in the euro area and the United States. You can see that the US economy is pretty much back to normal. The euro area economy has an unemployment rate. The latest numbers are still over 10 percentage points and much higher than even at the peak of the 2009-2010 recession. What you are missing by this, which is another of the elements that complicate the evaluation of the global monetary policy environment, is that, for the US, it's actually pretty straightforward to evaluate things. in the euro area, because of the political problems that have appeared since the beginning of the euro area crisis, you really need to go into the details of what's driving the euro area. If you look at the unemployment here for the euro area, for example, let me highlight that it's not the same everywhere. Again, as Jegor Frankel had put it in different figures this morning. I have a decomposition here so you can see just how dramatic these differences are, which create incredible challenges for monetary stability in the euro area. The blue line here shows the unemployment rate for the euro area overall. The black line shows the unemployment rate for just one member state that happens to be almost 1/3 of the euro area. And the red line shows the unemployment rate in the rest. And you can see that if you exclude the largest member state from the euro area, the employment rate is actually over 12% in the euro area, which shows you just how dramatic the situation is. And of course, this is what is behind the fact that the ECB they absolutely have to inject additional monetary policy accommodation. This is what has been recognized, and this is what they have been doing since about a year and a half ago. But it wasn't enough. So the QE that the ECB started early last year was not enough. In March of this year, they took unprecedented decisions to cut interest rates into negative territory, again complicated even further the exchange rate situation, the transmission of monetary policy to the rest of the world, provide forward guidance on asset purchases, forward guidance on policy rates, liquidity expansion. If you can imagine this, look, before the crisis, this was completely unimaginable in the central banking world. The ECB effectively promised that it will be giving free money to banks for 4 years, and it will be subsidizing the liquidity it's providing to banks for 4 years if those banks make loans. This was completely unimaginable before the crisis, but right now it's among the things that have to be done. This has created quite a bit of resistance. The response from Berlin was very unkind to the ECB. The ECB was accused by senior officials of the German government that it's expropriating the little people. It's been accused of shading electoral results in Germany. The reason I highlight this is to show you what kind of complexity can get into the monetary policy of one of the largest member states, of the largest economies in the world, which is what is driving then divergences you see in policy, which is then creating all of these complexities for the rest of the world. There is no way to actually manage to maintain monetary stability in economies influenced by monetary developments in the US and the euro area, take all of these things into account with a fixed exchange rate regime or guided by an exchange rate regime. This is why it's so critical to actually adopt a framework like inflation targeting, that it can flexibly adjust to these developments in maintaining monetary policy stability in the country. I will end by just making one remark about further improving and strengthening the targeting. The inflation targeting framework can really be summarized in explaining how the central bank will maintain monetary stability in one chart, and this is the chart. In the latest inflation report, this was figure 61. I think the framework will become stronger as the framework is solidified and the communication around how the inflation forecasts are being created and what the central bank is willing to do to maintain the confidence of the public, and eventually making that figure 1 in the inflation report instead of figure 61.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So that gives us a good contextual basis for it. And maybe next year when we come back for a discussion at the next Astana Forum, we'll see what the number on that figure is, both whether it's moved from 6 to 1 to 1, but also whether the actions that the central bank will take in terms of shaping expectations will mean that the fan chart itself will begin to be a little bit narrower so that the confidence levels associated would improve. Let me now turn to Juha, because you and the team have been looking at the impact of exchange rate movements in the region and how different countries are coping with it and what now remains to be done. So perhaps you could share with us your main conclusions and takeaways from that work, and then we can get other perspectives on it.
Thanks, Masood, and let me start with some shameless advertising. I mean, what I have in my hand and what should be on the screen soon is a copy of the paper that the IMF just launched, Exchange Rate Developments and Policies in the Caucasus and Central Asia. I'll summarize the main conclusions of the paper, hopefully in an interesting enough way for you to have the appetite to read the whole paper. It's available on the IMF website, and there are some copies outside also. The paper covers basically what has happened to exchange rates and exchange rate policies in the region over the past 2 years, what's the way forward, and what obstacles can be expected and how to overcome them. So what has happened? 2 years ago, almost all currencies in the region were tightly managed, closely linked to the US dollar. This was fine mostly at the time with oil prices high and growth in the region very robust. But many currencies in the region were somewhat overvalued at that time. All this changed since late 2014 when various external shocks hit the region. Oil and commodity prices declined sharply. The Russian economy slowed and moved into a recession. The Chinese economy slowed. The Russian ruble and other currencies were depreciating sharply. The US dollar strengthened. And all these developments put enormous pressure on the exchange rates in the region. The oil exporters among the 8 CCA countries mostly reacted by some intervention initially and then step devaluations. But some of them, like Kazakhstan, have moved to more or less a float by now. Among the oil importers, which have had smaller buffers, they allowed gradual moves in the exchange rate early on and have had significant gradual depreciation while intervening occasionally. And so 2 years later, we are in a situation where one way or another, all currencies in the region have weakened significantly and are closer to the fundamentals now, because while there's still some overvaluation in some currencies, the extent of it is smaller. So what's the way forward? We think that greater exchange rate flexibility is good for most, if not all, currencies in the region for various reasons. This will help alleviate misalignments, reduce one-way bets, protect the buffers that have come down quite significantly, and act as a shock absorber. And greater flexibility overall should help maintain competitiveness and support various reforms that the countries need in other areas. And indeed, countries in the region are implementing these moves towards greater flexibility. Many countries have started on the path to inflation targeting, while some others have more managed arrangements, but still some degree of flexibility. I'd like to emphasize that we are not dogmatic about flexibility. There's clearly a continuum from the pegs to full floats, and where each country is and should be along this continuum depends on various factors like the depth of the financial and foreign exchange markets, the size of the buffers of the countries, the capacity of the central banks to operate inflation targeting, the macro and structural policy mixes, and other country-specific circumstances. Now, what can be done to manage the transition to greater exchange rate flexibility? We would emphasize three things. The first is to modernize monetary policy. Second, address financial stability risks. And third, to strengthen communications. And let me start with modernizing monetary policy, which means both strengthening overall monetary frameworks and also monetary operations. It's important for central banks to declare clear medium-term inflation objectives, whether these are point or target range objectives. Communication that central banks have these targets and educating the population is important. It's also important to explain why inflation deviates from the target so that the central bank's credibility is maintained and enhanced. Most central banks in the region also need to significantly increase their technical and analytical capabilities in this area. And while practically all central banks have de jure independence, de facto independence is much weaker, and there's room to strengthen that. In terms of monetary operations, given the loss of the exchange rate as the nominal anchor, there's a need to institute an alternative anchor, typically a policy rate, and effective open market operations. Liquidity management needs to be strengthened, and intervention, if any, should be in both directions. Turning then to addressing risks to financial stability. Now, this is an important issue in the region given that it's highly dollarized, and so the big exchange rate movements have had a big effect on balance sheets and bank health. And in broad terms, in the financial sector, there's a need to make efforts to reduce dollarization. Now, dollarization in a way is a measure of confidence in the currencies, and there are no quick fixes. It requires promoting credible macro policies overall, and it may take many years. But it is possible to make some advances in the meantime through removing distortionary controls and taking prudential and regulatory measures. It's also important to bolster financial stability in other ways. Various risk management measures can be taken. Central banks need to have good crisis preparedness plans. There needs to be better coordination both within the country and across borders. And there would need to be robust lender of last resort and emergency liquidity assistance frameworks. Moving to enhancing communication, I guess it's fair to say that communication has not been a strength in central banks in the region, and in the era of more fixed arrangements, that was maybe natural, but with flexibility, it's not good enough for central banks only to come out when there are surprises happening. There's a need to communicate what the central bank is doing, what's happening in the economy, why the central bank is taking the decisions, why inflation outcomes are what they are, and this requires being much more active. And it's not just pure communication. A lot of what's required also involves educating the public, because there's a lot of, understandably, lots of resistance to exchange rate movements when populations have gotten used to stability, and the exchange rate may be seen as an indicator of the economy's overall strength. So the central banks need to get used to communicating in good and bad times and be very patient and repeating the messages. It's also important to overcome the fear of floating that is very widespread, of course, in many parts of the world, but including in the CCA area. The IMF has been working with the countries in the region in many ways in our bilateral discussions, country by country. We provide also technical assistance to countries and have regional events. We are organizing occasionally events for central bankers in the region. We have had a central bank governor level event with central bankers from other region, another one for deputy governor level central bankers, and we have a very active online platform for central bank practitioners in the region. And I think we have seen very good progress in the region, and I think as far as monetary and exchange rate policies go, the countries have handled a very significant, a very difficult shock quite well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juha. I think that gives us an overview of how the different experiences of different countries has come together. I just want to pick up on one point that Juha made, which I think is worth noting. As he said, we don't take a view in that paper that all countries need to be at the same point in terms of flexibility or moving to inflation targeting. It depends a bit on their current status and capacity to manage in different ways. But the consequence of wherever you are on that spectrum means that you have to manage the implications of being there. So if you're more at the fixed end of it, in a way, and you have adjusted your exchange rate but are then keeping it at a fairly fixed level, then you have to recognize that you won't get as much of a shock absorber from the exchange rate as if you're at the other end of it. So I think we have to be, as we've done in the paper, made clear to countries that they can choose where they are, but then they have to live with the consequences of that choice in terms of the other instruments they use for monetary policy management. Let me now turn to Bembia Kulkacia. As I said, he's going to give us a perspective from the, also from the Eurasian Commission, which will then give us a sense of how this fits into a broader perspective as well. Sorry, did I...
Добрый день, коллеги. Но многие в зале, наверное, сразу уже поняли, что я не Тимур Сулейменов. К сожалению, Тимур Муратович сейчас занят весьма серьезным другом мероприятии. Он просил передать большой привет и свои извинения. Поэтому я хотел бы представиться, директор департамента финансовой политики Бембих Ухачиев. Поэтому, если будут вопросы, не к Тимуру, а ко мне, я с удовольствием на них отвечу.
Thank you. So, let me then perhaps raise with you a couple of questions, I think from a financial policy side, which would be helpful, if I might. One, I think, is, in the context of the Eurasian Economic Union, there's been some discussion of establishing a monetary union. And in your view now, given that countries are moving towards more flexible exchange rates, what are the, how does that fit in with that longer term vision? And how do you see the evolution of exchange rate policies with still having a longer term goal of a monetary union?
Вы знаете, сейчас уже вспоминали двухгодичный период, когда произошла резкая девальвация наших национальных валют. И понятно, что с одной стороны это было шоком, с другой стороны, может быть, это было правильно и нужно для наших экономик, когда мы слишком сильно зависели не от того, как мы работаем, не от своей производительности труда, а от просто банальных цен на нефть. Но с другой стороны, это был хороший урок для наших центральных банков и для нашего населения только по одной причине, что это был субъективный фактор, субъективный шок. Мы понимаем, что валютная независимость в наших странах, она существует, и она никем не оспаривается, но с другой стороны, и понятно, что первым решением приняла Российская Федерация, было бы, наверное, правильно в условиях создаваемого союза, сейчас уже действующего союза, если бы Центральный банк Российской Федерации своевременно поставил бы в известность о необходимости предпринятых шагов, которые в любом случае Российская Федерация будет вынуждена принять на тот период времени. И может быть вот это чисто такое человеческое отношение к своим партнерам, объяснение этих причин, может быть, оно бы не было таким шоком для населения всех наших стран. Но, с другой стороны, конечно, мы, безусловно, учимся от этих всех дел, и сегодня и в рамках самой комиссии мы выступаем с такой инициативой о том, чтобы наши центральные банки не только отвечали за инфляцию в наших странах, но и вместе с правительством внимательно отслеживали бы за необходимостью экономического роста. Поэтому с нашей стороны было предложение о создании постоянно действующего органа, это Совет финансовой стабильности, куда на обязательной основе будут ходить председатели центральных банков наших стран, министры финансов и министры экономики. И я думаю, когда эти встречи будут происходить на такой постоянной основе, то подобных шоков, которые произошли 2 года назад, 1,5 года назад, для наших экономик, конечно, это не произойдет. С другой стороны, понятно, что низкий курс рубля к доллару, либо к тенге, это не столь опасно, как опасность существует в том, по резкой волатильности наших национальных валют. Когда в течение дня рубль может просесть или повыситься на рубль-1,5, то это ненормально. Это, конечно, с другой стороны, это мешает нашему просто нормальному развитию. В-третьих, мы должны отказываться от банальной привязки своих валют к нефти. Вот вы знаете, мои родные, которые живут в глубинке Российской Федерации, они совершенно не знают соотношения там, или, может быть, даже доллар не видели, но они очень внимательно отслеживают, какова сегодня стоимость доллара к рублю, какова сегодня стоимость барреля к нефти, хотя, то есть как бы уже в нашем сознании, уже психологически вот этот барьер, он существует, нам и от него надо отказываться. Поэтому, когда иногда наши политики говорят о том, что давайте, может быть, создадим наш валютный союз для минимизации тех рисков, которые там имеют место быть, либо ввести единую валюту, то, естественно, мы как эксперты, как экономисты на пальцах объясняем, что этого делать нельзя. Ну, во-первых, такого поручения нет ни со стороны наших президентов, его нет и в договоре. Да, есть поручение президента Российской Федерации, правительству России и Центральному банку рассмотреть возможность создания валютного союза. Но это не значит о том, что мы сегодня либо завтра придем к валютному союзу, либо к единой валюте. Поэтому, безусловно, мы должны в том числе выступать и объяснять нашим народам о том, что это в ближайшее время не произойдет, не потому что мы этого не хотим, может быть, завтра мы к этому придем, а потому что сегодня наша экономика, безусловно, не готова к этому. Потому что объем внутренней торговли между нашими странами за прошлый год у нас составил чуть более 13,5%. Тогда, когда в Европейском Союзе это 60%. Тогда уже есть объективные предпосылки к тому, хотя мы знаем, что Европа тоже десятки лет шла к созданию евро, и поэтому мы учитываем и положительные, и отрицательные моменты создания валютного союза, либо введения единой валюты, и подходим к этим вопросам очень осторожно. Многие путают о том, что по договору о создании союза написано, что после 2025 года в Казахстане будет создан наднациональный орган по финансовым рынкам. Но это не значит, что здесь будет находиться центральный банк, это не значит, что здесь будет находиться эмиссионный центр. Это будет регулятор, который будет писать правила игры для всех сегментов финансового рынка. Рынок ценных бумаг, банковский и страховой.
Thank you very much. I think that gives us at least a medium-term vision, and then the question is how we go from where we are to that. Let me finally turn to Tom Sargent, and Tom, what I'd like to ask you is that you've heard the different panelists. They've brought different perspective from what's been happening in terms of discrepancy or differentiation at the moment in terms of the monetary policy stance across some major central banks, whether it's the euro area and the Fed. You looked at, you have summarized a bit the work that the IMF has been doing, and we know we have, for the near term at least, countries are pursuing this approach. From your point of view, how do you see now the application of the frameworks for inflation targeting under these circumstances? What would you say are the challenges and that the countries are likely to face in this regard?
Okay, thank you. Okay, the way I'm going to approach this is to think about going back to basics in terms of the constitutions or the architecture of monetary, fiscal, and banking and financial systems. And the key thing is to revisit issues that were on the minds of great economists like John Maynard Keynes and Irving Fisher and Milton Friedman, and basically how you draw lines of two kinds. One is between the fiscal authorities and the central bank, and the other is between money and credit. And these are classic issues. So to get into these, it's good to take a historical perspective and go back to the 19th century, in which the lines were drawn in a particular way, basically throughout the world. In the 19th century, we were advanced countries, and many less developed countries were on the gold standard or a silver standard. And what a gold standard or silver standard is, it's a particular way of drawing a line, and it tells the fiscal authority in a country, but by fiscal authority I mean the authorities that can determine the taxes and the government expenditures, that they're basically on their own, and they do not have access to the printing press or a central bank to finance their expenditures. And what it is, it's a testimony to lack of trust of a government to manage a currency or to deliver a stable price level. And instead of having monetary authorities target inflation or target the price level, they're completely out of that business, and the price level is determined by the market for gold and silver. And that's a system that over 300 or 400 years basically delivered a price level that, while it fluctuated, it was stable in a secular sense. The price level in 1600 was about the same as the price level in 1900 for gold standard countries, and same for silver standard countries. That system was criticized by, first it took a long time for the world to evolve into that system. No country kind of decided to do it. It's interesting to watch the process by which that developed. But intellectuals, academic scribblers like Adam Smith and David Ricardo thought you could get a better system if you had a government that that could manage well a paper currency. And this was a proposal that Ricardo issued early in the 19th century. It took a century before it attracted significant adherence. By 1900 it had, but they wouldn't go public with it. And this is the Irving Fisher Keynes idea that you could do better than a gold standard by substituting for the discipline of the gold standard the discipline of a central bank that knew one thing, the quantity theory of money, that it would not print too much money. So Irving Fisher and John Maynard Keynes aren't the ones who convinced people to try this experiment. It was basically World War I and the Great Depression that forced the world off gold. So this, sometime between 1914 and 1940, this experiment started to be done. I think the results in hard currency countries like Great Britain would have surprised and disappointed Keynes, because instead of a stable price level that was actually more stable in gold, you got a persistent inflation. And it took about half a century for monetary authorities and fiscal authorities to learn how to manage that system. And it's you know, Milton Friedman's last words on this were, this is an experiment. It's a huge historical departure about trusting some elements of the government. And this experiment, he thought the results weren't all in. And you know, the topic of this discussion is it's not all in yet. So so in terms of drawing lines, I want to in drawing architectures. These aren't questions about what we do this year. These are questions about what we do recurrently in terms of institutions that we set up somehow. So Milton Friedman had two famous proposals about this, and they were direct opposites of each other about drawing lines. So his first proposal, which was, by the way, very close to a proposal that Keynes had made in 1928. His proposal was this, 1949. It's a framework for monetary and fiscal stability. And his issue is how do you divide authority between a central bank, which controls the printing press, and the Treasury, and the Congress, which controls taxes and government expenditures. Just as background to this, what was Keynes's recommendation? Keynes's recommendation was that you should do the following. You should have the fiscal authorities, the ones who control taxes and expenditures, do their accounting in a special way, and actually a 19th century way. They should have a current account budget which should always be balanced. And they should have a capital account budget which is balanced over the business cycle, but you should time infrastructure projects to fight the business cycle. And what a capital project is, you know what it is. It's a piece of capital equipment that, in some sense, will generate revenues to, in some sense, pay it for itself, either in terms of benefits or in terms of tax revenues. And Milton Friedman, actually, without citing Keynes, that's part of his 1949 recommendation. And here's the other part. The government is going to finance government deficits, whatever they are, 100% by printing money. It's never going to resist the try to fight the fiscal authority. If the fiscal authority runs a deficit or persistent deficit, it's just going to print money and there's going to be inflation. So the way you're going to, and this puts the responsibility for inflation directly at its ultimate cause, which is fiscal policy. It was a way to coordinate monetary and fiscal policy. So if you fast forward 12 years later, Milton Friedman wrote another proposal in terms of drawing a line between the monetary and fiscal authorities. And this was the exact opposite one. Okay, what he said was the monetary authority is going to commit itself to a fixed growth rate rule. It's going to restrict the rate of growth of high-powered money to K% a year, come hell or high water. Doesn't matter if it's a recession or not. And what that's going to do is it's going to cut the fiscal authority off from the central bank, and it's going to force the fiscal authority to balance its budget in a present value sense. But the reason I mention these proposals is they're both very sharp, but seemingly diametrically opposed ways of coordinating monetary and fiscal policy. Because they have to be coordinated. They're not independent. And what Friedman was saying and what Keynes was saying was the engine of inflation, ultimate engine of inflation is fiscal deficits. The way Keynes put it is what the government spends, the public's going to pay for. And it's going to pay for it either by explicit taxes now or later, or it's going to pay for it by an inflation tax now or later. So that was a call to have a response. If you wanted a stable price level, you were going to have a stable fiscal policy in the face of also all the kinds of shocks that we've been talking about. Now, today, in ways that weren't around when Keynes was around, there's other lines about fiscal policy, and that is what is a government debt and what's a government asset. So in a country like the United States or in Europe, the line between private indebtedness and public indebtedness has become obscured in ways that threaten government finances. So there's a book that I'd recommend called Fragile by Design by Calamiris and Haber, which is about financial fragility in various countries across the world, and it's about the interaction of politics and economics that lead to banking systems that are more or less fragile. So the way people at the IMF talk about this is fiscal contingent liabilities. There are things that aren't explicitly on the balance sheet of fiscal authorities, but they might be there. There's contingent liabilities. And there's a website at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond that talks about the percentage of U.S. private debt that's implicitly insured by the United States government. And that has risen basically monotonically. And it's risen after the financial crisis to around 60%. And we've had episodes in Europe and other countries where these implicit liabilities have become explicit liabilities. So it becomes harder for private market participants who are buying sovereign debts to evaluate the true fiscal health of a government. So I guess my main message is just to say nothing new, but to reiterate what what thoughtful economists from the past talked about. You know, the Keynes, Irving Fisher idea of price level targeting or inflation targeting is ultimately a way to tell the fiscal authorities they're on their own. And it's simply not feasible without substantial support from the fiscal authorities. And that's a message just worth repeating.
Thank you very much, Tom. I don't know how many representatives of fiscal authorities are in the room and how they will respond to the point that you made in terms of their being on their own now. And I'm sure there'll be questions on that point. And I think there may also be a question about whether you would say what you've just said in any different way in light of the recent experience in advanced economies, where in some ways the role of monetary policy in terms of providing a stimulus, and now with where we are and getting close to the zero bound, does that change in any way thinking about the relationships between those lines that you've been drawing, but we'll come to that. Let me now open it up and see if there are comments or questions from the audience. And I would encourage you not just to ask a question, but if you have a comment on what you've heard that you'd like to share, please do so. I think there are microphones around. There's a gentleman over there. Let me just make sure I get my...
Можно? Фамилия Байзаков. Фамилия моя Байзаков. Институт экономических исследований Казахстана. Вопрос Томасу Сарженту. Вы сказали действительно правильно относительно одномерности измерения равновесия между реальным и финансовым секторами. Это один из подходов, смитовский подход. Вы начали относительно Смита Рикардо, а на самом деле это первый основной подход, который придерживается западной экономической школы. Есть еще другая школа. Была эта школа при Советском Союзе. Она измеряла рыночную экономику, плановую или рыночную, не имеет значения, двухмерным измерением. Валюта измерялась не только деньгами, но и производительностью труда. Производительность труда можно измерить и доходами, и затратами. Вот вопрос. Вы лауреат Нобелевской премии получили за следственные причинные связи между доходами и затратами. Все-таки вы не сказали, какой вклад вы внесли в измерению рыночной экономики, роста, экономического роста. Все-таки скажите, пожалуйста, ваш вклад в развитие рыночной экономики.
Thank you very much. Before I turn to Tom Sargent for that, let me see if there are any other comments. No other questions yet, so let me turn to you, Tom.
Okay, so, so I guess I'll work backwards. So it's true that actually Adam Smith and David Ricardo they were using the labor theory of value, which is it's a pretty good theory. It works quite well. It was what all economists used basically of all kinds until around 1860 or so, and then basically it got refined a little bit. It didn't really get changed. We heard a talk by Edward Prescott today, and he never used the word labor theory of value, but it was about technological change and development. We heard actually a couple talks, and the labor theory of value was at the heart of both of them. So that endures, and it was an element in Smith's proposals. In terms of these, the previous question about are these concerns about lines between monetary and fiscal policy active in these days of being near the zero lower bound and quantitative easing? I think they're as active as ever. And the place I would look at, I would recommend, is Ben Bernanke's final speech or paper at Jackson Hole, where he talked about why he thought quantitative easing might or might not matter, and it's a very sophisticated and subtle paper, and it relates to Athanasios's description of the balance sheet of the Fed, which is unprecedented. So, and actually goes back to David Ricardo and Adam Smith, because and a key paper by Neil Wallace. So, and this is all about what the line is between monetary and fiscal policy, and about some things that happened in 2008. So here's what Ben Bernanke's, I think how to read Ben Bernanke's paper in 2008. So his paper was about two things. Was when the Fed engineered quantitative easing, which is this unprecedented, basically more than tripling the size of the Fed balance sheet, buying assets that were unprecedented, including lots of private assets, mortgage-backed securities. Why did that matter going in? And was it going to matter when we undid it? So, or does it matter at all? So one line that it's kind of a thin line is advocates of this policy want to say that it helped a lot, or at least some going in, but it's not going to hurt going back. So the paper to look at that is Neil Wallace's Modigliani-Miller theorem for government finance. So Neil Wallace it's a famous paper, he described exactly this operation, where an idealized version of this operation where the central bank executes a potentially very large open market operation. It's not a helicopter drop, it's an open market operation, where the Fed acquires a whole bunch of perhaps privately held securities, previously privately held, on its balance sheet. And Neil Wallace asked whether that mattered. And what he showed was, if fiscal policy did not change, and he had a particular and a very modern definition of fiscal policy, which had to do with the distribution of taxes across people. He said if fiscal policy did not change, that policy was irrelevant. It had no effect on either prices or quantities. And some people who want to say that undoing quantitative easing actually point to that theorem. And the way I read Ben Bernanke's paper, he's very aware of that theorem. He wants to show that there were deviations in the economic environment from what Neil Wallace said, and he actually cites 3 of them, that made the policy perhaps relevant and potent going in, but the indication is going out will be easy because of Neil's. So when you go into the details of this, and you talk about how you're going to undo that policy, which again is historically unprecedented. So the people like who are pure empiricists aren't going to be able to tell you, give you much guidance. It's this policy is motivated by a hunch and a theory, probably a pretty good theory, but as part of this policy, the Fed, as part of things that happened in 2008, the Fed acquired the ability to pay interest on reserves. And actually, if you go and read Friedman's Program for Monetary Stability, the ability to pay interest on reserves, Milton Friedman said it was really important, but he asked, how are you going to pay the interest on the reserves? Because it matters. And the Fed acquired the ability to pay interest on reserves. That's really a fiscal authority, because it may require at some point in time for the Fed to require the Congress to fund it. So the line between monetary and fiscal policy was altered in a potentially important way as a part of this legislation and as a part of this policy. That's all part of going in this uncharted territory. So it's too long an answer to your question, but I think it's this business of these lines is very active.
It's very interesting. Front row. Let's get a microphone to you, Mark.
I have a question for Professor Orphanidis, and I guess it's for Juha as well. But one of the prescriptions that we've made in the paper is that central banks in the region should build up analytical capacity, should get better at forecasting, should have deeper financial markets, should pay attention to financial sector risks, and communicate better. And then it's quite interesting then to see your presentation, which I thought was excellent, and show that the ECB seems to have made a quite serious policy mistake in 2012. And so how to reconcile those things that I think an ideal of the central banks of this region would be to develop some of the capacity, even a small amount of the capacity that the ECB has, but yet the ECB seemed to have gotten it badly wrong in 2012 with huge consequences. So maybe you can, I guess, follow my train of thought there and take us through if our advice to the central banks of this region is to try and develop better analytical skills, deeper financial markets, better communications, sort of what went wrong in that situation and what conclusions might we draw? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mark. So we'll see whether all the analytics and the capacity makes a difference in the final analysis. I think there's a lady there who wants to ask a question.
Thank you all for taking part in this panel discussion and interesting presentations. A quick, like one of the panel participants mentioned, potential move to a common currency zone between Russia and Kazakhstan and other customs union members. Given the Eurozone example, can you think of and maybe discuss potential issues and opportunities that Kazakhstan can face due to this potential move to a common currency zone? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I have one in the back over there.
Thank you. Norbert Funke, Joint Vienna Institute. One question on the inflation targeting regimes. What's the panel advice in terms of a concrete framework? Should it be an inflation band or a point target? And also, should countries target core inflation or headline inflation, or are the institutional environments around it more important than the specifics? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take those three and then I'll come back to the other questions. So I think the first one was to you, Athanasius, about how we saw whether the building up of the capacity really made a difference in the end. And I think then there's a question about whether in light of the Eurozone we learn something about the feasibility or the preconditions to be able to move to a common currency regime. And I'd be interested in views from people on the panel and particularly I think from members. Then finally I'd like to get a view also of the third question, which is more technical issue in a way, which is, does it matter what you're actually targeting, and if so, what would be our recommendation? So maybe Juha would, from the paper, also want to say something, and others too. So why don't I turn to you first, and then I'll ask the other.
Thank you. So I will actually say a couple of words on all three questions because they are interrelated for part of our discussion, starting from the lessons from the failure of the euro area for currency zones. I think on that one, in one line, I think we can learn a lot by going back to the debate in the 1980s when the euro area was being discussed. I will cite conclusions that at that time were drawn by a very important central bank in Europe, the Bundesbank. They correctly foresaw that it would be very difficult to manage to have a well-functioning monetary area without sufficient political integration in Europe. Unfortunately, for the euro area, the politicians overruled that technical advice, and we got the results we got. Now, the reason I mention this is because the failure of the euro area really reflects terrible politics, not anything more complicated than that. And for anybody entertaining idea of a currency union in other regions, I get similar questions for the GCC countries, for example, in the Gulf. The issue is how robust is the political framework that would ensure the cooperation of the member states and governments if a monetary union is formed. If the political framework is not robust, as for example has been shown not to be in the case of Europe, then it would certainly be a bad idea. And I started from that because if we want to evaluate the massive mistake that the ECB committed, despite its superb analytical ability, we really need to take into account the fact that the ECB is an institution that is in an impossible position. I mean, I know the ECB as an institution very well. I know the Federal Reserve as an institution very well. And I mention this because I think that the analytical capabilities of those two institutions are really top of the line in both cases. But in one case, the case of the Fed can deal with one fiscal authority, one government. In the other case, we actually see that the ECB has been pretty much under attack in various ways, most of it not in public. That can actually lead to mistakes, lead to problems such as we've seen. So I say this because then to link it to is analytical ability either necessary or sufficient for delivering good monetary policy performance, when the case of the ECB is not because the politics is so messed up. But I have to say that when it comes to situations like faced here, one country, one monetary authority, one fiscal authority, the question is what is a monetary regime that works in practice, and then evaluate the extent to which it requires analytical support. In my view and experience over the past quarter century, it's not inflation target is not really much older than that. is that it does not take a whole lot of technical sophistication. Yes, it's true that good forecasting, and good forecasting means forecasting that recognizes that forecasts are often wrong and trying to evaluate the risk change around them. Good forecasting is an important aspect of monetary policy and other policies as well, but of monetary policy in particular. So the technical capability of developing good forecasts, including recognizing why forecasts are missed and explaining that, and developing the communication capability that was highlighted, I think this is part of a successful regime. But it's not rocket science. It does not really entail complicated modeling. And let me remind you in this. In following Tom, I will define history to be things that happened more than 20 years ago, not the previous century, not a century ago even. When the New Zealanders started inflation targeting, they didn't really have complicated models. Just to give you an idea, let's remember how these things happen. They started creating inflation forecasts using a model that they borrowed from Bank of Canada that wasn't even estimated for parameters in their own country. And yet, this is not what mattered. What mattered is that they had an intellectual framework that helped them use their judgment to come up with good forecasts and then explain sometimes very difficult monetary policy decisions in order to achieve the results. This is the basis of inflation targeting. Yes, analytical capability is good. Yes, it should be developed, but you do not need to get the analytical capability of the ECB or even 1/10 of that in order to get it right. Given the opportunity, I will highlight one element that I think is vastly more important than that, which also relates to the elements of Tom's description earlier. The question is where you draw the line. When you're talking about institutional design, the question is how independent would the central bank be? As was mentioned in the IMF report, it's easy these days to say that every bank is independent in some form because some law says that. But we know that as a practical matter, actual independence varies a lot. And successful monetary policy and successful institution building requires the acceptance that an institution like the central bank needs to be more independent than other institutions may tend to be in a country in practice, not just in law. So in my view, the success of inflation targeting in an economy would actually depend much more on accepting and educating the public on the importance of respecting the independence of some decisions that the central bank need to make that sometimes may be unpopular. This is exactly how you solve the dynamic inconsistency problem of delivering good outcomes in the long run.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to add anything to it? You want anything? Do you want to add anything to that?
Not to that question, but actually it relates very much to what was asked about the specifics of inflation targeting. I mean, I fully agree with Professor Orphanides that you don't need highbrow modeling or very sophisticated frameworks to have inflation targeting. And also regarding things like whether there should be a range or a point target, or whether it's core or headline inflation, I think one wants to be pragmatic and look at the circumstances. The key thing is to convey the central bank's intentions and for the central bank to be able to reasonably, credibly deliver on those intentions. I mean, there may be a situation where early on in the process, with the presence of several shocks, the fan chart might be really wide, and it probably wouldn't be a good signal for the central bank to say that its inflation target is between 5 and 15%. I mean, that might not be a good signal. about its intentions and its credibility to deliver. But so it depends on circumstances. On core inflation or headline inflation, in principle, core inflation makes sense, but in many countries, population has no idea what core inflation means. And if central banks told the public that they are targeting some concept that no one understands, it would have difficulty communicating. So it may be more pragmatic to talk about headline inflation, even recognizing that in the region, in many countries, food may be even half of the CPI, and so what's happening to headline inflation may have little to do with underlying inflation. But so I would be very pragmatic.
Thank you. Let me take two other questions. One, two. There was one in the middle here first. No. One, two. And then I'll come to the panelists also for any final comments they want to make. So let me start with you. There's a microphone to the lady over here.
Спасибо. У меня такой вопрос. Когда мы читаем теорию инфляционного таргетирования, это одно. Когда мы на своей шкуре чувствуем, как внедряется процесс инфляционного таргетирования, это совсем другое. В Казахстане инфляция достигла где-то 15-16%, но сейчас мы видим, что в связи со снижением спроса, потребительского поведения населения, инфляция имеет тенденцию к снижению. Национальный банк установил базовую ставку в размере 15%, плюс-минус небольшой коридор. Но мы обращаем внимание на то, что сейчас базовая ставка пока Национального банка, она не стала настоящей базовой ставкой, которая регулирует инфляционные процессы. Пока она сейчас идет постфактум за рыночными ставками. Но мы видим, что идет снижение, идет повышение доверия населения к национальной валюте, идет дедоларизация депозитов. То есть есть некоторые движения, это пока еще очень небольшие. И мне хотелось бы спросить, в какой момент базовая ставка Национального банка становится действительно инструментом регулирования инфляции? То есть вот этот момент я хотела прояснить у вас.
Thank you very much. I think there was another question there. First I'll come here and then I'll come back to you. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to Professor Sargent. Do central banks should be explicitly responsible for ensuring financial stability? And is there a contradiction between financial stability goal and monetary stability goal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. Now,
okay. Darkan Lipman of Cessna Capital Brokerage Firm. Another question is for Professor Sargent. My question is, despite we have encountered huge currency devaluation in the last year or so, purchasing power of tenge is not that bad. And should you have come a year ago to Kazakhstan, you'd afford yourself twice as less goods and services as now. So some empirical research papers state that purchasing power tend to catch up with changes in the currency value in 5 years on average. Do you think that's the case with Kazakhstan? That's it.
All right, so we have three questions. Two of them are about Kazakhstan. The policy rate, when does the policy rate actually, the base rate become policy tool? How far are we, as the last question went, in terms of adjusting? And then there's a more general question, which is whether central banks should have responsibility for financial stability as well as price stability, and could there be a tension between the two? And I presume if that is a tension, how should one deal with that tension as well? So maybe I'll come to Professor Sargent first, and then I think on the question of the trade-off between price stability and financial stability, I'm sure, Tom, you'll have a view, but others also may have a view. So I'll use that as an opportunity to ask the panelists to respond to any questions or any other points they want to make. Please go ahead.
Okay, so good questions. So in terms of financial stability and monetary stability, is there a tension? Yes. You're not supposed to say this, but an official inside the Federal Reserve once said to me that the job of monetary policy is to convert bad loans into good loans. So how do you do that? Well, if the loans, in the United States, if loans are denominated in your own currency, then an inflation will repair the balance sheets of debtors and harm the balance sheets of creditors. It'll redistribute. But the whole idea of the Roosevelt going off gold, he went off gold on the advice of Irving Fisher, and it was explicitly to raise the price level to the level. The United States had a big reduction in prices, which had caused debtors to have larger debts than they had in real terms initially incurred. Irving Fisher's advice was somehow reverse that and raise the price level in order to inflate away those debts. So there's example after example of that. So monetary policy is definitely linked to that. And the whole goal of a price level targeting or price low inflation targeting is to get the central bank out of that business. But there's recurrent temptations to get back into it. You could, and so I could give you an example. There's a stunning example from Hong Kong in 1983, where there was a financial crisis. There was a bubble in the commercial market, property market. It was financed by uninsured institutions. There was no explicit deposit insurance. The bubble burst, and a bunch of financial, essentially shadow banks were underwater. And the Monetary Authority of Hong Kong fixed that with a very sudden exchange rate depreciation that wasn't based on any fundamentals, because they had plenty of reserves. They had huge reserves. They did that in order to repair balance sheets, and it worked like a charm. You don't need lawyers. Anyway, your question's right on the money. So then, in terms of your thing about the purchasing power of money, the purchasing power parity. So one empirical regularity is purchasing power parity theory. It doesn't work well in the quote-unquote short run, but it works very well in the long run. And in country after country, it's after a certain number of years, the prices fall into line. And I would bet on that empirical regularity for Kazakhstan or any other country.
Спасибо большое. Я хотел бы, знаете, на те вопросы, которые здесь звучали, даже исходя из нашей практической деятельности, ответить следующим образом. В Российской Федерации сейчас тоже идет очень большая дискуссия, что нужно делать нашим монетарным властям. И на днях будет встреча, наверное, с либерального крыла, который представляет господин Кудрин, и консервативного крыла, условно его так можно назвать, это Столыпинский клуб, что нужно сделать сегодня в экономике. Потому что мы все прекрасно знаем, ключевая ставка в Российской Федерации 11%, она осталась, тогда, когда уже инфляция стала ниже самой этой цифры. И пока мы не видим никаких предпосылок, несмотря на то, что и бизнес это просит, с тем, чтобы ключевая ставка хотя бы была понижена на 0,5%. Она не повлияет сильно на развитие экономики, безусловно, потому что в лоб, что по лбу, что 10,5%, что 11%, это все равно не очень высокие ставки. Но с другой стороны, она бы дала бы некий тренд, сигнал и обществу, и бизнесу, и нашим предприятиям. И нас, помимо чисто таких теоретических вопросов, волнует то, что вот в наших странах центральные банки это уже стали супер такими ведомствами. Никто не хочет покушаться на их независимость, но с другой стороны банки, в чьих уже руках находится и финансовый рынок, это рынок ценных бумаг, страховой рынок, он уже, к сожалению, фондовый рынок перестал выполнять ту главенствующую роль, которую он раньше делал. Это наполнение денег деньгами не только за счет банковских кредитов в экономику. Просто лет 15 назад в Российской Федерации соотношение доли акций и облигаций где-то было 100% ВВП. 100% ВВП. То есть не всегда предприятия обращались, а сегодня все от этого зависит. И уровень заработной платы, и развитие экономики, когда они обращались через инструменты финансового рынка, приобретали и спокойно развивались. То сегодня, конечно, картина весьма печальная. Поэтому что мы хотим для наших 5 стран сделать? Мы хотим, чтобы наши рынки хотя бы в этой части были открыты. В Казахстане и в Российской Федерации скоро будут проходить очень интересные приватизационные такие процессы. И когда мы тогда спрашивали, почему казахстанские эмитенты не размещаются параллельно на московской бирже и казахстанской бирже, нам говорили, это политика, этого делать нельзя. Это тоже неправильно, потому что чем выше интерес к этим бумагам, тем эмитент, конечно, принесет гораздо больше денег размещение IPO, которое он там будет проводить. Поэтому на сегодняшний момент мы понимаем, что только с 2025 года мы открываем свои финансовые рынки друг другу, но хотя бы до этого момента, то есть это автоматическое признание лицензии, хотя бы до этого момента разрешить открывать филиалы кредитных организаций. Следовательно, потребителю финансовых услуг у него уже будет выбор, какие условия, какие процентные ставки, какой банк более надежен. Но для того, чтобы минимизировать все вот эти риски, мы работаем сейчас над соглашением об обмене сведений, входящих в состав кредитных историй. То есть мы хотим такими маленькими шажками сегодня узнавать друг о друге, для того, чтобы, если я безупречно работал у себя в стране и завтра буду работать в другой, я обращусь в кредитное учреждение, чтобы безупречная репутация, она была бы здесь учтена. И то, что касается фондового рынка, мы разработали и сейчас находится в правительствах соглашение брокер-дилеры. Тоже интересное, кстати, соглашение. Вроде бы напрямую к сегодняшней дискуссии она не имеет, но с другой стороны, мы до признания лицензии в 2025 году сегодня разрешаем нашим профучастникам приходить на фондовые рынки наших стран со своими капиталами. То есть мы не делаем градацию. Это резиденты стран, входящих в Союз, либо это клиенты, которых я обслуживаю из других стран. То есть мы понимаем совокупность всех факторов, которые помогут нашим центральным банкам сегодня и, безусловно, отвечать в соответствии с Конституцией за инфляцию, безусловно, но и в то же время с тем, чтобы инструментарий или возможности Центрального банка, они так или иначе были сопоставимы с их с действиями экономических властей, правительств. Это две неотъемлемые части единого целого для улучшения экономики и жизни наших людей. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Juha, anything you want to conclude?
So on inflation targeting in Kazakhstan, it's early days, but I think the basic elements are in place. There's a floating exchange rate that reflects what's happening in the economy, and also there's the base rate. But one should keep in mind that there are long lags between changes in the base rate and its impact on the rest of the economy and inflation. And so the central bank needs to have a very forward-looking approach. changing the base rate now will do nothing to inflation today or next month. It will take several months or longer, and the central bank needs to explain this together with other elements of inflation targeting. I mean, it has to view on inflation 6 or 12 months from now, and it's taking measures proactively so that over time inflation moves toward the target.
Thank you. Athanasius, any final thoughts?
Sure. Two brief comments on the two questions. First, on price stability and financial stability. I mean, Tom is absolutely right on the interrelations, but from his examples, you could also see that most of the time, price stability and financial stability go together. So maintaining stable prices, stable low inflation actually avoids deflation situations or high inflation situations that create imbalances between debtor and creditor. So central bank may need to undo mistakes, but maintaining price stability actually over the long term usually helps promote financial stability as well. During crisis times is when you have the tensions that really arise in a major way that do not necessarily line up with each other. In those situations, you do have tensions, and precisely because of those tensions, it absolutely is a good idea to have financial stability explicitly recognized as one of the objectives of the central bank, as is done in a number of countries. With regard to the instruments to use, absolutely the policy rates must be an instrument that the central bank should independently use in order to attain its inflation objective in an inflation targeting regime. But as was mentioned just a minute ago, the inflation targeting regime is a forecast-based regime. So the key is whether the central bank's forecasts are lining up well with the inflation target at some horizon that is relevant for that economy. Given the transmission mechanism of that economy, it could be 1 year in some cases, it could be 2 years in other cases. This means that there is no mechanical rule that would link the policy rate and today with inflation today, but there will be a very strong correlation between forecast of inflation, say 1 year out forecast of inflation, and policy rates. If developments suggest that inflation forecast 1 year out rise before the target, then absolutely one would expect the policy rate or other instruments to adjust. For the situation of Kazakhstan today in particular, I would also note that because of the transition, because the regime is so recent, you also have the additional dynamics that complicate the situation. It was mentioned that we have also some partial dollarization and so forth. These are some of the conditions that need to be tackled by the central bank with care in its decisions, both on the policy rate and on other instruments it has at its disposal in order to achieve its objectives.
Well, I think we've certainly had a lot of food for thought, including a long historical perspective, a short historical perspective, a very practical perspective, and a prescriptive, forward-looking dimension as well. So let me ask you now to join me in thanking the panelists for their excellent contributions, and thank you for your own participation in the seminar.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to greet you tomorrow on the second part of our session at 8:45 a.m. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы будем рады видеть вас на второй части наших сессий. Завтра в этом зале в 8:45 утра.